This happened in Haneul's second year of high school. She and her friends watched an adult movie for the first time. The girl sat in numbness. She had never thought of such things before. Her classmate invited friends to a sleepover. The girls were looking for an interesting film among their older brother's DVDs and came across an interesting disc. Here's how it happened. For the girls, this video was a revelation. Half of what was happening they did not understand. For Haneul, it all seemed wrong. The girl looked at the whole process with horror. She was frightened by the size and how physiologically possible it was. But then she saw a scene with a very sensual kiss, and it imprinted itself on her memory forever. The girl thought she'd like to kiss her lover like that someday. Then she blushed, but kept looking at the picture through her fingers. It looked amazing. That's what she was thinking at the time. The girls were in a store and were choosing underwear. A friend held out a set and asked if they liked it. Haneul wondered if he was too frank, to which her friend replied that that was what made him attractive. She was going on a sleepover trip with her boyfriend, so she wanted to buy some nice lingerie because they would definitely do this. Haneul stared at her friend incomprehensibly and asked what she meant. Her friend looked at her and made an ambiguous gesture with her hands. Haneul froze, while the girls continued to discuss the topic. The girl said that when she and her boyfriend held hands, she realized he had big hands, so she's looking forward to them doing this. Haneul asked the question, what do hands have to do with this? Her friend laughed and said that if a man has big hands, he also has a big device underneath. The girl blushed and was very embarrassed. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. The girl began to reprimand Haneul for her ignorance in this area. She was not in a school for girls, but in a regular school full of guys. Another friend of theirs suddenly suggested going on a blind date. She has a friend from the physical education department who has a lot of good-looking guys. They asked her to come and bring her girlfriends. Haneul wondered if the guy her friend knew was as cute as Jae-hee-sun-bae. Her friend was outraged, said, how can you compare someone to one of the two hottest guys at uni? Haneul was surprised, asked who was the second handsome man. Her friend was shocked. How could one not know such things? It was Kim Min-cheol from the business management department. He was even more popular than Jae-hee-sun-bae. Her girlfriends said there were hundreds of comments on social media about him. Haneul knew the guy and couldn't believe it. On leaving the store, the girls continued to enthusiastically discuss Min-cheol, saying how tall and handsome he was. He looked like a celebrity. Haneul said she didn't think he was as beautiful as the others. She walked and talked about how he looked like a bully, but Jae-hee-sun-bae was nice. The girl didn't notice a male figure behind her. The young guy grabbed her cheeks and started pulling her, asking her why she was saying such bad things about him. The girl jumped away from him like a fire and started yelling at him, asking him why the hell he was here. While her girlfriend stood in bewilderment, the guy continued to tease the girl, ruffling her hair and asking when she became so bold as to say nasty things about him behind his back. The young men stood in the middle of the street arguing like little children. No one at the university knew the truth yet. These two have been childhood friends for 20 years. They were both in their 20s, and you could say they knew each other from birth because their moms were in the hospital at the same time. As luck would have it, it later turned out they lived not far from each other. This meant that from kindergarten through high school, the two were always together. And now they find themselves at the same university. Fate itself had brought them together time and time again. They often quarreled like cat and dog, but they had one hobby in common, PC games. So they spent a lot of time together. Even during games, they bickered like an old married couple. But once they had calmed down a bit, they were enthusiastic about spending time together again. At the end of the pair, the teacher gave an assignment to write a review of a movie released before the 90s, the volume of at least 5 pages before the next class. Haneul put her head on the desk and listened to the teacher with half an ear, so she missed the information about the assignment. She thought about the fact that she didn't have a boyfriend because Min-cheol was always hanging around, his formidable appearance scaring away all the guys around her. When she later saw the size of the assignment, she was desperate. She didn't know how to do it in a week. The girl was humming a song and thinking that now at university she would have a better chance of meeting a guy and falling in love because she and Min-cheol would spend less time together and see each other less often. Suddenly, one of her classmates called out to her and suggested we go out to eat together. The girl was very happy. The guy was cute and nice. The young people were already walking towards the restaurant when a familiar voice sounded behind them and called out to Haneul. Haneul stared at her friend incomprehensibly and asked what she meant. Ignoring her companion, he carried on the conversation in his usual manner and scolded the girl for not responding to his messages. The girl bristled, said he scared her, and asked why he was picking on her. The guy replied that she had been rude lately, but offered to go out to dinner with her. Haneul was surprised, said she'd already made an appointment with someone else today. Min-cheol tensed and wondered who it was she was going to have dinner with. He looked at the frightened guy who was standing off to the side. The young man looked at Min-cheol and was drenched in sweat, unable to squeeze out a word. The guy leaned on Haneul and with a menacing look asked if they had to go to dinner together today. The frightened guy took the hint. The girl watched in despair at how quickly her classmate ran away. He wished them a good evening and hurried out of sight. Haneul was furious, gritting her teeth in anger. Min-cheol stood behind her and smiled, satisfied that he had sent the loser away. Suddenly, the girl turned around and kicked the guy with all her might, started screaming that she wasn't going to have dinner with him. She accused him of being the reason she had no friends or boyfriend. The guy got angry, started yelling that he was worried about her, wanted to have dinner together since he knew she had no friends. They stood in the middle of the street arguing for a while longer. In the end, they sent each other away and Min-cheol left. Despite the quarrel, each of them knew that the next time they met, it would be business as usual. Such was their friendship. Haneul stood and continued to make obscene gestures to his back. She was so engrossed, she didn't notice someone sneaking up on her and scaring her. Jae-hee laughed, said that a girl is always funny scared. Haneul tried to calm her pounding heart. The guy asked what the girl was so upset about, and she replied that they were given a very difficult assignment today. He said he knew what she was talking about. They had written a movie review last year, too. Haneul was surprised, asked how he'd guessed. The guy answered that this task is given every year to the first-year students. Last year, he also had a hard time. He had to try hard to get a good mark. The girl got discouraged and said she didn't even know which movie to choose. Suddenly, Jae-hee said that he had some flash drives with suitable movies left and could give them to her. The girl couldn't believe her luck, thinking how lucky she was to meet him today. The guy offered to go to his house tonight so she wouldn't waste any time. The girl thought that luck had smiled on her. She would not only get movies for the assignment, but also visit his apartment. Finding herself on the doorstep of Jae-hee house, the girl became numb. She didn't expect what was waiting for her inside. There was chaos and filth all around. She didn't expect such a nice guy to be so messy. He asked her to come and sit down while he looked for flash drives. The girl started to feel nauseous. She didn't know where to sit down. She couldn't imagine how anyone could live in such conditions. While Haneul stood frozen, the guy called her over and told her to sit down. He didn't remember where he put the flash drives. The girl sat down with horror on a small piece of floor where there was no junk lying around and waited. Jae-hee finally announced that he had found the flash drives. He apologized for taking so long to find them and offered the girl a juice. The guy handed her a mug. Haneul noticed his hands. They were quite large. Suddenly, she remembered what her girlfriend had told her about the size of his hands matching the size of his thing. The girl instantly blushed. The guy asked if she was all right, to which the girl replied that she was fine. She complimented him, said he had big hands. She clutched the cup in her palms and didn't know where to hide her burning face. The guy hesitated and thanked her. It was a little strange. As for a man, he thought he had normal hands. Suddenly, he raised his palm and smilingly said that his ring finger was bigger than his index finger. Haneul sat in bewilderment. She didn't quite understand why he had said that. The guy moved closer to her. He was too close to her face. The girl felt uncomfortable. She jumped up on the spot and said it was getting late and she had to leave. She took the thumb drives, thanked the guy, and wishing him a good evening, hurriedly left. The young man was surprised at the sudden change of mood and remained seated in bewilderment as he did so. The girl walked down the street in suspense. She was tense because of the strange atmosphere she and Jae-hee were in. She walked and wondered what the hell he was talking about his fingers. Maybe it was a secret language of guys and what it was supposed to mean. She decided she'd go and ask Min-cheol. Haneul broke into the guy's room without warning, complaining why he wasn't answering her. She didn't have time to say anything as she witnessed a strange scene. Min-cheol sat on a chair with his pants down. Both were stunned to see each other. There were sounds of moans and sighs in the room. The girl's gaze lowered down, and she saw what the guy was clutching tightly in his hands. Thus, the girl was clearly convinced that the theory about big hands was true, because what she saw was really huge. Haneul was shocked, trying to reassure herself that she had found a new reason to make fun of Min-cheol, if not for one thing. If only she hadn't seen her photo open on the computer screen. There was an awkward pause in the room. Haneul wished her friend the best of luck and rushed to run away. He shouted at her to stop, that she had misunderstood everything. Min-cheol was shocked. He felt humiliated, but he wanted to explain himself and asked the girl to listen to him. The girl thought that he was, of course, the kind of guy who might forget to lock his door since he lived alone, but he definitely wouldn't use a photo of his friend for something like this. Min-cheol had come home 20 minutes ago and was angry at Haneul for her words. He was about to sit down to play games when he got a notification on his phone. He got a message from a friend for Min-cheol to check his email. He sent him a cool video. The guy sat down at the computer and thought that if there was a video of a girl with enticing curves, he would definitely enjoy it. In reality, it turned out to be a clip from a rather intriguing video. The guy liked it and began watching with keen interest. Min-cheol got up precisely and tried to lock the door, but it was broken. The guy thought no one would break in. He sat down at the computer, leaned back in his chair, and decided to relax. The guy was enjoying the process just as his chat room was bursting with notifications. It was distracting and annoying him. Haneul was sending him a bunch of messages. He decided to mute the chat so he wouldn't be disturbed by anything. Suddenly, he noticed she'd changed her profile picture, zoomed in to see. The guy thought that she looked strange and was wearing something strange. The sounds of moaning from the video drew the guy's attention back. He didn't notice how he continued his activity with the open profile picture of his friend. He just forgot to close it. Min-cheol was gibbering in a panic, trying to tell Haneul how it really was. The girl was in mixed feelings. She didn't feel like figuring things out with him right now. She mumbled that it was time to go home, thanked him for talking to her, and wanted to leave. She'd already opened the door, said they'd talk later when the guy called out to her again. Haneul looked at him furtively, wondering what he was going to tell her. She really felt embarrassed that she had interrupted him and found out such personal things. Min-cheol looked at her with eyes full of tears and sincerely claimed that he wasn't lying to her, that everything he said was true. He asked her why she didn't believe him. The girl didn't answer anything and just left his room and his house. She stood outside in utter confusion, not knowing what to do. She wanted to believe him, but what she had seen had shaken her deeply. Haneul grabbed her head and thought about how she had brought her friend to tears. How could this happen? The weekend flew by. The girl sat in the classroom and thought about the fact that Min-cheol had never contacted her after what had happened at his house. But on the other hand, it was expected. Suddenly, she remembered him crying in front of her. He must have been sincere, because Haneul hadn't remembered him crying since elementary school. She was pulled out of her thoughts by her friend's voice. She clapped her hands in front of her face. The girl asked Haneul why she was still sitting in the classroom since everyone had already left. The girl didn't know what to answer. She hadn't talked to anyone this weekend, but she was really sick and wanted to hear her girlfriend's opinion on how she should be with Min-cheol now. Haneul decided that she would try to tell her without too much detail. She began to talk about the situation of her imaginary girlfriend. Min-cheol lay in his friend's dorm room. His friend was worried that he had spent the whole weekend at his place and that he might be evicted from the dormitory if they found out that he had let a stranger in. A friend asked Min-cheol why he didn't hang out with that girl from the media department, since he usually went to see her every day. The guy began to twist around on the bed. He felt uncomfortable at the mention of Haneul. With resentment, he closed his eyes and mumbled about how he should have propped something on the door or not given the girl the password for his front door at all. Then he thought that if it weren't for the video his friend had sent him, none of this would have happened. So Min-cheol jumped out of bed, grabbed his friend, and started torturing him. Oddly enough, he felt better, let go of his friend, and sat back on the bed. Min-cheol picked up his phone and opened Haneul's profile. He started licking through her photos and came across a picture of them together. In fact, their friendship was very important to him. Even though they often argued, she was dear to him. The guy put his head down on his hand and began to think about what he should do in this situation. He remembered the look on her face as she ran out of his house. At that time, Haneul was sitting outside with her friend and tried to explain to her the situation of her fictitious friend. To make sure she got it right, the girl repeated Haneul's story that guy number 1 had said something ambiguous to her friend, so she went to guy number 2's house to find out what it meant, but caught him in a compromising situation. The girl thought to herself that Haneul was a terrible liar. Guy number 2 was definitely Min-cheol, but who was guy number 1? She asked her girlfriend what she had seen. Was he naked? Haneul replied that he was almost naked. The girl nodded her head and said that she was very stupid. She could have just gone online and Googled what guy number 1 meant by that. Haneul was shocked. How stupid she had been. Why hadn't she thought to look on the internet in the first place? The girl was depressed, not paying attention that with her appearance she made it clear to her friend that this whole story was about her. Minji said she knows that Haneul and Min-cheol have been good friends for a long time, and if one of them makes the first move, they will make up and everything will be like before. Haneul thought the girl was right. And since Min-cheol had been sincere with her, and she had run away so rudely, she felt she could be the first to approach him. Minji was glad to help her friend, deciding to pretend she hadn't noticed how they went from her fictional friend's problems to real ones. Suddenly, the girl saw Min-cheol walking by. She told Haneul it was about time she made up with him. The girl jumped up from her seat, thanked her, and told her they would meet later. She ran toward Min-cheol. Haneul ran down the street. Her heart was beating out of her chest, thinking that she was wrong to run away from him. Min-cheol was so sincere with her that he even cried. It would probably be hard for him to make the first move. She thought she'd catch up with him, apologize for the misunderstanding, and they'd be close friends again. The classroom was empty. The girl was in her underwear. Her knee was between the guy's legs, and she could feel something hard there. Min-cheol lay on the floor while Haneul sat riding him. Both were breathing heavily and looking at each other in surprise. Haneul ran across campus to catch up with Min-cheol. The girl started calling his name. When the guy turned around, he was scared, thinking, "What does this crazy girl want from him?" Min-cheol began to run away from her. The girl shouted at him and asked him why he was running away, and he asked her why she was chasing him. She said she needed to talk to him and started running even faster. Min-cheol felt uneasy. He didn't know what she wanted from him, but he didn't think it was anything good. Haneul ran and didn't notice anything around her, kept asking him to stop. Suddenly, she crashed into a guy walking towards her. He was looking at his phone and didn't notice the girl either. Min-cheol turned around and froze. The girl stood all wet and sticky. When she bumped into the guy, his sweet drink poured out on her. Now her entire t-shirt was showing through. The young people began apologizing to each other. The guy was worried about her ruined t-shirt. While Haneul apologized to him for bumping into him, the guy couldn't take his eyes off her soaked shirt. He offered to exchange phone numbers so he could reimburse her later for the t-shirt. The girl liked the idea. She wanted to buy him a new drink. Unexpectedly, Kim Min-cheol appeared and covered her breasts with his bag, handing it to her. He grabbed her arm and dragged her behind him without letting her continue her conversation with the other guy. He said he would take her to their club room to change. Finally, Min-cheol cast a threatening glance at the guy who stood in bewilderment and never managed to get the girl's number. The club room was empty, classes were already over, and no one was supposed to come in here. Haneul asked why the guy had brought her here, to which Min-cheol asked if she was going to walk to the dorm like that. The girl hesitated and said she could have covered herself with his bag. The guy replied that he would give her one of their team jerseys, since hers was hopelessly ruined. Haneul apologized for the inconvenience. Min-cheol froze for a moment and then continued to look for t-shirt, saying it was okay. The girl looked around herself and decided she really needed to change. She was all sticky, her underwear was completely visible. She remembered all those times when she had unashamedly undressed in front of Min-cheol and decided that it wouldn't be a big deal if she took off her shirt in front of him. Haneul had already taken off her t-shirt when she suddenly thought she had to warn him so it wouldn't be awkward. She turned to the guy, told him not to look at her until she put on another t-shirt. At that moment, the office door opened and Min-cheol's classmate walked in. Min-cheol turned around in horror to his classmate's voice. The one had already gone inside and said hello. He thought about how it would look if he noticed a half-naked Haneul. The girl was terrified and huddled against the wall, wondering what the hell was happening to her and where she was going to go now. Min-cheol headed swiftly toward his friend. He was just about to ask him to go for a drink together. The guy put his arm around his classmate's shoulders, preventing him from going any further, and told them to go on without him today. He glared at his friend and tried to chase him away. The young man asked Min-cheol to let him go so he could leave his things in the classroom. The guy gave him a creepy look and said he'd do it for him. Cold sweat ran down Min-cheol's back. He hoped his classmate would leave as soon as possible. The guy had to give up. He gave Min-cheol his things and left. Min-cheol looked out of the classroom and made sure no one was around. He went inside and locked it with the key. The young man exhaled a sigh of relief. Thought he and Haneul had been on the verge of tragedy. He called the girl's name and went over to her, but it was empty. The guy looked around, but the girl was nowhere to be found. He didn't understand where she had gone. Suddenly, the locker door swung open and he saw Haneul sitting in it with a disgruntled face. Min-cheol asked her why she was sitting in the locker, to which the girl replied that she couldn't get out because she was stuck. She was very embarrassed and ashamed to say it. The guy burst out laughing so hard he even cried. He wiped his eyes and said he'd been telling her to play sports for a long time, called her a piglet. Haneul sat in locker with her legs pressed to her chest and her head down. She thought she might look pathetic at the moment. Min-cheol didn't want to embarrass her, so he covered his eyes. The girl screamed for him to help her out. The guy grabbed her hands and started pulling her towards him, teasing her and telling her to try harder. Suddenly, the girl jumped out of the locker like a cork. She even got excited until she realized that she was flying straight at Min-cheol. The young people fell straight to the floor. Haneul found herself riding the guy, who froze in surprise. Min-cheol thought he might as well go blind. The girl froze and thought about how it looked from the outside, since she was half naked on top of the guy. Suddenly, they heard someone tugging on the doorknob. Haneul was covered with goosebumps of terror. It was Min-cheol's classmate who came back. He stood at the door and didn't understand why the guy had locked himself in the classroom. The girl ducked in horror and didn't even notice how she pressed her breasts against the guy's face. She pressed her breasts against his nose and he found it hard to breathe. Haneul didn't even notice that the guy was barely moving beneath her. She listened in horror to the knocks and requests to open the door. She thought about how to get out of this critical situation. Min-cheol, on the other hand, tried to tell her to move her breasts away from his face, but the air was disastrously short. His eyes were full of anger. Suddenly, he felt strange. He realized that Haneul was sitting on top of him with her leg between his legs, and he had his face against her breasts. His body reacted treacherously to the looming picture in his head. He'd asked his buddy not to react this way, but his male instincts were stronger. The noise outside the door stopped, and Haneul finally lifted from his face. But he was astonished at the sight of a beautiful, half-naked girl. Min-cheol mentally transported himself back to his middle school days. The guys were sitting in class and teasing each other as usual when suddenly their classmate asked if they were really not dating. Both replied that they don't see each other as the opposite sex. They were good friends, and that's it. Their friend looked at them doubtfully and said they shouldn't be so adamant. Asked Min-cheol what would happen if one day he looked at Haneul as a girl. The guy smirked smugly and said that if the day came, he'd cut both of his balls off. Haneul eyed the guy suspiciously. Surely he couldn't think of anything smarter than that. She said if she ever fell in love with him, she'd shave her head. Min-cheol started teasing the girl, saying that he put his balls on the line and she bet on a haircut. He asked if she was hesitant and afraid she might fall in love with him. Haneul endured until she exploded and started pounding him. The girl screamed that he pissed her off and that this was the only feeling she would have for him. Min-cheol tried to shout to the girl and bring her out of her trance. He reached down with both hands and tried to lift her breasts from his face. Haneul suddenly noticed how beautiful and firm his abs were. His face flushed. He looked very attractive. The guy said that he locked the door so that she wouldn't be afraid that someone would come in. He lay there in embarrassment. He wanted her to get off him quickly. Haneul remembered that he had blushed the same way the last time he had explained himself to her. She caught herself thinking that she liked that look of his. The guy kept pushing her away, saying he was having a hard time breathing. The girl realized she had continued to sit on top of him and apologized. Min-cheol said not to make up anything and apologized for not having another choice. Only then did the girl realize how it all looked from the outside. Haneul blushed at the realization, tried to get up as quickly as possible. The girl backed up so sharply that she lost her balance and fell, hitting the closet. Books flew down on top of her. Min-cheol got up and said she was crazy, jumped on him, and almost strangled him with her breasts. He threw a t-shirt at her and told her to get dressed quickly and to stop her exhibitionist antics. While Haneul was getting dressed, the guy was glad he'd managed to keep his dignity. He couldn't believe that she had turned him on. That stupid Haneul. Min-cheol thought that she was too careless. Even in front of him, she shouldn't undress so easily. The girl pulled on a t-shirt and turned to the guy. He stood with his arms crossed and looked at her without interest. Haneul apologized for running away from him last time. She was wrong. That's why she ran after him. She wanted to tell him that. Min-cheol looked at her in bewilderment. He wondered how to communicate with her. He didn't expect her to be the first to talk about what had happened. The girl started patting him on the back, smiling and saying that now all her muscles would be sore because of him. She offered to forget everything and be friends like before, said she was leaving and said goodbye. Min-cheol wondered if things would really go back to the way they were. Haneul was doing her animation homework with Minji. Both girls were already tired, even though there was still a lot of work to do. Not far away sat a couple of their classmates. Everyone sighed heavily because in addition to the review, they had to complete an animation assignment. The girl was desperate, saying that Haneul was lucky she could draw beautifully. The girl replied that she has to draw on paper because she doesn't know how to use 3D drawing programs. She was having an extremely hard time concentrating today. Recent events had thrown her off balance. She tried to remember how to draw individual body parts as suddenly the image of a heated Min-cheol surfaced in her mind, his burning eyes and strong hands. Haneul blushed instantly. The sudden rush of feelings frightened her. She jumped up from her seat and said she had to get out of the classroom right away, and then she stormed out. Once in the WC, the girl washed her face with cool water. But the image of Min-cheol still did not leave her head. She felt aroused and scolded herself for it. She couldn't believe that she could like that jerk. The girl waved her hands in despair as if dispelling the image of the guy. She couldn't believe she was so impressed with his muscles. Haneul thought it was because she didn't have a boyfriend. He was the only man around, so she was so impressed. Meanwhile, Min-cheol was at home and lying on his bed. He thought about what had happened in class today. The image of Haneul's breasts wouldn't leave his mind. She was warm and soft and seductive. The guy pressed his palms over his eyes. He was thinking about the wrong thing at all. He wondered if he had lost his mind and why his body reacted like that. He wasn't used to feeling this kind of emotion around Lee Haneul. Min-cheol reassured himself that it was a normal reaction of the male body to the sight of breasts. It was about physiology, not the girl herself. Then the guy wondered if she had always had such large breasts. He definitely liked her. He scolded himself for such thoughts and began to spin around the bed, chasing away the obsession. Min-cheol was curious as to what the girl was doing now, and at this time, Haneul decided and called a friend, asked to take her with her on a blind date. Min-cheol lay contemplating calling Haneul to dine together tomorrow. Haneul asked Minji to help her get ready for a blind date. The girl was surprised why she decided to accept, since she wasn't interested when Se-hui suggested it. Minji asked the girl to look up so she could put on her eyelashes. Haneul explained that since entering the university, she has only been going to classes and doing homework. She just wanted to make new acquaintances. The girl agreed with her, saying it would be good for her. Minji sent the girl to change her clothes so she could do her styling afterward. The girl came out and asked her friend how she looked, to which she said without looking not to spend too much energy on a blind first date. Then she threw her a look. Haneul looked awful. She had no sense of proportion or style. Minji offered to pick out some of her clothes for her. She smirked and started to change friends' clothes. Se-hui and her girlfriend stood in admiration when they met Haneul. The girl looked very cute and classy. They showered her with compliments. Girls asked why she didn't walk like that all the time, then all the guys would be at her feet. They said the guys were waiting for them, so they had to go. Suddenly, Haneul's phone rang. It was Min-cheol. The girl thought he might want something from her. She was pondering whether to answer him now when the girls called out to her, and she decided she would talk to him later. The girls walked into the cafe and waved cheerfully to the guys, apologizing for being a bit late. The guys got up to greet them, all looking friendly and cute. The girls joked that the guys from the PE department should be proud to meet the girls from the media department. Se-hui thought how handsome they all were. Haneul went in last and said hello to all the guys. Guys were immediately blown away by her beauty, thought she was super cute. One of the guys suggested to sit down, and since they are all of the same age, not to be embarrassed and to communicate informally. A guy who introduced himself as Cheol Bong-gu offered a drink. Haneul was about to have a drink when he said that first she should clink glasses with everyone and then drink. Since the girl had never had a drink before, she didn't know about it. The company was having fun and drinking, and Haneul felt uncomfortable. She thought it was difficult for her to talk so freely with strangers. An hour later, the girl was completely drunk. She really liked soju, but since she hadn't drunk it before, she didn't know it was very strong, so she got intoxicated quickly. Suddenly, one of the guys handed her a glass of water, said if she overdid it, she would be very sick in the morning. The girl thought it was very cute. Haneul remembered that the guy's name was Seong-hyun, thanked him, and thought he was really cute. Suddenly, Cheol Bong-gu suggested she play a game. She knew about this alcoholic game, but had never tried the game. Since they had a lot of bottle caps, they decided to play. Drunken Haneul challenged and said she could handle this game in one fell swoop. Seong-hyun leaned over to the girl and whispered in her ear how best to hit the lid for her to get it right. Haneul hit the lid and it whistled past the guy's ear. He sat there in shock, thinking about the fact that he was barely in one piece. Haneul was happy to win, turned to the guy and clapped his hands, said it was all thanks to his clue. Seong-hyun suddenly asked Haneul if he could ask her a personal question. He asked why she went on a blind date if she had a boyfriend. The girl was surprised, asked why he thought so. Guy answered that in university there is a popular guy who is all the time walks with her, asked, "Is not they meet?" Haneul freaked out, and the guy went on to say that part of the reason many people know about the girl is because of this guy, because they are often seen together. The girl thought that she was right. She didn't have a boyfriend because Min-cheol was always hanging around her. One of the girls laughed and said that Haneul and Min-cheol were childhood friends. Haneul replied that there was no romance between them. They are very close because they have been friends since birth. They don't even have secrets between them. Saying that, the girl suddenly remembered how she had caught Min-cheol in the process of self-satisfaction. There were really no secrets between them now. She was horrified to think why she kept bringing it up again and again. Suddenly, Haneul began to notice anything in the environment that was associated with what Min-cheol was doing. At a nearby table, a guy was shaking a bottle of red pepper paste. Haneul's mind obligingly planted a recent image in her mind. At another table, a young man shook the pepper shaker to pepper the dish. It felt like the universe was mocking the girl. Haneul grabbed a bottle of soju and started drinking from her throat, determined to drink herself into a drunken stupor. The girl dropped her head on the table. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and read the messages from Min-cheol. He was offering her dinner after he finished work. Haneul stared at her phone and thought about the fact that the guy was acting normal, and she had dragged herself on a blind date and got drunk to forget about everything. Resentment flooded her. Her thoughts were interrupted by Hyun, who asked if she was okay, if she had a headache. The guy said the rest of the guys went out for some fresh air and to buy hangover cures. He asked if she had a lump on her forehead. The young man put his hand on her shoulder and offered to examine her. Haneul lay with a glazed look and little understanding. The guy's face was too close to hers and kept coming closer. The girl tried to gather her thoughts to understand what was going on. Suddenly, the table shook from the impact. The girl turned her head with difficulty and thought she was hallucinating. Kim Min-cheol stood in front of her, clearly unhappy with what was happening. He said he'd brought their beer and glared menacingly at her. The girl thought about how handsome he was. A group of friends came back and were having fun discussing how good the fresh air was. One of the girls said they should have brought Haneul with them, because she was obviously drunk. Suddenly, they noticed someone standing at their table. As they came closer, they recognized Min-cheol. At this point, Haneul couldn't tell if it was a hallucination or if she had really seen Min-cheol. Not only that, she said out loud that he was handsome. She decided she'd better pass out again and dropped her head on the table. Suddenly, she felt something warm and soft under her cheek. It was Min-cheol's palm. The girl stared at him in surprise. The guy asked interestedly why she was banging her head against the table, if she was okay, and if she was drunk. Friends stood and carefully watched what was happening. When Min-cheol asked how much she drank, the girls hesitantly replied that it seemed to be a bottle of soju. The guy was shocked because the girl had never drunk anything stronger than beer before, and then she suffered from a hangover afterwards. He started reprimanding the girl for such reckless behavior, said she would feel very bad. Haneul started to resent him for telling her off like her mom. Min-cheol was looking for something in his apron. The girl kept muttering until something hard and cold hit her forehead. She yelped. The guy told her to drink it and never drink alcohol again. Then he said he had to get back to work. As soon as he left, the whole company started discussing him. Everyone was excited about his looks, saying how cool he was. Haneul was tense about it. Suddenly, the girl said she needed to go outside for some fresh air. Hyun looked closely after her. Once outside, Haneul called out loudly to the guy. She was very angry with him. Min-cheol was throwing out the trash at this time and turned as if nothing had happened to his friend's voice. The girl noticed that he had something white sticking out of his mouth and asked why he didn't tell her that he was smoking. The guy replied that it was a chupa chups and she needed to sober up. This made her even angrier, and she asked why he didn't tell her he worked at that place. Min-cheol replied that he told her about it. The guy grinned cheerfully and asked cockily if she was ashamed that he caught her flirting with another guy. While Haneul's anger boiled over, Min-cheol continued to tease her. He said that to go on a date with a girl like her, they'd have to be very pretentious, so he'll pretend he didn't see anything. The girl interrupted him by handing him the water jar back. She said she didn't want anything for which money hadn't paid. The guy got offended, asked if she thought he stole it. Haneul felt bad about accusing her friend of stealing. Suddenly, Min-cheol held out his hand and demanded his drink back, said he changed his mind about giving it to her. The guy pouted and said he was worried about her, called her and she ignored him, got drunk and thought he was a thief. In that case, she wasn't worthy of getting help from him. Haneul pouted in response too. She knew she was wrong and didn't want to fight with him. The girl opened the can and quickly drank all of the contents. Suddenly, Min-cheol approached her and was surprised to notice that the girl had done her makeup. The girl felt uncomfortable that he was staring at her so intently, so she said that Minji had helped her put on her makeup. The guy scrutinized her and then said that you could never make a silk purse out of a cow's ear. Such rudeness hurt Haneul. She told the guy to look at himself first. Min-cheol replied that unlike her, he had always been a silk purse. The girl thought to herself that it was hard to argue with that. He was really damn handsome. She told him to be a nice purse and cracked him with all her might. At this time, the young men in the company continued to discuss Min-cheol. The girl couldn't stop saying that he looked like a handsome celebrity. Seung-hyun listened to his friend's conversation attentively. Cheol Bong-gu suddenly remembered that there was another handsome guy at the university. The girl replied that it was Jae-hee Sunbae. He was a senior student in their faculty. The guy didn't even believe it and said he would like to be friends with him. Seung-hyun said he knew him. The girl was surprised, asked how he knew him. The guy replied that he was a close friend of his brother. He said there were a lot of rumors about Jae-hee Sunbae at one time. The girls immediately perked up and asked him to tell them all about it. Min-cheol checked his phone and said his break was over. Haneul was surprised that they stood outside for a whole 15 minutes. The guy replied that he hadn't noticed how much time had passed during their conversation. Both of them were comfortable around each other. Suddenly, Min-cheol asked the girl if she liked any of the guys they came with. Haneul immediately bristled, glared menacingly at the guy, and asked if, even so, what did he care? The guy replied that if she was attracted to someone, it would probably be her first boyfriend. Then he would have to see if it was a good match. The girl immediately started getting cranky and slapping him on the back. She told him not to do anything strange. Min-cheol laughed gleefully. He enjoyed fooling around with her. He gave her a friendly pat on the head and said he really should get back to work. Min-cheol smiling again and shouted that if she got a boyfriend, her appa would definitely check him out. Haneul deep down was pleased with his concern, but she gave him the usual sassy middle finger and told him to go away. Returning, the girl thought about the fact that it had been a long time since they'd had such a good time with him. She felt comfortable with him and was glad she'd come on this blind date. Suddenly, the girl saw Seung-hyun and stopped. The guy said she hadn't been back in a long time and he was starting to worry about her. He smiled and asked if they could talk alone for a while. At this time, the friends were sitting around discussing what Seung-hyun had told them about Jae-hee Sunbae. They couldn't believe that what they had heard was true. Although appearances can be deceiving, it was hard to believe that Jae-hee Sunbae liked taking girls to motels. Such rumors were too scandalous and ridiculous. Night has fallen on the city. It's time for motel addicts. In one of the rooms, a young couple was having fun. Jae-hee Sunbae stared at the ceiling, completely oblivious to the girl riding on top of him. The girl got tired of this and she bent down to him with complaints, began to ask what was wrong with him and why didn't he focus on what they were doing. The young girl indignantly asked why he was so distant when he was the one who insisted on meeting today. The guy replied that it wasn't that. He was just trying hard to remember what he'd forgotten. Suddenly, Jae-hee Sunbae stood up abruptly and said that he had to do his homework because he had to turn it in tomorrow. He headed for the exit, pulling on his pants. The girl was furious and hurt, shouting in his wake how he could just leave like that. The guy went home as if nothing had happened. After getting home, the guy immediately sat down at the computer. He was going to do his homework because the deadline expired in a few hours. He started going through the flash drives and noticed the one that Haneul was supposed to pick up. Jae-hee Sunbae was surprised. He revisited the flash drives once more and realized that the movie's flash drive was indeed still in his possession. He smiled and wondered what was on the flash drive that Haneul had taken then. Seung-hyun asked the girl if she was cold, to which she replied that she was fine. They were chatting nicely, and suddenly the guy said that from the outside you can see that Haneul and Min-cheol are very close. The girl felt a little embarrassed. She knew it would scare off a lot of guys, but replied that they were childhood friends. The guy asked if there were any romantic feelings between them, which made Haneul even more uncomfortable. She immediately protested, saying that Min-cheol was like a brother to her. Seung-hyun was embarrassed and said that they looked like a couple from the outside. The girl said that if she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't have gone on a date tonight. Then Seung-hyun got excited, said he was happy to hear that, and admitted that he liked Haneul. Such a frank confession surprised the girl and took her by surprise. She stared at the guy, not knowing what to say, because they had just met each other. The guy, meanwhile, smiled and offered her to be his girlfriend. Min-cheol, who stood behind the wall and happened to witness this, had protesting feelings. He should be happy for his friend, but instead he felt bitterness. The next morning, the bus stop was deserted, with only 2 lone figures visible. Minji saw Min-cheol and said hello. He asked if she was going to visit her parents like him, to which the girl answered in the affirmative and asked why he was going without Haneul. The guy exhaled thoughtfully and replied that she was most likely spending time with her boyfriend right now. Minji yelled so loud that the guy was almost deaf. She started asking him who the guy was, where he was from, and when her friends started dating him. Min-cheol replied that he didn't know the details, saying he found out about it by accident. The girl grabbed her phone and started texting Haneul. She said that if her friend didn't answer her, she was probably with a guy. The university cat Donut walked by, and Min-cheol began to pet him. The girl glanced at Guy and realized that he looked like he was trying to suppress his emotions. Minji asked him how he felt about it. The guy stared at her in bewilderment. Then the girl said that he used to drive all the guys away from Haneul and act like a total jerk. What's different now? Min-cheol was outraged, said he was just protecting the girl from assholes. Minji asked if there was a guy he approved of. The guy sighed heavily and answered in the negative. He remembered how the girl shouted that she had no friends or boyfriend because of him, and he felt guilty. He told the girl that Haneul was an adult and could make her own decisions. However, then his look turned serious and intimidating, and the guy said that if this so-called boyfriend of hers did something stupid, he would teach him a lesson. At that moment, Haneul stared at the cutest creature she had ever seen. It was Seunghyun's hamster. A girl came to visit a guy and ogled his pet while the guy prepared treats. Haneul was thinking about how she didn't know how to behave with a guy. They decided to try dating, but she thought it was too early to call them a couple. Rather, she wanted to get to know him better. She was worried about her appearance, since Minji wasn't in the dormitory to help her get ready. She thought that even if they met a couple of times and it didn't work out, she would still be glad to have the experience. Haneul took the laptop since they decided to do homework together. The girl got ready to look for a suitable movie. Seunghyun handed her a soda and said he didn't know much about it but would look into it with her and try to help. The girl was very glad that he was interested in what she liked, trying to help, even though he was studying at another faculty. She thought he was a good person. When the guy sat down next to her, she felt embarrassed. Their shoulders were almost touching. The girl had never been so close to a guy alone together before. She began frantically selecting a movie by title, pressed play, and added the sound. In the next moment, an adult film started playing on the screen. This was definitely not what the girl had expected. Haneul turned white with horror and became numb. Seunghyun was shocked and blushed, not expecting to see such a thing on a girl's computer. The girl closed the laptop lid lightning fast. She blushed and, without raising her head, said that movie masterpieces come in many genres, but she wasn't going to include such a thing. The guy replied that he understood and told her not to worry about it. Haneul thought about the fact that she had probably grabbed the wrong flash drive in a hurry. She recognized this movie because it was the one she had accidentally watched with her friends in high school. The girl thought how unlucky she was that on her first try she ended up with a film like this. She suggested to try to play another file and started looking, but all the files had a strange name. After she pressed play, another video of the same genre started playing on the screen. The girl almost threw her laptop out of shame. Haneul finally realized that she had grabbed the wrong flash drive by mistake. Apparently, this one contained Jae-hee Sunbae's personal collection of adult films. She immediately pulled it out, intending to put it away as far as possible. The girl experienced a sense of déjà vu. She thought with annoyance why she had been learning intimate details of guys she knew lately. She turned sharply to apologize to the guy, but stopped talking at half a word. Seunghyun was very close to her and looking straight at her. Haneul thought, when did he have time to sit so close to her? She felt awkward and a little scared. At the same time, the guy's face kept coming closer to hers. Suddenly, the guy ducked forward to kiss her. Haneul managed to cover his mouth with her palms and thwart him. She stared at the guy and asked anxiously why he was doing this. Seunghyun replied that he thought this was the right moment for a kiss. The girl got nervous and said that they weren't even dating, but he was already counting on it. Haneul felt uncomfortable. They had only known each other for 2 days, and he already wanted to kiss her. She wondered if he thought she was easy, or she was such a prude. Either way, she wasn't ready for something like this. She grabbed her bag, apologized to the guy, and said she had to leave right away. The girl was already walking down the street when she heard Seunghyun calling her to stop. He grabbed her arm sharply and apologized for scaring her with his assertiveness. This puzzled the girl even more. The guy tried to convince the girl that it is now fashionable among young people to start with physical contact and then decide to build a relationship or not. Before dating, you need to understand whether a person is suitable for you in different ways. Haneul replied that such a thing was not for her, to which the guy squeezed her hand even tighter and said that it was only a kiss. She had nothing to be so afraid of. The girl screamed and asked him to let go of her hand. She was in pain. In the background, some couple was also arguing quite emotionally. Suddenly, there was the sound of a loud slap. The young people turned to look at the source of the sound, even distracted from their problem. Haneul froze in horror. She knew the guy who'd just been slapped in the face. She shouted out his name. Jae-hee Sunbae stood rubbing his cheek. The guy immediately smiled cheerfully and greeted her, saying it was good to see her again. Jae-hee Sunbae approached the couple and said that she had never seen Haneul outside of the university before. Seunghyun was surprised to see the guy, and even more surprised that he and the girl knew each other. Jae-hee Sunbae wondered what the girl was doing so late at this place. He didn't even say hello to the guy standing across from him. Seunghyun didn't like that his presence was ignored. He smiled strainedly and asked the guy to leave and let him talk to his girlfriend alone. He continued to clutch her wrist tightly. Haneul began to resent that she wasn't his girlfriend, and again demanded that he let her go. The guy loomed menacingly over her and muttered through his teeth that they had started dating officially yesterday. The girl stared at him in horror, unable to understand how such a nice guy had suddenly changed and threatened her. Suddenly, Jae-hee Sunbae held his hand between them and forced the guy to let go of Haneul. He said that no matter who these two are to each other, the guy has no right to use physical force on the girl. He asked Haneul if she was dating this guy, to which the girl shook her head in the negative. Then Jae-hee Sunbae told the guy to leave her alone. Seunghyun was getting nervous, angry that someone was meddling in their affairs. He asked who this guy was to Haneul. Jae-hee brightened up and replied that he was her Sunbae. He asked the guy to be quiet because it wasn't too late, and there were many students from their university living in the neighborhood. He asked if he'd like it if there were any rumors about him. Seunghyun smirked and gloatingly replied that there would rather be rumors about Jae-hee getting slapped by a girl. Before he could say anything else, Jae-hee Sunbae pointed his finger in the direction and shouted that someone was watching them. The guy immediately turned to look. Turning back around, the guy realized he'd been played. Haneul and her friend had escaped. Jae-hee Sunbae was running so fast that he had to drag the girl by the hand. He turned to ask how the girl was feeling and only now noticed what a terrible state she was in. Haneul could barely walk and gasped for breath. The guy came closer, wanted to help. The girl said she had poor physical fitness and felt she might vomit. The pungent scent of the guy's perfume made her feel even worse. She couldn't stand it and threw up right on top of him. The young people went to the laundry room. Haneul felt so miserable that she was afraid to even open her eyes. The girl didn't understand why these things were happening to her. She felt ashamed of herself. Jae-hee Sunbae, shirtless, with his perfect smile and equally perfect figure, asked how the girl was feeling. Haneul blushed and stiffened at the sight of him half naked. She could only think of how hot he was. The girl turned away and began to lament that she was very sorry about what had happened, said that he was too kind to her, and she did not deserve it. The guy started to calm her down, said it was his fault she was sick because he made her run away. The girl thought he was really kind like an angel. The guy laughed and joked that he'd never stripped in a laundromat before. But Haneul still continued to lament. She apologized a lot and said she would pay for the moral damage. Although the guy tried to convince her that everything was fine, the girl could not calm down and asked how she could make it up to him. She got emotional and blurted out that she could offer him wish fulfillment. Jae-hee Sunbae thought for a moment. Then he suddenly brightened up and said that he liked the idea of the right to wish and wanted to make one for her. The girl was so upset that she promised to fulfill 3 of his wishes because she felt that 1 was not enough to make it up to him. The guy tried to calm her down again, said it was his fault too. He said he made a girl run with a heavy bag. It made it even harder for her and he feels guilty. Unexpectedly, Haneul started rummaging through her bag. She said she had Min-cheol's sweatshirt, which would be just right for Sunbae so he wouldn't get cold while his shirt was being washed. She pulled out a sweatshirt and handed it to the guy. At that moment, the flash drive with those very films dropped right in front of them. The girl froze with fear and shame. She prayed to herself that the guy wouldn't notice the flash drive or realize what kind of flash drive she had taken from him. But Jae-hee Sunbae laughed cheerfully and said that he knew it was her who had taken his flash drive with the spicy films. Haneul sat practically senseless. She assured the guy that she had only opened 1 video and hadn't watched anything else. The guy laughed joyfully and said that he was even a little embarrassed that she had seen it. Both ended up feeling awkward. Neither of them could quite understand how they ended up in the laundromat so late at night, discussing something like this. Jae-hee Sunbae looked at the girl carefully. She asked why he was looking at her like that. He replied that it looked like the girl had seen something in the movie. Haneul panicked and started to explain that she really hadn't watched the video. It just happened to be familiar because she had seen it many years ago. She even had a dream thanks to this film. So she definitely didn't rummage through his folders or watch his movies. Jae-hee Sunbae said that he believed her, but he wondered what dream the girl was talking about. She replied that she was ashamed and would not tell him about her. Then the guy said that he was using his right to fulfill his desire. Haneul was shocked. She felt like she was trapped. Haneul realized that this man whom she mistook for an angel could very well become a devil. She asked him not to laugh at her. The girl blushed and covered her face with her hands. Peering with one eye, she said that she really liked the kissing scene in this film, and she would like to kiss someone she loves in the same way someday. Jae-hee Sunbae stared at the girl in surprise. Min-cheol finally made it home. Suddenly, a TV remote hit him in the forehead. Kim Min-cheol's mother stood menacingly in the doorway and started calling him a slacker. A woman was unhappy that her son didn't show up last weekend. She asked where he'd been all this time. She took a fly swatter and started hitting him, nagging him that the guy was supposed to visit her every weekend and he hadn't been home in 3 weeks. Min-cheol tried to defend himself. The guy had been sitting for 4 hours already, peeling anchovies. He grumbled at his mother for calling him home just to do chores. The woman replied that if he wanted free housing near campus, he shouldn't grumble. Min-cheol objected that it was his grandmother's apartment and it was already empty. Mom told him to stop arguing and come help her. The woman packed some snacks and kimchi in containers. She told her son to give some to Haneul as well. Suddenly, they heard a familiar female voice and looked out into the hallway. It was Haneul's mom. She came to visit Min-cheol's mom. The guy said hello politely. The woman was happy to see him, praised him for always being polite. She patted his shoulders since she was barely tall enough to reach his chin. Haneul's mom brought a bag of alcohol and snacks, said she planned to sit with his mother and relax for a while. She offered him to stay and sit with them, but the guy said he had to go back. Min-cheol began to hurriedly pack, not wanting to be alone with his mom and auntie anymore, saying he had to go back to campus immediately. The woman handed him a bag of goodies and wished him a good journey. The guy thought to himself that the package was quite heavy. Auntie also wished him a good journey, said she was glad she and Haneul had each other and asked him to keep an eye on her. Min-cheol awkwardly agreed, thinking to himself that Haneul was a pain in the ass. The woman thanked him again and ruffled his hair. It was quite late when the bus arrived at a stop near campus. Getting off the bus, Min-cheol twisted his head. He was sore from the long drive. The bags of food his mother had given him were heavy, too. He began to ponder how to give Haneul her package. She was probably with her boyfriend right now, and he had a shift at the restaurant tomorrow. He didn't want to bring the package to the university either. Then he thought, why should he complicate things, and pulled out his phone. Min-cheol sent her a message saying that if she wanted to pick up a package from her mom to come to his place and pick it up. At this time, Haneul was sitting in the laundry room and looked at Jae-hee Sunbae expectantly after her frank confession. The guy tried to hold back his laughter until he had tears in his eyes. And then he laughed hard. The girl squealed, reminding him that he had promised not to laugh at her. The young man couldn't stop. He said that it was hard to hold back his laughter when hearing something like that from a girl. Jae-hee Sunbae calmed down and said that she actually looks like a cute middle school girl. He smiled sweetly and said the guy who gets her first kiss should be proud. Haneul told the guy to stop teasing her, that he was acting more cocky now than he did at university. He laughed again and lowered his head. Jae-hee Sunbae wiped his tears of laughter and said that he hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. He thought to himself, that's why the girl was behaving like that at his house, because his charms didn't work on her. When they said goodbye, the guy said he'd wash the sweatshirt and bring it back to her later. Suddenly, he asked her to exchange phone numbers. The girl said she already had him on Kakao Talk, but the guy still wanted her number. Jae-hee said if he had her phone number, it will make returning her sweatshirt more convenient. After exchanging numbers, the guy leaned over and whispered in the girl's ear that he would behave much nicer the next time they met. Goosebumps ran down Haneul's back. The girl was embarrassed and shouted in his wake not to whisper in her ear like that anymore because it was creepy. The guy laughed and said it was the last time he teased her and said goodbye. Haneul stared after him and thought how strangely the day had ended. Not at all how she had imagined it would. She picked up her phone and noticed the unread messages. The girl's eyes glistened with joy. Min-cheol had brought goodies from his mom. After a while, the girl burst into the guy's apartment without knocking as usual. Min-cheol stood with his bare torso only after showering and wiping his wet hair. He stared at the girl because he didn't expect her to come so soon. Haneul ostentatiously pressed her fingers over her eyes and shrieked that she'd rather be blind than see him like that. She asked why he was walking around naked, to which the guy nonchalantly replied that he had the right to take a bath in his own home. He said since she came for food, let her wait until he got dressed and he'd give it to her. Haneul sat down on the couch and waited for Min-cheol to return. The girl pouted her lips in anticipation and examined her nails. The guy came back and went straight to the refrigerator. He took out a bag and said that Mom had packed all her favorite things. The girl was in a state of happiness, said that just today she did not manage to eat, so she came to him at the right time. Looking into the bag, she drooled. There were braised beef and soy, pickled garlic leaves, and even spicy cucumber kimchi. The girl also noticed a black box and asked what it was. Upon taking out the contents, the young men saw a bottle of imported whiskey. They both stood there, not understanding why Mom had given it to them. And then Min-cheol realized that in a hurry, his mother had mixed up the packages, and instead of snacks for the girl, handed over the package with which Haneul's mother had arrived. The girl stood looking at the bottle while the guy said he had the wrong package and for her to put it back in. Suddenly, Haneul asked if they could try a little. The guy thought she was probably joking. The girl, however, blushed a little and conspiratorially offered to try this whiskey. Min-cheol looked at the girl skeptically and said that this bottle belonged to her mother. She brushed it off and said she could just text her mother and tell her they'd try her whiskey. She said the internet said it was delicious. The guy sighed and agreed to drink just one glass. The girl looked at him and teased him that he was very easy to manipulate. The young people made appetizers, clinked glasses, and began to drink. Haneul grimaced after the first sip. The whiskey was quite bitter, and they had just now decided to see what percentage of alcohol it contained. To their horror, it had 40% alcohol. They had never had such a strong drink before. The girl went to the kitchen to find a soda, saying that if they dilute it, it should make the drink more palatable. Finally, mixing the whiskey and soda, the young people tried the next glasses. Haneul was delighted. It was much tastier that way. They decided to try mixing whiskey with different types of sodas and juice and see how it would taste the best. But first, Haneul asked Min-cheol to borrow her pajamas. The guy stared at her in bewilderment. She looked at him determinedly and said her belt was pinching her, and she wanted to eat and drink as much as possible and feel comfortable. After a while, the girl stood in Min-cheol's things and grumbled that he had purposely given her his oversized clothes on purpose. The guy looked back at the girl and tried to hold back a chuckle. He said it's just that she looks like a hobbit. The girl got angry and said that she was taller than average and he was a bloody giant. The guy said that while she was changing, he made more appetizers because she was hungry. Haneul immediately got cheerful and said that giants aren't so bad. Min-cheol beckoned the girl over to the table, but only as she took a step did she realize that the clothes were so large that if she didn't hold on to them, she would simply fall off them onto the floor. The girl walked and thought about what Min-cheol had eaten to grow so big. Even the sleeves of his t-shirt reached almost to her wrists. Haneul suddenly thought that she had been feeling strange lately, worried if she had picked up any parasites. She decided that she needed to drink as much alcohol as possible to disinfect herself. A while later, a completely drunken Haneul was musing that whiskey really does taste very nice. Min-cheol, also quite drunk, teased the girl, saying she was saying it for the 30th time. He suggested she stop drinking so she wouldn't throw up herself like last time. Both were so intoxicated they didn't even realize they weren't talking to each other, but to pieces of furniture. Haneul fell to the floor and began rolling over with laughter. Min-cheol looked down at the girl and reached out a hand to fix a strand of her hair. The girl covered her eyes in pleasure. His touch was very gentle. Suddenly, he asked if she was going to text her boyfriend, and Haneul opened her eyes in surprise and replied that she didn't have a boyfriend. The guy chuckled and asked if some guy had confessed to her last night, to which the girl just brushed it off and said that nothing had happened. Min-cheol grinned. The girl noticed this and asked why he was suddenly so pleased. The guy sat back and said he knew she couldn't get a confession the first time they met. It hurt the girl's feelings. She moved closer to him and asked what made him think that. The guy just laughed and reminded her how all the boys in middle school had mistaken her for a guy because of her looks. In response, the girl said that he lacked masculinity because girls at school dressed him up in dresses and makeup. They kept to argue and teasing each other, and with each argument, their faces grew closer together. They stared at each other for a moment. The guy called her a tomboy, and the girl called him a delicate lady. At one point, their faces were so close that their noses touched. Haneul thought to herself that the guy had really grown up. Suddenly, Min-cheol leaned forward and kissed the girl. It happened so quickly that she stared at him in surprise. The guy didn't know what had gotten into him. The young men looked at each other dumbfounded, but both of them had already become eager. He ducked down again and began kissing Haneul more confidently. Leaning over her, the guy wondered why this was happening. Why with her, of all people? Haneul was just as surprised, her thoughts swirling in confusion. She had always dreamed of giving her first kiss to someone she truly loved, so she couldn't understand how something like this had happened between them. But then, to her surprise, she realized that it was far more pleasant than she had ever imagined. Her hands moved on their own, reaching for him, fingers tangling in his hair as a warmth spread through her chest. The girl pressed her breast tightly against the guy, and for a moment Min-cheol paused. Suddenly, he pulled the girl away from him and stared at her. Haneul didn't realize what was happening. The guy seemed to be seeing her for the first time. After a brief pause, he asked in a quiet, almost bewildered voice if she had always been this way. Haneul pulled off her t-shirt and began to examine herself. She said she had never given it much thought. She wondered why he was suddenly asking her about it. Suddenly, something dripped on her face and she looked up. Min-cheol was hovering over her, staring down the neckline of her t-shirt, and blood was coming out of his nose. The guy wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand, clearly flustered. The girl, unable to hold back her laughter, teased him, saying he looked just like a little schoolboy who got a nosebleed from seeing something too exciting. Then she leaned over to him and tried to wipe the blood away with her hand, telling him not to move. The guy tried to stop her. He didn't keep his balance and fell leaning against the couch. A tantalizing picture opened before Haneul. The girl blushed and began to look at his athletic figure, broad chest and pumped legs. Min-cheol noticed her interested look, but didn't have time to say anything as the girl suddenly reached out and slipped her hand under his t-shirt. Her small fingers slid lightly over his torso. Dazed, he pressed his hand to his nose to stop the bleeding and asked what she was doing. The girl was on all fours between his legs and kept stroking him, saying that she had wanted to see his abs for a long time. Haneul was surprised that his stomach was soft. She thought it should be hard. The guy sighed and replied that it would get harder if he will tense it. The girl asked him to tense his abs so she could touch him, said she was very interested. She continued to run her hands over his body. The guy was holding back with all his might. Finally, he caught her hands and asked her to stop pawing him. The girl looked at him blankly. Suddenly, Min-cheol felt how soft the girl's skin was and began stroking her forearm with his thumb. The guy was breathing heavily and said he wanted to touch her too, but the girl replied that he wasn't allowed to touch her like that. She blushed and admitted that she felt shy when someone touched her. Suddenly, the guy intercepted her hand again and said, since they had known each other for a long time, she shouldn't be embarrassed by him. He grabbed her and said nothing would happen if he touched her like she touched him. Min-cheol began tickling her, his fingers squeezing her ribs while the girl screamed with laughter. Haneul begged him to stop and laughed as the guy tickled her in her most sensitive places. Finally, the girl got more air into her lungs and yelled for him to stop. The guy stopped and hovered over her and continued to look at her with interest. Haneul lay on the floor while he held her hands. During their playful struggle, her t-shirt had ridden up slightly. The sight made the guy freeze for a moment, his grip unconsciously tightening as his gaze lingered. He asked if she was okay, to which the girl indignantly replied that after all he had done to her, he dared to ask. The guy looked at her and realized that she was not embarrassed by him at all, and in his alcohol-clouded mind, an idea arose. He lightly ran his fingers along her ribs, but the girl no longer felt ticklish. The guy realized that the girl didn't feel uncomfortable around him, so he continued almost unconsciously. He thought that maybe he had lost his mind as he leaned in closer to her. The soft hair of the guy tickled her, and she tried to get up, but then she felt something wet. She asked the guy to stop for a moment and lift his head up. Min-cheol looked at her, his eyes clouded with haze and his nose was bleeding again. The girl got worried and said that his nose was bleeding again. She asked if he had overexerted himself today, or if he was really that crazy about her. Min-cheol felt embarrassed. He clumsily wiped his nose with his elbow and said that it wasn't true. The girl began to twist her head around looking for tissues to help him wipe up the blood. She looked at the guy and couldn't understand why he was just sitting there and not even trying to help her with her search. Blood was so hard to get out, especially from white clothes. Min-cheol just sat there looking at Haneul while blood continued to drip from his nose. Losing her patience, the girl approached him and began wiping the blood with her hands so that the guy's t-shirt wouldn't be completely ruined. Then she pulled back and told him to try to stop the bleeding after all. But Min-cheol didn't let her finish, suddenly kissing her again. But the girl pulled away and started complaining that now, because of him, she had a taste of blood in her mouth. The guy was breathing heavily, as if a trigger had been pulled, and he stopped thinking clearly. He leaned forward again, pulling her into an embrace with one arm, even though Haneul tried to push him away. Haneul didn't keep her balance and fell to the floor. Trying to catch her breath, the girl once again felt the gentle touch of the guy. No one had ever touched her in such a way before. Haneul was frightened. Her breathing hitched and she thought everything that was happening was crazy. She looked at Min-cheol as if she could find the answer in his eyes. Such situations had never occurred between them before, so now she was experiencing conflicting feelings, fear and curiosity. She felt his gentle touches and the sensations frightened her, so she asked him to stop. When Min-cheol pulled back, the girl glanced at his shorts and blushed, her eyes rounded with horror. Seeing him, Haneul was startled, thinking what the hell is going on? Her face flamed with shame. Suddenly, she thought, could this really happen right here and now? And could it really be her childhood best friend, Kim Min-cheol? The girl struggled with her desires. The guy looked away distantly, then sighed and asked what she was thinking about. Haneul continued to stare at him, not knowing what to answer or what to do next. She had to make a decision. Haneul thought about the fact that she had enjoyed kissing Min-cheol far more than she could have imagined, and she thought she might get even more pleasure out of what followed the kissing. The girl reached over and took his face in her hands. She decided that she wanted to try it, so she looked into the guy's eyes and asked if he had protection. Then something clicked in Haneul's head. She pushed the guy away, jumped up, and ran away from him. Waking up in the morning, the girl didn't immediately realize where she was. Looking around a bit, she realized she was in Min-cheol's room. And then memories and realizations came flooding back to her. She clutched her head in horror. Even though she was very drunk, she remembered everything. Min-cheol wasn't prepared for such a turn of events, and that was the only reason they almost made a mistake. Haneul felt bad. The situation with her sudden intrusion was resolved, but what happened yesterday would not be forgotten. She was ashamed to look him in the eye. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the alarm clock, and the girl remembered that she had important classes today, so she jumped out of bed and started to get dressed. She decided that she would deal with the uni first and then talk to Min-cheol afterwards. Classes at uni were coming to an end. One of Min-cheol's friends burst into the classroom and upon seeing him said he hadn't been able to reach him all day. Min-cheol had been in the astral all day. He couldn't focus and think about anything other than what happened yesterday, so he didn't even notice his friend. His friends couldn't understand what was wrong with him. He'd been like that since morning. One of them started bothering Min-cheol and saying that he should come to their party because the girls liked him, and they would only come if Min-cheol was present. The guy retorted that even if the girls came, they would leave very quickly because Sunbai is always annoying them with his behavior. Sighing, Min-cheol said he couldn't come anyway because he had a part-time job until 7 p.m. But his friend cheerfully replied that he could still join them after work because they were going to meet just at that time. The guy realized he couldn't get out of it. Min-cheol realized that his friend would not leave him so easily, so he replied that he would join them for a while. Sunbi perked up and thanked him. While the young man was telling his second friend to send out an announcement that Min-cheol would be with them, the guy dropped his head on his hands and couldn't get yesterday's picture out of his mind. The image of Haneul, how she looked and the feelings she stirred in him, lingered in his mind. Min-cheol blushed and felt himself starting to get excited. He tried to control his own emotions, but was afraid that he would go crazy. At this time, Haneul had finished her last lecture and was happy that she had successfully completed her homework assignment. Then she realized that the end of class meant that she might soon meet Min-cheol, and she didn't know how to talk to him or what to say. She couldn't say she was crazy about the sight of his muscles. She didn't know how to explain what had happened between them yesterday. While the girl was freaking out from her protesting feelings at the neighboring desk, her friends were laughing merrily, and it annoyed her. Haneul irritably asked what they were having so much fun at, to which the girls cheerfully asked if she was interested in looking at something. They showed her a newly released adult webtoon. The girls were delighted and suggested that she read it too. Haneul was a little embarrassed, but she was very interested, because it was a webtoon with many explicit scenes. A group of young people were having a good time, clinking glasses of alcohol. Min-cheol sat with an indifferent expression on his face while one of the girls tried to strike up a conversation with him. She was trying to treat him to sashimi. At the same time, another girl was offering to make him her signature cocktail. The guy started to get annoyed and wondered when it would end. He didn't want to be in this place at all. His friends sat across the table and were jealous of such attention from the girls. As long as Min-cheol was with them, no one paid any attention to them. Suddenly, one of the girls started complaining that all the beer was gone. Min-cheol thought this was his chance to get away, so he said he was going to the store to get a beer. The girls immediately offered to go with him, but the guy refused and said he could manage on his own. On his way out, he checked his phone, but there were no messages from Haneul. He thought about writing first, but did not know what to send at all. Meanwhile, Haneul was absorbed in reading erotic manga. She had never read such an interesting webtoon before. It was a whole new world. Haneul read chapter after chapter and didn't notice how she ate all the snacks. She liked to eat while reading, so she decided to go to the store. She headed to the nearest store without taking a break from reading. The girl admired how detailed the artist managed to convey the features of the human body. The explicit scenes were drawn in great detail. She looked at the pictures and wondered if doing it was really that enjoyable. Walking past the racks of produce, Haneul stopped suddenly. She stared at the small boxes and thought that if even one of them had been within reach yesterday, she and Min-cheol definitely wouldn't have stopped. Many questions immediately arose in the girl's mind about how it would be like. Would it hurt or would it feel good? Haneul blushed and scolded herself for thinking so much about indecent things lately. So she realized she wanted to try to do it, but she didn't know with whom. She thought she might suggest that Min-cheol do that. After all, what happened yesterday between them was definitely something he liked, and maybe he had thought about it too. The girl picked up a small pack with the intention of buying it just in case. Suddenly, she heard the shop door open and the salesman greeted the new customer. In the doorway stood Min-cheol, staring at Haneul and what she was holding in her hands. The young people sat on a campus bench in awkward silence. Min-cheol thought about the fact that he already didn't know how to start a conversation with her and didn't expect to bump into her in the shop. Haneul was thinking about where they would meet and didn't expect to see each other so soon. The guy couldn't believe what he had seen, how the girl was picking out protection. The girl was embarrassed and silent, wondering if he had noticed what she had bought or not. Their silence made Min-cheol's tension grow. He didn't know how to justify his behavior yesterday. While the girl tried to think of a way to start a conversation about yesterday without scaring him off. The guy said he wanted to talk about what had happened last night. Haneul brightened up, hoping to start a conversation. To his surprise, she was completely calm and looked at him intently. He felt awkward and said they had been drinking too much last night and had done something stupid, suggested they forget about it and continue to be friends as before. The guy looked at the girl and saw that she was upset. Min-cheol didn't understand what the hell was going on, why the girl reacted like that. Haneul blushed at the thought that she had almost suggested doing that with him, and he wanted to forget everything. She was very ashamed. She thought she had lost her mind. She then turned to the guy and told him that they would forget about what had happened and continue to be friends as before, and asked him not to feel awkward around her. She started patting Min-cheol on the shoulder, repeating that all was well between them. The guy sat awkwardly, not knowing what to say. The girl smiled strainedly, trying to create a relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, Haneul realized that the guy had a very strong and muscular back. She complimented him, said he was in very good shape, and assumed he was probably doing exercises with heavy weights. The guy irritatedly replied that he had already told her many times that he was working out at the gym and had long advised her to take care of her body, since it would not hurt for her to tighten up and pump up. The girl, without paying attention to him, suddenly pressed herself against his chest and began to feel him. It turned out that his chest and arms were also quite pumped up. The dumbfounded Min-cheol pulled the girl away from him in embarrassment. Haneul was startled as she unconsciously pressed herself against him, while the guy didn't realize why he hugged the girl so lightly in return. The girl said she had to go back to her dormitory, stood up abruptly, and tripped over her foot with her leg. Min-cheol, noticing this, immediately shouted to her to be careful and rushed to her aid. He caught the girl, who was about to fall face down in an instant. Haneul realized what had happened and was embarrassed. Then she realized that Min-cheol's arm was hugging her under her breast. The guy at that time also felt embarrassed by the closeness with the girl. The young people froze in that position and both felt goosebumps creeping up their bodies. Haneul could feel the guy's heart beating frantically with her back. Min-cheol kept hugging the girl with his arm and felt her heart beating rapidly. The thought flashed through his mind that he wanted to hug her even tighter, to hold her against him. Suddenly, the girl interrupted their silence and turned to the lad with a request. Blushing, she asked if she could stay the night at his place. After a while, the young people entered Min-cheol's apartment without interrupting their kissing. Once inside, the guy laid the girl right on the floor. They looked into each other's eyes, both excited and a little embarrassed. Min-cheol pulled away from the girl and looked up the stairs, thinking they had better move to his bedroom. He put the girl's arms around his neck and asked her to hold on to him tightly. Then he lifted her in his arms and with a few quick steps climbed the stairs. The girl squeezed her eyes shut in fear until she felt herself lying on the bed. The guy blushed. Couldn't believe they would actually do this. Haneul stared at him and wondered if it would ruin their 20-year friendship if they did this. But in the end, her curiosity got the best of her. Not fully understanding what to do, Min-cheol simply repeated after the girl. Haneul felt the gentle touches of the guy again, but she couldn't relax like last night. Apparently, the alcohol made it easier for her not to think about what was going on. Min-cheol was just as tense as she was and kept asking what he should do and how. This only irritated the girl, and she told him that she had no more experience than he did. At one point, the girl felt a surge of fear. She couldn't believe what was happening. To her surprise, Min-cheol was quieter than usual and focused. Although everything felt a bit awkward, the girl could sense his care. It was almost morning, yet the young couple still hadn't gone to bed. Haneul was absolutely exhausted and was horrified at what a psycho the guy had turned out to be. Min-cheol apologized, but the girl had already passed out. She was so tired she just fell asleep. The girl had a dream memory of her and Min-cheol catching bugs in the woods as children. She was running so fast that the boy could barely keep up with her and ended up tripping and falling. Haneul came back and gave him a hand, saying he was clumsy. She suggested that he hold hands while they walked, then neither of them would fall. Min-cheol looked at the girl with eyes full of surprise and then agreed. While the girl sweetly slept, the guy lay on the floor and could not sleep a wink thinking about what happened between them. Haneul was walking with her friends after class when one of them suddenly drew the girl's attention to the sports field. It was like the guys were trying out for the basketball team. The girls stopped to stare. Haneul remembered that the team competition was about to begin. One of her friends shouted loudly in support of a guy she knew. The guy put his fingers up in a gesture of victory. The girls were not sure that the guys from their faculty would pass to the team, because usually no one from the art faculty passed the qualifying rounds. Suddenly, her friends called out to Haneul and said that the management and media departments were competing at another venue. She looked at the field and saw how Min-cheol brilliantly put the ball in the ring. Everyone around admired him. The guy almost single-handedly defeated all the players. Girls said he was in very good shape and wondered why he didn't go to the sports department. Min-cheol noticed Haneul and teasingly showed her his tongue. The girl was about to leave when he ran up to her and asked if she was going to her campus. He asked her to wait for him so they could go together. Suddenly, the guy jumped up and started climbing the wall. Haneul, waiting for him, said that he could just climb the stairs like a normal person. Min-cheol asked if she had already eaten, and the girl replied that she had just eaten with Minji. Haneul thought that the guy was behaving as usual. There was no awkwardness between them. His voice snapped her out of her musings. He suggested they have dinner together. The girl thought about what her plans were for the evening. At the same time, a guy on a bicycle was speeding behind them. Min-cheol pulled the girl against him with one tug, saving her from colliding with the bike rider. He angrily shouted at him to be careful and watch where he was going. Min-cheol kept hugging Haneul's shoulder and grumbling that that guy almost ran over her. He asked if she was okay. The girl stood with red cheeks. Though she thought everything would be as before, her heart was racing and she was very embarrassed at how close they were to each other. Lee Johan dropped his head on the desk. He, along with Minji and Haneul, were on a group mission. Even though they had to hand in the assignment the next day, the girl suggested that he rest for a while. The guy stood up and said he couldn't take it anymore. He went to the cupboard, got a pillow and a blanket, and made a sort of bed out of his desks and said he needed a couple of hours' sleep. Minji stared at how instantly the guy started snoring. She got up from the table and said she had to have coffee or she'd fall asleep too. The girl asked Haneul to come with her, but she did not reply. Minji called out to her again. The girl was staring at her phone with a gloomy expression. Haneul paid no attention to anything around her. She decided to ask a question about their relationship with Min-cheol on one forum. Suddenly, Minji's voice rang out behind her back. The girl was startled and clutched the phone to her chest, but it was too late. A friend had time to read what she had written about on the forum and asked if what she had seen was true. Haneul stared at her friend in horror, not knowing where to begin. Sometime later, upon hearing about what had happened between Min-cheol and Haneul, Minji fell into a trance and gripped her coffee glass so tightly that it started to spill. Haneul could see that her friend was furious. She was squeezing her hands so hard that the coffee was dripping right onto her hands. The girl screamed. She couldn't believe her friend had slept with Min-cheol. Haneul asked her to be quieter. She didn't want anyone to hear about it and was embarrassed. She blushed and said it was true. She was embarrassed because she didn't know what had come over her. The girl hid her face in her hood from embarrassment and asked her friend not to judge her. Minji wondered if this meant they were now dating and why her friend hadn't told her anything earlier. When she heard from Haneul that they were not dating at all, the girl became furious. She squeezed her coffee glass so hard that it spilled all over. She was ready to strangle Min-cheol for treating her friend like that. Minji wiped her hands and said that the next time she met this guy, he would be in trouble. She asked the girl how she was feeling now, asked if her heart was pounding at the sight of Min-cheol, and Haneul said, yes. But when asked if she liked him as a boyfriend, the girl answered in the negative. She admitted that her heart does beat more often at the sight of him, but it's more of a physical attraction than a deep feeling. The girl honestly admitted that she can't imagine a relationship with him. Then, Minji noted that despite everything, thinking about her own first experience, the girl thought of Min-cheol first. Haneul hesitated and said it was probably because she was sure he would never hurt her. Minji asked how Min-cheol himself felt about all this, to which her friend replied that he was acting as usual, as if nothing had happened. The girl said she had been following them since high school and was sure he had feelings for his childhood friend, but Haneul objected and said she was sure it wasn't anything special for either of them. Minji then suggested that she test the guy's reaction and do exactly what she was about to tell her to do. Haneul texted Min-cheol, asked where he was, and offered to have lunch together. He replied that he had a class in his building and asked her not to come. He said he would find her himself after class. The girl was surprised to receive such a strange text message, thought maybe he was hiding something from her, and decided she wasn't going to follow him anyway. But after a while, Haneul was standing outside Min-cheol's auditorium, smiling contentedly. The fact that he had asked her not to come, on the contrary, had encouraged her to come straight to him. Finally, the doors of the auditorium opened and students started coming out. The girl began to look for a familiar face among the crowd. There were 3 times as many people in this department as in hers. Suddenly, some bloke stared at her and then shouted her name across the corridor, pointing his finger at her. Haneul felt awkward. She didn't know him and didn't understand why he paid such attention to her. Everyone around started to turn around and stare at the girl. The girl heard the students whispering and saying that it was the same Haneul and something about Kim Min-cheol. At this time, Min-cheol finally came out of the auditorium and didn't realize what all the fuss was about. He saw Haneul surrounded by his classmates. The guy rushed towards her and began shouting at everyone around to make them move and get away from her. By the time he got to her, the girl was already desperate. She didn't understand why all these people were looking at her with such interest. Min-cheol began to scold everyone around him for such behavior. After all, the girl was not a circus monkey to be viewed in such a way. He grabbed the guy who started all this by the chest and asked why he did all this. The guy replied that they were just interested in looking at the girl. Min-cheol runs away too every day and doesn't want to show to anyone. The guy got angry. He heard everyone around whispering. He decided that he and Haneul needed to get out quickly. Once outside, Min-cheol turned to the girl and said that he had asked her not to come just because something like this might happen. The girl ran after him so fast she could barely stand on her feet trying to catch her breath. She sat down on a bench and the guy started telling her off, saying she should exercise to improve her stamina. Haneul asked if she could lean on him briefly. She rested her head against his torso almost unconsciously, regaining her breath. And then a memory popped into her head that Minji had advised her to watch the guy's reaction when a girl would touch him. Haneul realized that this was the right moment and looked up at the guy. She was sure he wouldn't be able to act normal. And in fact, the guy stood there looking away in embarrassment. The girl couldn't see the expression on his face, but she noticed that the tips of his ears were reddening. Suddenly behind her back came the voice of Jae-hee Sunbae, which startled her, and she jerked sharply and hit Min-cheol's head right in the stomach. While the girl scolded the guy for sneaking up on her and scaring her, Min-cheol twisted in half, holding his stomach in pain. Jae-hee Sunbae lightheartedly guffawed and then turned his attention to the guy and asked Haneul who it was. Wasn't it her boyfriend? Min-cheol stared aggressively at the unfamiliar guy and thought, who the hell is this guy? It was late at night, and the girl coming out of the motel was smiling contentedly. She said she was satisfied today and forgives the guy. Jae-hee Sunbae said that he tried his best and smiled back at the girl. The girl said she had to go to the station and reached out to him and said she wanted the guy to kiss her goodbye. Jae-hee Sunbae had already leaned towards her but suddenly remembered the conversation with Haneul in the laundry room. He remembered the girl's innocent discourse on kissing and couldn't contain his laughter. His companion became angry and started shouting at him out of resentment for this behavior. The guy himself apologized and thought he would like to meet Haneul. So the next day, he was on campus and found her in the company of some guy. The girl introduced them to each other. She said that Min-cheol was her childhood friend and Jae-hee Sunbae was a second-year student in her department. The guys looked at each other incredulously. Jae-hee Sunbae tried to smile in a friendly manner while Min-cheol decided that this guy was not to be trusted. Haneul, sensing the tense atmosphere, asked Sunbae what had brought him to her. Jae-hee looked mischievously at the guy and decided to make him a little nervous. He approached the girl, smiled sweetly, and asked if they were in a relationship where they didn't need an excuse to see each other. Haneul looked at him incomprehensibly and asked if they were on such close terms. The guy laughed good-naturedly and said he was joking. He just wanted her jacket back. The girl was pleasantly surprised that he even laundered it. Suddenly, Min-cheol, who saw his jacket, became indignant and asked what the hell it was doing with this guy. Jae-hee Sunbae put his hand on his chest and said with an innocent look that he couldn't refuse it because Haneul practically forced him to strip in the street. While the girl panicked and tried to explain that it wasn't what it sounded like and scolded the Sunbae, a bunch of unpleasant thoughts ran through Min-cheol's head. He picked up the jacket bag and began to furtively back away, while Haneul frantically tried to tell him how it really was. Jae-hee Sunbae, who was enjoying the scene, waved to the guys and waved his hand to say he had to leave. Haneul frantically tried to stop the guy and asked him to go back and explain everything to Min-cheol. The young people were left alone in awkward silence. After a while, having discussed and calmed down, Min-cheol asked the girl why she was looking for him. Haneul replied that she wanted to have lunch with him. The girl thought to herself that she had actually come for a casual touch. Last time she hadn't been able to see his face, now she hoped to see his real reaction. The unsuspecting Min-cheol began to suggest to the girl various options of where they could go for lunch, while she thought of how she could touch him most naturally. The guy turned to look at the girl to ask her opinion. At that moment, Haneul reached out and touched the lad's cheek with her finger, as if a target had been drawn there. There was silence between them. The guy didn't know how to react to this, and the girl froze in horror. She thought she'd screwed up big time. It was as unnatural as possible, and she didn't know how to get out of it. Min-cheol didn't budge, only looked at her like she was crazy and asked what she was doing. Haneul, surprised at his reaction, removed her finger from his cheek. She expected him to scold her and grumble as usual, but he was perfectly calm and a little embarrassed. Seeing this expression on his face, the girl froze and felt her heart begin to beat faster and faster. She remembered Minji's words and wondered if she really liked Kang Min-cheol. It just couldn't be. The girl recoiled in horror and continued to stare at the guy. She couldn't believe she'd like a jerk like Min-cheol. She thought he was a dumbass whose behavior couldn't be fixed no matter how hard she tried. The guy had just been staring at the girl in silence the whole time and didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, the girl started grumbling that she didn't like the fact that he gritted his teeth in his sleep, that whenever she tried to study for exams, he distracted her, but then he passed them all successfully. The guy bristled, asking why she was suddenly picking a fight. Ignoring him, Haneul went on to say that he spends so much time every morning styling his hair that he is constantly late for his couple's classes. She went on and on telling the guy everything that pissed her off about him, and he couldn't take it anymore and shouted that she was sleeping with her eyes open in the first place. Both were silent for a moment and stared at each other with incandescent eyes. Then they reached for each other at the same time, grabbed each other's hair, and started pulling. They sat like that on the bench like little children. Haneul told him to let her go, or passers-by would think they were a couple, to which Min-cheol replied that no one in their right mind would want to be in couple with her. Neither of them wanted to give in to the other and let their hands go first. They agreed to let each other go on the count of 3, but when they finished counting, neither of them let go. Each of them became angry and accused the other of dishonesty, continuing to pull their hair even harder. Haneul stared at Min-cheol's face. Suddenly uncomfortable, she let go of her hands and shoved the guy in the chest. She jumped up from the bench, breathing heavily, and stepped away from him. Nervous, the girl wrapped her arms around herself and, afraid to look the guy in the eye, asked him not to see her for a while. Min-cheol stared at her incomprehensibly. The girl said that what happened yesterday was her own initiative and she didn't know what to say for herself. But she didn't understand why the guy was so calm. She said that because of what happened last night between them, they would not date, and she wanted to continue being friends with him. But for the moment, being around him made her feel very uncomfortable. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the guy's reaction. Hearing these words, Min-cheol froze for a moment, opened his mouth to say something, but then decided not to say anything and clenched his jaw tightly. The guy stood up and replied that he understood her and would leave right away. Haneul felt guilty, but she thought it would be better for both of them to not see each other for a while. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. The girl turned away tiredly and answered it. It was her mother, asking if her daughter was coming home tomorrow. The girl stared incomprehensibly in front of her, asking why she had to go home. The woman scolded her daughter for forgetfulness and said that tomorrow was the beginning of the Fall Harvest Festival. She told her daughter to come home with Min-cheol because she and his mother had prepared a lot of delicious things to eat. The girl turned around in horror and saw a guy talking on the phone. At that time, Min-cheol had a similar conversation with his mother, who demanded that he and Haneul come home together. Thus, the young people ended up on the same bus, sitting next to each other on the way home. Saying goodbye to her mother, Haneul thought about how she could go home with him together after everything she had just said. She pulled out her phone and began to reassure herself that she would just take another bus. But opening the app, she was horrified. There was only one bus left to their house for tomorrow. In that case, all she had to do was pick a spot as far away from the guy as possible. It was Chuseok's magic because there were only 2 seats left, and they were right next to each other. She turned around in horror and stared at the guy. That's how they ended up together again. Haneul sat there exhausted, and Min-cheol rested his head on his hand in frustration. The guy glanced at the girl and saw that she was sitting with glazed eyes of horror. He sighed heavily. He wanted to keep quiet, but then he decided he should tell her after all. He took in a lungful of air and said he was going to tell her something she'd apparently forgotten. The girl was all ears. That night, when the girl was already exhausted, she practically passed out. But she kept muttering something, so Min-cheol ducked down to hear her better. Haneul asked him not to ignore her later because of what happened, said she wouldn't survive if he disappeared from her life. The guy was struck by her sincerity and the desperation in her voice. Then the girl fell soundly asleep. Gritting his teeth, Min-cheol continued to say that that was why he was acting as usual and pretending that nothing had happened, even though it was not easy for him. That was why he was angry when he realized that the girl had forgotten everything and resented him for his behavior. Realizing everything, Haneul felt very guilty. She embarrassedly apologized, but the guy reassured her and told her it was okay now. He said he didn't want to feel uncomfortable around her either. On returning home, Min-cheol's mother and Haneul threw their arms around each other. While they hugged and asked each other how they were doing, the boy bowed politely to Haneul's mother and made his way into the house. The girl ran to hug her mother while Min-cheol stood in the doorway with her bags like that. Haneul hugged her mother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and was glad to be home again. Suddenly, the woman asked how she and Min-cheol felt after drinking that day. The girl stared at her mother incomprehensibly. The guy froze in place at what he heard. The woman went on to say that Haneul had called her herself and told her that they had drunk the whiskey they had taken by mistake. Pulling herself together, the girl replied that they had only had a few drinks and went straight to rest. From the kitchen came the voice of Min-cheol's mother asking them to come and help set the table, and the guys jumped at the chance to interrupt the conversation. Haneul's eyes widened at how many delicious things were on the table. But because she was trying her best to act normal, she couldn't relax and enjoy her meal. While the guy chose not to think about anything at all, the girl realized that they would have to spend these days together, and she urgently needed to think of something. Suddenly, she got the idea to pretend she had indigestion, then she could be alone for a while. The girl started shoveling food into her mouth very much and quickly. But a little later, she realized that it would not be possible to fake illness, as her stomach proved to be surprisingly strong. At this time, Min-cheol asked for dessert, offering to cut up fruit. Soon, there was a plate of sliced fruit on the table, and Min-cheol's mother holding out her fork, Haneul asked if she had heard about the release of the new film. The girl got excited and said she'd like to see it. Then the woman smiled and said she had a coupon for a trip to the cinema. Haneul was even more excited and offered to go together, but the woman said she wasn't interested, and especially she planned to visit the new cafe with the girl's mother. And then she said that the girl and Min-cheol could go to the movies together. The guy peeling the orange froze in place, and Haneul broke out in a cold sweat. Both young people were not happy with this idea. Haneul decided that something had to be done and was about to say that she wanted to go to the cafe with the women. But the words stuck in her throat because it was the premiere of a film she really wanted to see. In the end, she still couldn't turn down going to the cinema and was left standing with her mouth open. Later, the young people were standing in the lobby of the cinema, and the girl was nervously shuffling from foot to foot. Min-cheol said he was going out to buy popcorn, and Haneul exhaled, thinking that she really is the kind of person who has a hard time fighting her urges. The cinema was practically empty. As the young people sat down in their seats, Haneul thought about how she really wanted to watch this film, but wasn't sure she could concentrate. But contrary to her fears, the film went smoothly. She sobbed, and Min-cheol was bored. Walking out of the auditorium, the girl's eyes were red and swollen with tears, but she was determined to watch this film again later on. Min-cheol made fun of her for being so mature and still crying at sad moments. The girl responded by saying that he cried himself. As much as he tried to deny it, his reddened and swollen eyes spoke for themselves. Suddenly, Haneul saw the photo booth on her way out of the cinema, and a cunning plan ripened in her head. She dragged the guy there, saying they hadn't been photographed together in a long time, ignoring his protests. At first, Min-cheol didn't want to get involved, but then he saw that the girl was having fun, and he had fun too. Friends started having fun and fooling around like the old days. For a moment, they forgot the events of the past days and became just childhood friends again. After taking the photo, they went to the slot machines and played until Min-cheol dragged the losing Haneul away from there. Having had a lot of fun, they went out into the cold evening air. Haneul stared up at the starry sky. Though it wasn't that late, the days had grown shorter and cooler with the onset of autumn. Heading home, the girl offered to have a beer, and the guy readily agreed to it. Then both of them simultaneously shuddered as they remembered what their last time drinking alcohol together had resulted in. And they immediately rushed home, agreeing on the way that drinking beer was a bad idea. Rushing down the road, Haneul heard a familiar male voice call her by name. She, along with Min-cheol, turned around and saw a familiar guy. The guy extended his finger in their direction and yelled their names and then said he recognized them. The young man looked at him incredulously and then recognized him. It turned out to be the same classmate who always made fun of them during their run-ins at school. Young people came to sit in a cafe and remember their school years. The guy was surprised that Min-cheol and Haneul were still spending time together. The guys couldn't believe that they had just met their former classmate in the street, It had been 4 years since they graduated. While they talked, Haneul tried to cut her food into small pieces, and Min-cheol watched her futile attempts. Finally, with a sigh, he took the cutlery from her and said he would help her. The guy started cutting up the food, grumbling at the girl that she didn't even know how to use a knife. Their friend smiled and asked if they had finally become a couple. He remembered how they had threatened that if that happened, one of them would cut off his balls and the other would shave herself bald. Min-cheol choked with surprise, and Haneul stared at the guy in silence. Coughing, Min-cheol asked if their friend had lost his mind. The guy replied that it looked like there were romantic feelings between the two of them after all. Haneul was angry and embarrassed. She pointed her finger at Min-cheol and shouted, "Why, the guy thought she might have feelings for someone like him." Plus, she later changed her promise to cut her hair bald. The guy wondered what she had promised. The girl hesitated for a moment and then, blushing, replied that she was going to be an old maid for the rest of her life. The guy wouldn't stop and said that there was a romantic aura in the air between the two of them anyway. Min-cheol, still clearing his throat, replied that he was wrong, and the girl said that the guy seemed drunk. Suddenly, he announced that they hadn't had a drink yet and offered to order alcoholic beverages. Haneul immediately refused, saying that she had a low tolerance for alcohol. Then a friend said that this restaurant had a great selection of fruit beer and suggested she try it. Haneul was interested because she liked beer very much. Min-cheol listened to the girl agree to drink the beer with a glare, but he didn't want to openly make any remarks to her so as not to cause a new wave of jokes about their relationship. Finishing the third glass of beer, the girl smacked her lips with pleasure and said that she should have tasted such deliciousness long ago. Min-cheol angrily clutched his glass and couldn't believe that the girl was going to get drunk again. The young people sat around and reminisced about the fun days of high school. They recalled playing with the water hose in the summer and being scolded for it, and how they participated in tug-of-war. Haneul had blood all over her hands at the time, and the guy admitted he's been afraid of girls ever since. Suddenly, the girl staggered to her feet and said she was going to the loo and asked not to discuss funny stories without her. The guys were left alone, and a former classmate asked when the sports competition would start at the university. Min-cheol said in 2 weeks. His friend smiled and said that the guy's faculty would definitely win. Min-cheol stared at his friend and asked what he meant. The guy replied that it goes without saying that the physical education department would win. Min-cheol clenched his hands and said he was studying business admin. The guy was surprised and asked how this happened, as he remembered that Min-cheol was a successful athlete back in middle school. The young man propped his head up with his hand and replied that he stopped playing sports in his first year of high school, and since they were attending different schools at the time, his friend did not know about it. Suddenly, Min-cheol poured a glass of soju, said that nothing special had happened, he just realized he was bored with sport and offered his friend a drink. The guy sitting across from him stared at him in surprise. He was sure his friend was considered a promising athlete, and he couldn't understand what had changed so dramatically. At this time, Min-cheol thumped his shot glass loudly on the table and grumbled that soju has a nasty taste. Before they knew it, the second round of songs at the karaoke bar was coming to an end. Haneul sang the same song over and over, and the boys discussed that the girl hadn't changed at all since high school. The guy wondered about the girl's musical taste, saying he wasn't too sophisticated and he wouldn't understand it. Min-cheol replied with a satisfied smile that his mother had instilled in Haneul a love for music. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of her singing. It was a song about a girl going to give her lips to a guy. Min-cheol stared at how beautiful she was, while Haneul smiled and looked straight at him and sang a song with the words that she would give him everything. The guys were having fun and laughing. He was amused by Haneul's voice and turned to Min-cheol, saying that she sings hilarious. He wanted to make fun of her. But he saw that Min-cheol sat mesmerized by the girl. He only replied that she was really marvelous. The friend was just convinced once again that there was clearly something romantic going on between these two. And although Haneul didn't score a single point for singing, she was pleased with herself. The girl said she was going out to buy herself a soft drink, offered to buy some for the guys, but they refused. The guy was about to suggest choosing the next song when Min-cheol suddenly got up from his seat, grabbed Haneul's jacket, and followed her. The young man looked his way and thought it was expected. These two walked together all the time. Min-cheol went out on the street looking for the girl. He had been going round and round when suddenly he saw Haneul. The girl sat on a small stool and licked an ice cream. She looked up at Min-cheol with embarrassment. The guy got indignant, said he'd been looking for her around all the drink machines. The girl hiccuped and said she had a sudden craving for ice cream, so she ended up in this place. Min-cheol lifted her to her feet and threw her jacket over her shoulders, thought for a moment, and taking off his jacket, put it on the girl too. He gently buttoned her jacket up to her chin and told her that if she ate ice cream in this cold, she might get sick. He looked her in the eye and muttered who she thought would take care of her if she got sick. Haneul looked into his eyes and her cheeks flushed. She was amazed at his concern. She rose up on her toes and reached her lips to the guy's. Min-cheol blushed and rambled on, asking the girl what she was up to and what had come over her. The girl was embarrassed and lowered her head. She said she just suddenly wanted to kiss him. The guy held his gaze on the girl, wondering why she said that, and then grabbed her by the shoulders. The girl's hand holding the ice cream came down, and the ice cream began to melt, dripping to the ground. In the darkness of the street passage stood a boy and a girl, tightly pressed together, kissing each other. Min-cheol pressed the girl against the wall and kissed her passionately. The young people gave in to their feelings and couldn't stop themselves. The guy briefly pulled away from the girl, looking into her eyes, both breathing heavily. Then he kissed her with renewed vigor. It was insane. Haneul raised her hand, and a drop of ice cream dripped down onto Min-cheol's arm, dousing him with coldness. He pulled away from the girl to see what was wrong, and seeing the ice cream on his hand, said it was very cold. The girl watched as a drop of ice cream ran down the guy's wrist. Suddenly, she grabbed Min-cheol's hand and pulled him to her, licking the naughty drop with her tongue. Such a sight stirred the lad's mind. He froze, and his body was covered in goosebumps. The guy abruptly withdrew his hand, and the other reached out and covered Haneul's face, asking what the hell she was doing. The girl giggled and muttered that the guy just had a huge hand covering her whole face. Min-cheol blushed when he heard the implication in her words. Taking his hand away, he exhaled and said that she should stop drinking because in that state she was being careless and could get into trouble. The girl looked at him carefully and exhaled and said he was right. She rested her head on the guy's chest and said she didn't understand why she kept doing all these things to him. She mumbled that she didn't even have romantic feelings for him, but for some reason, she desperately wanted it. Min-cheol looked at the girl clinging to him and didn't know how to react to her words. On the one hand, it was offensive, but he didn't know what he felt for the girl now. After a while, Min-cheol went back to his friend to the karaoke room. The guy was finishing a song. The guy said that he and Haneul had been gone so long that he had finished the 9th song and was going to leave without paying, leaving it on their conscience. Seeing Min-cheol alone, he asked where the girl had gone, to which the guy replied that she had gone to the lavatory. Then the guy took a closer look at him and asked why his face was so red. Min-cheol looked away irritably and replied that it was because of drinking. The friend continued to regard the lad enigmatically, and then saying that perhaps his question wouldn't please him, asked what Min-cheol really thought of Haneul. The guy exhaled heavily because it was a really annoying question. He said he thought she was part of his family. The realization that he had just made out in a hickey with a close relative dumbfounded him. His actions could almost be considered incestuous. Min-cheol hid his face in his palms and began to mutter something about why he was doing this to her and that they shouldn't continue. His friend at this time covered his mouth with his hand in surprise and thought that he had hit the jackpot, for Min-cheol had drunkenly just blabbed such a secret. He thought the guy would tell him to back off with the stupid questions, but it turns out under the influence of alcohol, he was told the whole truth. The guy moved closer to Min-cheol and began to reassure him that there was nothing wrong with his feelings for Haneul. Asked if he was going to do anything about it. Min-cheol, without raising his head, dejectedly replied that he had no choice but to respect her decision and do as she wished. His friend looked at him incomprehensibly and said that if he tried to act, he would definitely be able to win the heart of Hall. But the guy denied everything, saying that his friend does not understand. The guy couldn't stand it and shouted at Min-cheol, asking if he was always so stubborn. He said he had to confess his feelings to her, asking what the guy was so afraid of. Min-cheol exhaled heavily and shuddered, imagining the worst possible outcome. And then he lowered his head doomily and said the thing he was most afraid of was ruining their 20-year friendship. In the end, Min-cheol had to carry the sleeping Haneul on his back. The guy was shocked how she managed to get so drunk that she fell asleep in the washroom. He turned to the friend who had seen them off and said it was good to see him after all these years. The guy looked at the couple leaving and thought about the fact that these two definitely have feelings for each other. But both of them either don't want to admit it or just don't realize it, because they've been best friends for so long. If so, the moment of realization could be a challenge for them. Either way, he hoped they'd be okay. The white fluffy face meowed longingly and demanded attention. Haneul couldn't open her eyes. She felt lousy, but she couldn't even move to kick the cat off her chest. Gathering her strength at last, the girl walked into the kitchen. Her mother saw her and joked jovially that her daughter was a drunkard. The woman handed her a mug of warm water. The girl asked how she had got home. When she heard that Min-cheol had brought her home on his back, the girl almost choked up. She ran to her room and texted the guy right away. She asked if it was true that he brought her home on his back. Min-cheol, who was brushing his teeth at the time, texted, "Doesn't she remember last night?" The girl replied that she didn't remember anything that happened after she sang the song, asked if she was acting weird. The guy replied that she shouldn't worry, that she was acting like a clown as usual. Haneul thanked him and wished him a good holiday. She put the phone away and stared at the ceiling, exhaling. She knew she was being cowardly because she remembered how they had kissed yesterday. The girl covered her head tiredly with her hand. She realized that she had crossed the line with him a lot lately, but their communication seemed to be normal after what had happened. Haneul pondered the relationship they were in after having sex. Could they continue to be just friends? Because she really wanted to keep her friendship with him. She didn't know how she was going to be around him now or what she wanted to do with him. She felt a little sad. Min-cheol held the phone in his hands silently for a while. As he walked into the room, his gaze locked on their childhood photo together, and he thought about the fact that Haneul had always been so curious that she wanted to satisfy her curiosity right away. She happens to be interested in sex this time, and once her interest cools down, they'll go back to normal. The guy thought about it and came to the conclusion that eventually, when this was over, the girl might well apologize and say that she had just lost her mind. He sighed heavily and ruffled his hair. It was hard for him. It was hard to hide his real feelings and pretend he didn't care. But until she got sick of it, it was just a matter of holding on. The campus was very lively. There were students walking everywhere and fast food trucks standing around. The girls braided and gathered Lee Johan's hair. The boy mumbled his thanks nonchalantly. Lee Haneul laughed merrily. Her friend said that with this hairstyle, the guy would definitely win the competition. Lee Johan rubbed his neck and replied that their department was really lucky lately. The boys excited and were very enthusiastic. It was the first time that their department passed the qualifiers and made it to the finals. Their sunbae was really cool. Haneul and her friends began to encourage Lee Johan and say that he will definitely win. The guy started to feel uncomfortable because of the noise around him. He put his thumb up and said he was going to go out there and kick everyone's ass. Minji joked that with his hair like that, he doesn't look as cool as he imagines he does. A while later, the girls took a snack and came to the field, but froze with shock and indignation. They couldn't understand why the hell so many students were gathered here. The girls weren't sure if they would find somewhere to sit. Haneul wondered since when basketball became so popular. The girls began to look for the opposing team their department was competing against. Finally, they saw the guys from the business management department, and everything fell into place. The influx of people was because two of uni's hottest guys were competing tonight. Seeing Min-cheol in the opposing team, Lee Johan groaned and sadly told Sunbae that it looks like today they will definitely not win. Jae-hee Sunbae asked if he was now going to run away. To which the guy replied that if he looked cute, he would stay, and the guys laughed. Sunbae turned and looked at the opposing team. He said that when it comes to basketball, you have to play to know the outcome. He saw the guy that Haneul is friends with and said that he looked like a pretty good player. Min-cheol, who felt that he was being looked at Jae-hee Sunbae with a challenge. The girls looked at the field and discussed by what score their department would lose. They didn't have even the smallest hope of winning. Minji looked carefully at Haneul's worried look and asked if she had decided which team she was going to cheer for. On one side was her department, and on the other side was Min-cheol. The girl folded her hands in a lock and brought them up to her face. She said she would pray that they would play injury-free. Min-cheol relaxedly drove the ball and once again threw it into the ring to the cheers of the crowd. As he once again approached basketball hoop, a familiar guy appeared in his path and smiled cheekily at him. Min-cheol very politely addressed him as Haneul Sunbae and asked him not to interfere with him and to get out of his way. Jae-hee laughed and said that the guy was very polite but would not do that. He glowed with a smile and mockingly told the guy that he could affectionately call him young. Min-cheol threw back that he wasn't going to do that. Then the boy asked if he was really Haneul's childhood friend. He said that if that was the case, the guy should know the girl's interests and tastes, and then asked if he would tell him more about her. Min-cheol looked at him suspiciously and asked if he was really interested in this. Jae-hee Sunbae made a fake expression as if he was actually thinking about the guy's question, and then smirking looked at the guy and replied that he wasn't really interested. Min-cheol's gaze became cold and stern, and he was ready to snap at the lad. Suddenly, he took a step forward, pushed off, and threw the ball straight into the basketball hoop from behind the three-point line. Jae-hee Sunbae stared in the direction of the ball, and it was hard to believe that a guy in such a state hit the target. Min-cheol looked at him unkindly and said that if he wanted to provoke him, he should have tried to be more original. Jae-hee Sunbae admitted that his plan didn't work. Haneul and her friends went and listened to the outrage that their department had lost to the business management department by a score of 11-57. Now that the competition was over, they didn't know what to do with themselves. Minji, out of grief, offered to let the girl eat her portion too. Haneul didn't get upset at all and happily agreed to it. As they passed by, they saw Jae-hee Sunbae surrounded by a large number of people as usual. Whenever he participated in any events, he attracted a lot of attention because of his popularity. The guys decided to chat to him another time as he was busy now and went in search of a fast food machine. At this time, Jae-hee Sunbae sighed tiredly, and suddenly raising his head, his gaze caught on a familiar silhouette. He recognized Haneul. The guy laughed to himself that she walks around with a mouthful of food. Suddenly, the memory of what Min-cheol had said him about the provocation flashed through his mind, and a plan matured in his mind. Haneul complained that all the food courts around here were already closed and suggested we head to a cafe. Minji wondered how a girl could fit so much food in her stomach. Lee Johan offered to get back on the field and see who the business management department would play with next. Haneul thought about the fact that if she came back, she would have to watch Min-cheol again, but she couldn't think of anything interesting for them to do. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Hye-soo, and her voice was ringing. She asked Haneul not to worry and said she had something to tell her. When she reported that Min-cheol had been taken to the police, Haneul froze with shock. This was not at all how she had planned to dispel boredom. Jae-hee Sunbae stopped when he heard a familiar voice call out to him. It was a friend of Haneul's. Min-cheol glared menacingly at him. The guy knew it would piss him off, so he smiled and said again that he could call him Hyung, to which Min-cheol again replied that he wasn't going to do that. He looked at the guy with suspicion and then asked if he was really interested in Haneul. Jae-hee Sunbae decided to tease him and smiled slyly like a Cheshire cat and said that it might be true. He lowered his head and said conspiratorially that Haneul is a very cute girl, and then added that that's one of the reasons Min-cheol likes her too. When the guy heard that, a shiver ran through his body. For a moment, his mind went blank, as if he'd been swept away into the astral. Then he pulled himself together and stammered, asking what the hell was that guy talking about. Jae-hee Sunbae smiled at the thought that he tried to provoke the guy again, but it didn't work. Then he replied that maybe he was really interested in Haneul. He waved goodbye to Min-cheol while he stood in a stupor and wished him a good game. At this time, one of his teammates called out to Min-cheol, but seeing the expression on his face, the guy froze. The guy asked which department the next game was against, and his friend, after some thought, replied that it would be the PE department. A short while later, Min-cheol and his teammates were eating sweets. The guys were discussing how the match with the physical education department might turn out. Suddenly, one of the guys told me that people around here are already betting on which faculty will win this game. He had heard people say with his own ears that Kim Min-cheol was in great physical shape, so the business management department had a good chance of winning. But the PE department had a good reputation as well. Min-cheol sipped his water and said that all these bets are meaningless. Personally, he only wanted to win. His friend as bewitched told him that the president of the department promised to organize a celebratory dinner in a restaurant with pork brisket, so they have no right to lose. Suddenly, the guys overheard someone in the PE department being indignant about people betting on their game. The guy was angry and said they were crazy. How could they compare them to the jerks in the business management department? Min-cheol and his friend were sitting at the bottom of the stairs where the guys couldn't see them, so they could hear the whole conversation. One of the guys on the opposing team said it was all Min-cheol's fault. A lot of people know that he's a really good player, to which his fellow student jock roared that this guy is a regular punk and not even close to their guys. Seung-hyun smiled and said that his friend was absolutely right. Hearing his voice, Min-cheol turned his ears. He was sure he had heard that voice before recently. The guys kept talking about him, saying he acts like he's allowed to do anything just because he's tall. The jock guy was outraged. He started asking why Min-cheol was suddenly popular. If he looks like a pretty girl and has pale skin, is that considered beautiful? Min-cheol and his friend, sitting in the shelter, were holding back laughter. The big guy, meanwhile, went on to say that guys like Min-cheol go on blind group dates all the time and take the prettiest girls, so regular guys don't stand a chance. Seung-hyun laughed and told the guy to speak for himself because he personally had recently been on a group blind date recently. The guys were immediately enthusiastic and asked if there were any cute girls there and if he had managed to flirt with anyone. The guy smirked smugly. He said there were some really cute girls there. He personally managed to glue Kim Min-cheol's childhood friend together. When he heard that, the guy froze and finally realized why that voice sounded familiar to him. It was the same guy who had confessed to Haneul. One of the guys opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't believe it, asking if Seung-hyun had managed to glue Haneul herself together. Min-cheol's friend leaned over to him and grinned and remarked that his female friend was famous among the guys, despite the fact that he tried so hard to hide her. Suddenly, the guys heard one of the guys start asking Seung-hyun if the rumors about her figure are not lying, and if her shape is really so impressive. The jock stared at his friend incomprehensibly and asked what shapes he was asking about. The guy chuckled and put his palms together at his chest and started squeezing and unclenching them, saying that Haneul was famous for her huge breasts. Seung-hyun's voice was heard, and he replied that although he didn't get to see her naked, he could definitely tell that she had breasts larger than D size. The guys giggled and asked him how it went with her. Min-cheol froze at this point and anger coursed through his veins. The friend sitting next to him said that these guys were real bastards. Seung-hyun said that he called her home on the pretext of doing homework together. She either foolishly or naively went to his house, but then she ran away. So he gave up on her. He said she wasn't pretty enough for him to spend much effort on her. He thought it would be easy to have fun with her because she looked stupid. When Min-cheol heard this, he got to his feet and stopped taking responsibility for his actions. The guy was moving his feet up the stairs on automatic. As Seung-hyun continued to rant, his friends suddenly froze and were even a little frightened. The guy stared at his friends, not understanding what was happening to them. He didn't pay attention to the huge shadow looming over him. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by his t-shirt and turned him round sharply. When he saw Min-cheol's angry face, he only managed to mumble something inaudible. Before he knew it, the guy's fist was rushing towards his face. Haneul ran at full speed through the streets of the city towards the police station. When she heard that Min-cheol had been taken to the police, the girl assumed that someone had insulted him and he had started a fight. But Hye-soo interrupted her and said it wasn't like that. The girl said that Min-cheol witnessed Seung-hyun saying obscene things about Haneul to his friends from the PE department, so he fought with him. Haneul reached the police station in record time. Bursting inside, she immediately started shouting and looking for Min-cheol. When he saw her, the guy froze, looking like a delinquent child. The girl ran up to him and cradled his face in her palms, examining the abrasions. The guy screamed in pain, begging to be released. The girl kept wailing that if he had started a fight, he shouldn't have let himself be beaten up. He should learn to fight back. She demanded that he tell her where that bastard Seung-hyun was, and she would beat him up herself. Suddenly, there was a polite cough from a policeman who pointed his finger at a sign asking for silence, and the girl apologized. The man then pointed his finger in the direction, and Haneul followed him with a glance. She saw Seung-hyun sitting behind Min-cheol. There was no living space on his face, and he looked much worse than the guy she was just worried about. The girl lowered her hands and exhaled heavily. She realized that they seemed to be in trouble. Haneul approached the policeman and asked if they could go home since it was a mutual attack, and the guys came to an agreement. Seung-hyun shouted that an agreement was out of the question. He told her to take a closer look at his face. It was obvious he was the injured party. The guy was screaming that he was going to sue Min-cheol. The girl exhaled and adopted a nonchalant expression on her face. And then she suddenly swung round and hit him on the head so that the guy even bit his tongue. As she continued to whip Seung-hyun, Min-cheol sat quietly on the sidelines, afraid to get under her arm. The guy covered his head with his hands and moaned, asking what the girl was beating him up for. Haneul stated that she heard what he was telling his mates, and if he had any conscience, he wouldn't be asking what he's getting for now. Seung-hyun stared at the girl with shame and horror. He had nothing to say, as if he had swallowed his tongue. Haneul clenched her fists and looked at him angrily. She wondered if she should voice all the nasty things he had said about her. And then she added that if he went to court, she'd countersue him for sexual harassment. Seung-hyun felt ashamed and realized that he would not win this argument, so he silently lowered his head. The girl looked at the guy with disappointment for a while longer. Then she said he should be ashamed. He so boastfully said nasty things about her, and now he's even embarrassed to look into her eyes. She exhaled and told Min-cheol that they were leaving. They crouched down in front of the police station, and Haneul grumblingly started treating the lad's wounds. The guy's face was covered in abrasions and scratches, but he silently endured while the girl pecked plasters on his wounds. Haneul reprimanded him for still acting like a child and not being able to restrain his aggressive temperament. Min-cheol interrupted her and asked if she was okay with them just leaving this guy alone after all the nasty things he'd said about her. The girl thought about it and replied that if he had continued to scandalize, she might actually have sued him. But since he was embarrassed and couldn't say anything else, she decided to just forget about him and never think about it again. She admitted that the situation was a real lesson for her, and she's glad they didn't have anything. She managed to tell him everything she wanted to say, so she's happy. Then Haneul suddenly became furious and started berating the guy for actually overreacting. She said he shouldn't have gotten into a fight. He can't solve problems through violence all the time. He beat him up in the middle of campus and didn't even think about the fact that this guy could actually sue him. The guy pretended not to listen to her, covering his ears with his fingers. The girl was upset by the fact that in addition to this, there were a large number of people who do not know the whole situation, and now the university will again spread rumors about her and Min-cheol. Min-cheol said he doesn't care what rumors are circulating about them. The girl was offended by this and shouted, asking how he could say that. The guy was embarrassed and turned away, saying that the girl listens to all these rumors, but only she is important to him and she knows the truth. Hearing those words, Haneul froze and felt something in her chest tighten up. Sometimes there are cases when a person suddenly realizes that among his good friends and people he has known for a long time, there is someone who is absolutely ordinary for others, but absolutely irreplaceable and dear to him. Unimaginable. But looking at this guy now, Haneul felt exactly that feeling. The girl who perceived Min-cheol as part of her family suddenly felt something blossom in her chest. And she wondered why, Among so many people, he was the one who was now by her side. While the girl was completely absorbed in her thoughts because of the shock, the guy reached out to her and touched her shoulder, trying to bring her back to him. Haneul regarded his handsome face and big, strong arms, barely hearing him ask why she was staring at him. Experiencing an unfamiliar, pleasant feeling, the girl finally guessed what had happened to her. She blushed ear to ear and realized that her first love had caught up with her. The next day, the girl was styling her hair and still couldn't believe she had fallen in love with her best friend. She stared at her reflection in the mirror and asked herself if she was wrong or just going crazy. Remembering Min-cheol's face and how he had admitted that she was more important to him than the others, the same feelings came over the girl. She blushed and realized that she had fallen in love with him after all. She was embarrassed to even look at herself, so she dropped to her knees, holding onto the sink, and tried to regain her breath. She thought it was something very strange and embarrassing that she had fallen in love with her best friend. She had always seen him as an annoying little brother, but why had he suddenly become so attractive and sexy in her eyes? Finally, she stood up and took a deep breath to try to calm herself down. She looked at herself in the mirror and decided that she needed to somehow seduce Kim Min-cheol. The girl started to look at herself and thought that she didn't know what the guy thought of her, but since they slept together, at least her body attracted him. She spun round in front of the mirror and couldn't decide whether she could seduce a guy or not. Minji, reading a magazine, heard crying and screaming for help from the bathroom. Bursting in there, she saw Haneul sitting on the floor with her head leaning against the wall. The girl thought she had fallen and hit her head. Haneul looked at her friend with eyes full of tears and asked for her help. The next day, the girls went shopping, where Minji helped Haneul pick out some new outfits. The girl never ceased to be amazed at how her friend managed to combine things in such a great way. She admired Minji's style every time. The girl replied that fashion was something she was really interested in. She explained that when a person is obsessed with something and is constantly thinking about something they are interested in, eventually they become much better at it. Haneul thanked her friend for her help and admired her once again. In turn, the girl wondered why her friend suddenly decided to buy new clothes, because she had never been interested in shopping before. Haneul panicked. She didn't want to tell her friend that she wanted to make herself pretty for Min-cheol. She looked away and said that she just wanted to buy some things for autumn. Minji pretended to be satisfied with that answer. She realized that her friend's eagerness to update her wardrobe had something to do with Min-cheol. Haneul spent a long time tidying herself up in front of the mirror. She put on her new skirt and worried if it would look too short. Then she glanced at her phone and decided it was time to text Min-cheol and invite him to have lunch together. Her finger hovered over his contact, but the girl still couldn't make up her mind to text him. At the mere thought of them meeting and being alone together, her heart raced and she was gripped by panic and fear. She couldn't understand what was happening to her, because they used to have lunch together every day. While she was nervous and trying to pull herself together, her phone rang. It was Min-cheol's mother, the girl wondering what she might need since she was calling her. Soon, Haneul came running to the guy's flat and happily said hello to his mom. The woman greeted her cheerfully. The girl was surprised that Auntie had traveled so far to see them, as they were going to come home this weekend themselves. The guy's mother replied that she had business nearby, so she stopped by to drop off some goodies and told the girl to stay and be sure to eat. She then said angrily that Min-cheol had not returned her calls all day. They were about to agree on how they would punish him for such behavior, when suddenly the guy appeared in the doorway and tiredly exhaled, saying that he was finally home. His mother immediately took to her heels and began to reprimand her negligent son. Min-cheol, who had not expected to see her, was dumbfounded, while Haneul laughed at him. The woman grumbled and went to the kitchen and told her son to help set the table. Haneul quietly asked him why he wasn't answering his mother's calls. The guy ducked down and whispered that he'd tell her a little later. Seeing that the girl didn't understand, he moved closer to her and whispered in her ear that he would tell her everything when his mother left. As soon as Haneul felt his breath against her ear, she immediately flushed red and her skin covered in goosebumps. Min-cheol went off to help his mother, leaving Haneul to burn with embarrassment. After lunch, the woman said she was leaving. Haneul was sad that Auntie had spent so little time with them, but the woman had plans of her own. Min-cheol's mother wished them a good evening, then turned round and said with a smile that if they would board, they should go into the guest bedroom. The woman had found something interesting and had left it there for them to see. The young people stared at her incomprehensibly. When they got into the room, they found a whole bunch of their old photos. Haneul was surprised to find so many of them. Turns out Min-cheol's grandmother collected all their photos. There were even pictures of their newborns. Snatching one of the photos, Haneul smiled and told the boy to look at it. She asked if he remembered why she had cried. Min-cheol laughed and replied that she loved to swim in the sea, and she was very upset when it turned out that they had come on holiday in the valley. In the next photo, they were standing together at the temple, and Haneul assumed it was a photo from a school trip, but then asked if they were in the same class. To which the guy replied that they were in different classes, and this photo was taken during their family picnic. Another photo showed they sitting together in the dining room, and the girl was again surprised at how many memories they had. She said it was a photo from the middle school entrance ceremony. Min-cheol corrected her again, saying that this photo was taken after the second semester of middle school because she had a short haircut in their freshman year. Haneul was a little upset that, unlike her friend, she had forgotten so much. She asked how he could remember everything in such detail. Suddenly, the conversation with Minji came back to her mind. She suddenly realized that he was always watching her closely and being affectionate. Min-cheol was the only one who knew her deeply. The girl suddenly lowered her head and hid her flushed face. She tried to convince herself that she was wrong, or she would be in big trouble. She couldn't believe that Min-cheol could think of her that way. She was probably just going crazy. Her musings were interrupted by a light touch on her cheek. Min-cheol touched her and asked anxiously if she was feeling well. Haneul looked at him, and it was as if she was seeing him for the first time. She couldn't remember if he had always looked at her that way and why she hadn't noticed before. At the sight of his handsome and worried face, the girl exhaled and realized she was lost. She pulled him by his t-shirt and kissed him. Min-cheol's body trembled with surprise. Haneul suddenly thought that they had kissed only drunkenly before, and she had never seen Min-cheol's face properly at those moments. Now she wanted to see it. She shivered and saw that the guy's face was red and he was horny and embarrassed. The girl could not accurately describe her emotions. Haneul sat on Min-cheol's lap and continued kissing him. Both of them were passionate. The guy wondered where it had come from all of a sudden, why the girl had suddenly kissed him. Suddenly, he pulled away from her and tried to move away, but the girl didn't want to stop. Then he asked her to let him catch his breath. Though he really wanted to continue, he had to ask her for sure. Min-cheol was embarrassed and looked her straight in the eye. The guy wondered if the girl really intended to do it to him again. After a few long seconds of silence, sweat ran down his back. He was afraid of her answer. Haneul enthusiastically replied that she would like that if he had nothing against it. The girl mentally reprimanded herself for making her joy so obvious. Min-cheol sighed heavily and covered his face with his hand, trying to collect his thoughts. Then he asked again if the girl was doing it out of pure curiosity and nothing more. The girl was a little embarrassed because at first it had been like that, and even though it was different now, she couldn't admit it to him, so she answered that he was right. The guy's face became sad for some reason, and he mumbled that he thought so. Haneul didn't realize the contradictory feelings that were tearing him apart at the moment. Min-cheol took her hand and stroked it, asking the girl not to feel awkward around him after everything that would happen. He continued to hold her hand, afraid to let go and afraid to say that he couldn't bear it if she decided to distance herself from him again. Haneul was pleased that the guy didn't mind and happily agreed. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand and brought it to her breast. The guy instantly flared up and became embarrassed. Trying to remove his hand, he asked why the girl did it. Haneul looked at him incomprehensibly. She thought he liked her breasts and couldn't understand his reaction. She looked up at him with her already big eyes and gently asked if he wanted to touch her. Min-cheol stared at her, thinking she was asking if he minded. He had a chance not to cross that line again, but seeing that look in her eyes, he sent everything to hell. After a while, the young people switched off all the lights and closed the curtains. But the room was still embarrassingly bright. So the girl sat with her back to the guy so she wouldn't be embarrassed. Soon their clothes were lying on the floor. The young Pelpe relaxed and gave in to their feelings again, spending the night together. After that, the girl fell asleep and didn't wake up until late at night. She got up in bed and looked around, but she didn't see Min-cheol anywhere. As she left the room, she saw a soft light pouring in from the kitchen. She saw a guy standing at the cooker cooking ramen. Min-cheol smiled at her and asked if she was hungry. Haneul was still sleepy, but said she would eat and asked for ramen and egg. Soon, the young people sat down at the table and the guy gave the girl a rubber band for her hair, so that it would not interfere with her meal. The girl thanked him and started to gather her hair. She glanced at the guy and thought that he looked hot even while he was eating. She dropped her head on the table and groaned doomfully. The girl then stood up and started eating ramen. She thought about how things had been easier in her childhood and seemed to know Min-cheol much better then. It felt like she hadn't known her friend at all since they'd gone to university. Haneul suddenly remembered that she never found out why the guy wasn't answering his phone and asked what he was doing busy with. Min-cheol chewed and told her that nothing serious had actually happened. The department president was reprimanding him for causing their department to lose the basketball competition. The girl listened to him carefully and said that she was sorry that his department lost. Then she began to reprimand him, telling him that he should learn to control his anger because such situations can lead to unexpected spending of money. To which the guy replied that this month he would really have to save money because of paying the fine. Haneul was surprised. She asked what he spends the money on since his part-time job pays him quite well. The guy continued eating and nonchalantly replied that he was saving most of the money he earned, but he wouldn't tell what for. The girl suddenly thought the idea of a part-time job sounded tempting. It's Min-cheol's birthday in December, and if she gets a job now, she'll have time to raise money for a nice present for him. Haneul brightened with joy at her cleverness. She grinned slyly and began rubbing her hands together. The guy stared at her and asked her what she was grinning about, the sight of her scaring him. Haneul smiled broadly and announced that she had decided to take a part-time job. She decided that if she confessed to him out of the blue, he'd probably get flustered. So she will gradually seduce him over the next 2 months, and on his birthday, she will give him a present and confess her feelings to him. The girl was pleased with herself and thought it was a great plan. After 2 weeks, the girl finally found a part-time job. But her work colleague was a bit prejudiced against her. She'd definitely seen this girl before, but she couldn't remember where. Jae-hee's sunbae was standing around the corner of the hotel talking on the phone. He took a drag and leisurely exhaled a cloud of smoke. The guy said he was busy with his hobby and had to get back to his companion. Stepping out of the lift, he finished speaking and headed for the room. When the guy came into the room, he said with a smile that he was back. The girl was lying on the bed with her hands bound and a mask over her face. He asked if she had behaved well while he was away. Jae-hee's sunbae crouched on the edge of the bed and the girl moaned, asking to be untied. The guy smiled as usual and reached out to lift the mask from her eyes. The girl's cheeks flushed red and tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. But she didn't say a word against it. The guy praised her, saying she did well and he'd untie her for it. As soon as the rope fell to the floor, the girl threw her arms around the guy's shoulders and, smiling seductively, said that since she had done her part well, she deserved the reward. She pulled him to her and kissed him lightly. Jae-hee's sunbae immediately took the initiative and started kissing her harder, biting her lips. Soon he had the girl's legs over his shoulders and was moving at a very fast pace. The guy was so insatiable that the girl started asking him to stop for a while. He froze and looked at her. Tears were streaming from her eyes and she felt uncomfortable. The guy ran his palm over her face, wiping them away. A manic smile appeared on his face and he declared that the girl was a real pretty. The girl came out of the bathroom and wrapped herself in a large dressing gown. She climbed onto the bed and saw that Jae-hee's sunbae was texting some girl. She could see the name Lee Haneul. The girl took a closer look and wondered. Then she suddenly said that lately the guy's been hanging out with this girl a lot. He smiled and said he was. The girl felt a prick of jealousy and asked if he had some kind of relationship with this girl too. Jae-hee's sunbae looked at her and replied with a smile that it was nothing like that. She was just his younger friend from university. The girl went on to ask if all of his friends from university he hangs out with so much. The guy once again laughed and said she shouldn't be jealous and stroked her face, saying that her eyes were a little swollen from crying. The show of concern improved her mood a little, but she said in a low voice that the guy had masterfully changed the subject. Then she flopped down on the bed and covered herself with a blanket, saying that he himself is always teasing her until she starts crying, so his concern is fake. The guy smiled and said he couldn't deny it, but he was really worried about her well-being. Jae-hee's sunbae thought about it and said that he really doesn't like to see anyone cry. Then he pictured in the place of the girl crying today, the face of Haneul lying on the bed with disheveled hair and eyes full of tears. And after experiencing some sick pleasure, he grinned and said that maybe he liked it after all. On her first day at work, Haneul said hello to her new colleague, but ran into her scratchy gaze and couldn't understand why the girl was staring at her like that. She said a polite hello and bowed and asked the girl to take care of her. But the girl remained silent and stared at her displeased. The girl gazed into Haneul's face and recognized her. She remembered her avatar in the chat room on Jae-hee's phone, and it was the same girl he was always chatting with. The feeling of jealousy flared up in her again. She turned round without answering and said that since she was hired, she had a rough idea of what to do. But if she had any questions, she could ask them. Haneul thought the girl was very pretty and slim, something similar to Minji, only a little rougher. But the feeling that she'd seen her somewhere else never left her. All day, Haneul made mistakes at work and was admonished by the girl for it. She couldn't punch a cashier's check, almost burned the cupcakes, and ruined a regular iced coffee. Eventually, the girl couldn't stand it and started scolding her. She said that Haneul was completely incompetent, as if it was her first time working. The girl lowered her head guiltily and admitted that this was her first job, but she promised that she would try to learn everything as soon as possible. Her colleague was surprised and even felt sympathy for her. She exhaled tiredly and mumbled that she was going to have to fiddle with it. Haneul raised her head and apologized again. Seeing the girl in profile, she finally remembered where she'd seen her. It was the same girl who had a fight with Jae-hee's sunbae and slapped him. Haneul opened her mouth in astonishment and shouted loudly. She told the girl that she was the one who punched Jae-hee's sunbae in the face. The girl was embarrassed and asked what she knew about it. Haneul gave her a friendly smile and asked if she was his girlfriend. When the girl heard this, she had a good feeling that she and Jae-hee's sunbae looked like a couple, and blushing, she asked if it was true that she looked like his girlfriend. Haneul stared at her with incomprehension and then asked if they were in a relationship. The girl was embarrassed and blushed and said it wasn't quite that. Then Haneul said interestedly that they were in a situationship. But the girl blushed even more and hesitated, trying to explain that she was the only one who had feelings so far. Haneul covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes lighting up with sympathy and understanding. It turned out that this girl was going through a phase of unrequited love too. Suddenly, she took her hands in hers and enthusiastically said that she would be rooting for her, and was sure that she and Jae Hee-sunbae would work things out for sure. The girl bounced away from Haneul in amazement, not realizing what she cared about any of this. She couldn't understand why the girl was acting so openly. She's been scolding her all day, criticizing her, and this girl is so sweet and genuinely concerned for her. She felt embarrassed at her behavior. She even thought for a moment that Haneul might be a little stupid. Haneul wanted to ask why she punched the guy in the face, but the girl had already turned around and told her to keep working. At noon, there was such an influx of customers in the cafe that the girls were just falling off their feet. The girl breathed heavily and looked at Haneul, who was standing there smiling, and said that it was good to be young. She was full of vigor. Haneul smiled tiredly and replied that their age difference wasn't that big. Then suddenly the girl asked why she had taken a part-time job. For the experience or to save money? Haneul got a little embarrassed and replied that she wanted to save up money to buy something. She confessed that there's a guy she's in love with and she wants to give him a nice present. The girl stared at her skeptically and thought that it was rare to meet such an open and innocent person. She didn't even want to ruin her childhood fantasies. She told Haneul that if she starts dating this guy now that she's 20 years old, their relationship won't last long anyway. Haneul said that they are childhood friends, and all her life she saw him as a little brother until she recently saw him as a man. She asked how the girl met Jae Hee-sunbae since they went to different universities. The girl said they met at a mutual friend's party and just started chatting. She kept quiet about the fact that the guy warned her right away that he wasn't looking for a relationship, and they became just friends with privileges. She said she feels embarrassed when she compares their situations. The girl stood up and said that starting a relationship with friendship is much easier and asked how long they've been friends for. Haneul replied that they have been friends since birth and began to tell their story. The girl listened to her carefully and at the end said in amazement that such friendship was a real rarity. She had never met people like these two before. Then she thought about it and said that it might be hard for them to start dating because of their friendship over the years. Haneul looked at her frustratedly, her enthusiasm plummeting dramatically. The girl hurried to calm her down and told her that she had also once had a relationship with a neighborhood boyfriend. But it was a long time ago and she doesn't even remember what he looks like anymore. She said it's a common occurrence, so it's normal for Haneul to fall in love with her childhood friend. While the girls were absorbed in their conversation, her friends entered the coffee shop noisily and cheerfully greeted her. Haneul smiled and was glad they had come to her. The guys wanted to see where she worked. A colleague came up to her and asked if they were from the same university, and the girl said they were all from the same department. Hee-soo asked if they were entitled to a free meal as her friends, to which the girl replied that they shouldn't even think of such a thing. As Haneul escorted her friends to their table, the girl said she would take an order from one of them. One of the guys stared at her and smiled, asking if they'd seen each other before. The girl looked at him skeptically and replied that he didn't know how to pick up girls. The guy fell silent and asked only for a latte. Lee Yohan came up next to place an order. For some time, the young people regarded each other in silence. The girl smirked and asked if he would be as likely to try to ineptly hit on her as his friend had been. Lee Yohan replied that he was studying the menu, and the girl seemed to have mixed syndrome. She blushed red from hearing that. The guy calmly placed his order. The girl at this time felt as awkward as possible because of her overconfidence. When Haneul passed by her, the girl said that she didn't like this guy with the ponytail, but friend rushed to assure her that he was a very nice guy. After a while, Haneul brought her friends their orders. Suddenly, Minji asked if the girl had received an invitation to the group chat room. She told her that it was a chat for the senior school reunion night at the end of semester. Haneul stared at her friend in surprise. The students slowly began to fill the audience. Suddenly, a friend came up to Min-cheol and said that he had been skipping class less often lately and was seen less often with Haneul, asking if they were doing well. Min-cheol irritably replied that she'd started working part-time, so she'd been busy a lot lately. The friend joked to him that his legs were shaking from worrying about the girl. Min-cheol gnawed his nails nervously and stomped his foot. The guy couldn't believe he was so worried about the girl. It was just a part-time job. But Min-cheol replied that of course he was worried about her, because she had probably already broken or damaged something. She's a walking disaster. Soon, a friend said that the phone was vibrating this time, and the guy pulled it out to look at it. It turned out that he was added to the group chat of the high school reunion, where the guys were actively chatting and making arrangements to meet up. At the same time, one of his former classmates was also reading this chat. A carefully manicured finger clicked on Haneul's avatar and began flipping through the photos. Reaching the photo with Min-cheol, the girl brought his face closer. She smirked sneakily and thought they hadn't seen each other in a while, but that would change soon. Kim Min-cheol was completing another lap of running around the stadium. Sweat dripped down his face. His head cleared of unnecessary thoughts. Suddenly, his leg cramped up and the guy stopped, trying to regain steady breathing. When he got home, he took a shower and began to dry his wet hair with a towel. He felt discomfort again, this time in his shoulder. He rubbed and tried to stretch the aching spot. The guy started to get dressed and thought that today his whole body was aching and old injuries were making themselves felt. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He opened the general chat room and saw that Haneul had written that she was going to make sure to come to the high school reunion. The guy immediately imagined how she could get drunk in there and lose control, so he texted straight away that he was coming too. He couldn't let her go there unsupervised. Haneul at this time was lying at home listening to music and excited to see all her school friends soon. Haneul stood behind the counter and turned to her friend and said that he had been coming to her workplace too often lately. Lee Johan replied that the drinks at this place are delicious and then laughed and said, "Except for the ones Haneul makes." The girl didn't take offense at the joke, just said she wouldn't treat him again. The boy suddenly looked at her attentively and then called out softly. He asked her the name of the girl she was working with. She said her name was Yuna. Lee Johan looked at the girl thoughtfully, running her name through his mind. Haneul suddenly became excited, put her hands together, and asked if he liked this girl. But Lee Johan didn't answer anything and stood up and walked over to Yuna to place an order. The guy said hello and called the girl a Nuna with princess syndrome again. Yuna stood wiping glasses and grumbling that she didn't like the guy. She complained to Haneul that he was acting like a kid from primary school, to which the girl replied that he was actually a nice guy. Just for some reason, he enjoyed making fun of her. Then Haneul suddenly asked if Yuna could suggest a good place to go with her friend. The girl immediately smiled and conspiratorially asked if she was planning a date. Haneul flashed with embarrassment. She ranted that it wasn't a date. They were just spending time together like they usually do. If she treats it like a date, she'll feel insecure. Yuna pinched the girl's cheek. She put her face close to the girl's and asked if she wanted to start dating this guy. Haneul rubbed her cheek and said that she wanted. The girl said that in that case, she should not behave as usual, but make him look at her differently. She kept saying that Haneul should dress prettier than usual and initiate body contact with him more often. The girl wondered if what they were doing with Min-cheol counted as close enough contact. Haneul got dizzy from the amount of advice. Yuna looked at the girl and wondered if she was ready for a relationship. The girl thought she should start dating soon. Then Jae-hee Sunbae would stop being interested in her. Suddenly, she declared that she will make a love talisman for Haneul. She reached for a stack of napkins. Yuna began to fold a figure out of a napkin and said that it was popular to make such talismans when she was at school. If you fold it in such a way as to make a heart, it will definitely bring good luck. But it's better to make it out of paper. Haneul was so touched and pleased, said it was very nice. Lee Johan, who was sitting not far away from the girls at the time, mentally went back in time after hearing Yuna's story. Little Johan was riding on a swing with a friend when she asked him to look at something. She told him that if you fold origami in the shape of a heart and put your love in it, such a talisman will definitely bring good luck in love. The girl then held out the paper heart to the boy with a radiant smile. Lee Johan abruptly stood up from the table and caught the girl's hand. It was definitely her. He couldn't be mistaken. Yuna stared at the guy apprehensively and asked what the hell he was doing. When she heard his quiet voice, the girl froze. The guy raised his head and looked into her eyes, hopefully asking if she was his mate, Nuna Mihi. Min-cheol was standing in an underground station when he heard a girl call his name. She ran towards him so fast she almost ran into him. Haneul teased him by saying he wasn't humanly flexible. The guy turned around and said she was being ridiculous, but stopped talking halfway through. The girl looked unaccustomedly cute today, wearing a short dress and light makeup. He noticed that she stood a little embarrassed by his gaze. She said he came earlier than usual, to which the guy replied that he always comes earlier than her. There was the sound of a train approaching. Min-cheol turned round and said it was time for them to head for the platform. The girl looked after him and didn't understand why he didn't notice that she wore a dress today. She had spent a lot of time today to look nice. Looks like her attempt to dress prettier than usual has failed. Meanwhile, Min-cheol was trying to keep his composure, wondering why the girl suddenly wore a dress to meet him. She looked very pretty. The young people traveled in silence on the train, and Haneul contemplated the scenery outside the window. The guy studied the girl. Then he decided to break the silence. He asked how her part-time job was going. The girl enthusiastically began to tell him how much she had learnt. And when the guy laughed and asked if she had broken anything yet, Haneul freaked out and asked who he even thought she was. Then, remembering that she'd burned several batches of cupcakes, she added quietly that she hadn't broken anything. Suddenly, she started telling the guy that something absolutely incredible had recently happened at their cafe. Min-cheol said he was interested to hear it. Haneul asked if he remembered Lee Johan. The guy replied that he was the guy from her department who looked like a monk, to which the girl replied in the affirmative, only adding that he wasn't really a monk. And then she started talking about what happened the other day. After Lee Johan gave the girl's real name, she looked at him in a panic and asked, "Who the hell is he?" She stared at the bloke who stood staring at her inexplicably, unable to utter a word. Then she abruptly threw up her hand and lifted his fringes, examining his forehead. For a few long seconds, she froze when she saw that familiar scar above his left eyebrow, and then shrieked and asked if he was really the same Johan. She couldn't believe it was true. Haneul, who was watching the unfolding scene, covered her mouth with her hand. She couldn't believe it. It looked like Lee Johan was the childhood friend Yuna had told her about. The guy at this time looked at his childhood friend in shock and couldn't believe what was happening until the end. Yuna took his trembling hand away and said that he had grown so tall and that she didn't believe it was really him. Lee Johan hovered over the counter and wrapped his arms around the girl, enclosing her in his embrace. Yuna, who had not expected such a thing, immediately burst out in shame. The guy hugged her so tightly and desperately that he didn't hear her pleas to wait and let her go for a while. He only inhaled her scent frantically. Then he nuzzled into her neck and said quietly that he missed her very much. The girl was even more embarrassed when she heard that. Telling this story, Haneul was so disturbed. It's such a touching story. He girl asked Min-cheol if it wasn't so wonderful to find her childhood friend and first love after so many years. She admitted that it was the first time she had seen Johan behave like that with anyone. Suddenly, the train doors opened and a crowd of people rushed inside. Haneul had to press her body very tightly against Min-cheol's chest so the guy could feel her every curve. They both felt embarrassed. The guy felt how soft and warm she was and immediately felt a rush of excitement. The girl liked this close proximity to him, but she was shy with people. Then it dawned on her that she had managed to fulfill the clause about initiating bodily contact. Although it was risky, she decided to look up to see his reaction to this closeness, but found him staring completely indifferent and detached expression on Min-cheol's face. Haneul turned away feeling resentful of the guy for being so indifferent. Min-cheol chanted the Korean national anthem to himself to calm himself down. Soon, the young men found themselves in manga bang. Min-cheol looked around and asked why she had chosen this particular place. Haneul smiled and said that she was recommended this place because the kimchi fried rice here is delicious. In fact, the girl only came here for the individual cubicles, which everyone calls caves, in which you can freely seclude yourself. The girl was sure that when the two of them were alone in a confined space, a spark would run between them. But when Min-cheol tried to fit into one of these booths, he claimed they were not fit for normal people, and Haneul's plan failed. They ended up just sitting down at a vacant table and reading manga. Min-cheol suddenly said he had to step away for a while and got up from the table. While he was away, their order arrived. The food smelled so good and looked so good that the girl hurried to eat, but accidentally pushed her spoon on the floor. Just as the spoon flew to the floor, Min-cheol appeared and joked that the girl was trying to send the spoon back into the kitchen. The guy bent over for a spoon and said he'd go change it. He turned his head towards the girl and suddenly his gaze went straight to her thighs. Suddenly he stopped talking, stood up and turned round without another word and hurried away. His whole face blazed with embarrassment. How could this crazy woman forget to wear undershorts? If she was going to cover up with a shirt, she should have done it properly. The sight of her underwear almost gave the guy a nosebleed. Lee Johan nonchalantly sipped his iced coffee while Yuna stood embarrassed behind the counter. There was a palpable tension in the cafe. The guy wouldn't take his eyes off her. The girl couldn't stand it anymore. She said that Haneul wasn't working today and asked why the hell the guy had come and was sitting here all day. But Lee Johan calmly replied that he knew that and had actually come to see her. The girl was surprised at such a frank answer and asked when he had managed to grow up to be so confident. Suddenly, the guy walked up to the counter and put his palms on it, saying that they hadn't seen each other for 10 years and he had changed in that time. Yuna decided to embarrass him and crossed her arms over her chest and asked if he had been and still was in love with her all this time. To which the guy didn't hesitate to reply that he was in love with her. The girl blushed, not expecting such a turn. Lee Johan scratched the back of his head and said he really should confess to her properly. He gently placed her palm in his and looked into her eyes and told her that he really have indecent desires toward to her and that he really did like her very much. Hearing such a thing, Yuna blushed and held her breath. She had never heard such words from anyone before. Haneul was sitting at a table enjoying the flavors and the sight of the food. She was already drooling when suddenly a blanket landed on her head. Min-cheol came back and told her to wrap her feet because the room was chilly. The girl was surprised but eventually agreed, and the guy thought he was lucky she was so naive. After having lunch, the young men sat quietly reading mangas. Haneul, as usual, got upset worrying about the main characters and tears came to her eyes. Min-cheol was amused by the look on her face. It had been a while since they had read together. Suddenly, the girl stood up and said she was going to the loo. Once in the toilet cubicle, the girl discovered she hadn't put on her undershorts, and suddenly realized that when Min-cheol bent over to get a spoon, he was likely to see her underwear. This made her blush with embarrassment. She came back to the table all nervous. Glancing at the bedspread, she wondered if the guy had given it to her on purpose so she could cover herself. His expression was impenetrable. She thought it was very nice of him. Suddenly, she wanted to tease him. Min-cheol was quietly reading the manga when he felt the girl gently start to stroke his foot with hers. He asked Haneul what she was up to and asked her to remove her foot, but the girl started teasing him and continued shoving him with her foot. Then the guy caught her foot with his fingers and squeezed it hard. The girl grabbed her leg and the guy laughed at her. She rubbed her aching leg and asked why he squeezed it so hard. She was fooling around. Min-cheol realized he'd overreacted and gave a guilty look on her face. He tried to continue reading but noticed that Haneul was not taking his eyes off him. Noticing that the girl was staring and then lowering her eyes, he asked irritably what was going on. Min-cheol saw that she was looking at him differently, as if afraid to say anything. He was embarrassed, not understanding why she was acting like she was embarrassed around him today. Haneul noticed a change in him and wondered why he avoided looking her in the eye. Both felt that something was going on between them, and both thought that maybe they liked each other. The girl plucked up courage and decided to ask him how he felt about her. At the same moment, Min-cheol decided to ask her a similar question, but they were distracted by a call telling them that their order was ready to be placed. The guy suddenly jumped up from his seat and announced that he'd ordered more food while the girl was leaving. When he brought the tray, the girl was surprised to realize that he had ordered all her favorite snacks. She thought about the fact that he had always been attentive and caring towards her. She just hadn't paid attention to it until a while ago and had taken it for granted. Though he had brought her a plaid and ordered her favorite goodies, she wasn't sure if he did it because he cared for her as a friend or because he liked her as a girl. Haneul decided not to jump to conclusions. The girl realized that their situation was not standard, so she had to be patient and not do anything stupid. As they sat in a restaurant later, the girl thought about the fact that if their relationship went to the next level, their friendship would end. So she realized that the guy might be cowardly about it, even though he was big and strong. Haneul decided that she would approach him slowly, step by step. Tired from the day and finally being outside, Min-cheol stretched and yawned. The girl was looking at him. When he shifted his gaze to Haneul, he noticed that she was looking at him with big, happy eyes. That look made him feel warm in his soul. The girl grabbed him by the edge of his t-shirt as if she didn't want to let go and said she hoped to see him tomorrow. Min-cheol was again surprised at how nice the girl was acting today. Haneul kept smiling and thought about hiding her feelings for a while. Soon after receiving her first salary, the girl came to the bookshop. As soon as she got the money, she wanted to buy something for herself and put the rest aside for Min-cheol's present. Finally, she saw the manga she had wanted for a long time, but it was on the top shelf and the girl stood on her toes trying to reach it. Suddenly, she felt someone's presence at her back, and a man's hand reached out and pulled out the volume she needed. Jae-hee Sunbae stood with a book in his hands and smiled sweetly as he said hello to her. The girl said hello to him and was glad to have such a chance encounter. While the guy was standing and smiling sweetly, the girl noticed that a little girl was clinging to his leg and looking at her intently. Haneul looked at the child, perplexed. To which the little girl suddenly asked proudly what it was the girl was staring at. Min-cheol was lying on the bed and still couldn't understand what had happened between them yesterday. He remembered how the girl had acted strangely, inviting him to meet up and go somewhere. At first, the guy thought that maybe she had feelings for him. But then he firmly dismissed the idea, because in his opinion, it was simply impossible. The guy turned onto his side and thought, what if by some miracle, she really does have feelings for him? Then he sighed heavily and thought that even if she liked him, there was something that was holding him back. If she were to be with him in the closest way, there would always be something that would keep him restless. Because every time he imagined her in his arms, imagining her laughing with him and calling his name, there came a moment when fear would overtake him. Min-cheol imagined the girl gloating and asking if he truly believed he deserved her. Had he really already forgotten what he had done to her? A sense of guilt and shame washed over him. He knew that she should hate him. The girl in his mind whispered to him that, although he pretended to care for her as a friend, in reality, his soul was filled with a desire to lock her away, to make her belong only to him. He tried to resist, fearfully convincing his mind that none of this was true, that he wasn't like that after all. The girl in his mind cried bitterly and asked, why then did he make that promise? Min-cheol woke up, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. He hadn't even realized when he had fallen asleep, and now he had had a nightmare. Meanwhile, Haneul, in the bookstore, stared at a little girl who looked very much like Jae-hee Sunbae. The girl clung tightly to his leg and, glancing at her from under her lashes, asked why she was staring so intently. Then she turned to the guy and called him uncle, asking him to hold her. Haneul stared at them in surprise. Jae-hee Sunbae picked the girl up in his arms and, ruffling her cheek, cheerfully said that she was his niece. The girl greeted the little one and enthusiastically said that she was very cute. But instead of greeting her, the little girl reached out her hand and tugged on Haneul's hair. The young man apologized for this, saying that his niece was still little and liked to grab something. The girl smiled and said that it was all right. She said that Sunbae looked great with the child, that it seemed very pretty. The guy smiled and replied that he often spends time with his niece since his sister works a lot. The little girl, Hae-won, looked at her uncle and said that she was hungry. The guy replied that in that case, they should go get something to eat. Haneul said that it was time for her as well, and they started saying their goodbyes. She said that she was glad to meet the little girl and had already turned around when she suddenly felt a small hand grab her hoodie. Hey. Won looked at her and suggested that she come have lunch with them. The girl didn't expect this and was left in confusion. Jae-hee Sunbae blushed and told his niece that Uni was busy, but the little girl persistently asked her to come with them. In the end, the girl couldn't refuse such a little cutie, and they all went out for lunch together. The guy felt awkward and thanked her for agreeing. The girl said that she was planning to have lunch anyway. Hae-won suddenly declared that her uncle would pay all the money, and the guy nodded, saying that he was treating them. Haneul became excited and started picking her food. She kept adding items one after another. She heard the guy call her name, and turning around, she asked if she was ordering too much. He laughed and said that he suspected she liked to eat, but he didn't expect it to be in such quantities. The girl said that since he mentioned he would pay, she decided to order more. The guy wiped away tears from laughing and replied that it was fine and that she could order whatever she wanted. Hae-won was staring intently at her uncle. Although she was small, she could tell that he was fond of the girl they had met. The young people took their seats at the table and sat in awkward silence. Finally, the little girl stared intently at Haneul, and suddenly she asked if Haneul was dating her uncle. The girl, taken aback, almost choked on her saliva. Jae-hee Sunbae smiled charmingly, propped his head up with his hand, and asked what she would answer to that question. Was she his girlfriend? He was clearly enjoying the situation. The girl gently patted the little one on the head and, smiling, replied that she was her uncle's hubei. She explained that she was a friend from university. The little girl asked curiously how they became friends despite the age difference and how they grew close. The girl thought for a moment and said that now, thinking about it, she couldn't remember when they became friends. The guy suggested that it might have been at a New Year's party. Haneul finally remembered that they became close after being in the same group during the MT. The guy smiled and said that he remembered now. Then, dreamily, he added that so much had happened since then. He thought to himself that it had already been a whole 6 months. It was the beginning of the semester, and the group leader asked if everyone had already arrived. Haneul and another first-year student were already there. Along with them, there were a couple of older students. They were all just waiting for Jae-hee Sunbae. Finally, the guy entered the classroom, and with a wide, friendly smile, he apologized for being late. His intrigued gaze met Haneul's eyes. That morning, the sound of the alarm clock woke Jae-hee Sunbae. The guy opened his eyes and tried to gather himself, still not fully awake. Then he got up and headed to the bathroom. Still feeling tired, he washed his face and wiped it with a towel. Then he looked at his reflection in the mirror and forced himself to put on a smile, trying to convince himself that this day wouldn't be as dull and meaningless as the previous ones. Entering the classroom, he kept smiling as usual and apologized for being late. To his surprise, some girl was staring at him intently. He was reprimanded for being late, but he just let out a forced laugh and said he was only a little late. His natural charm always helped him smooth over situations like this. He was introduced to the new first-year members of their group, and he greeted them with a warm smile. The newcomers were immediately struck by his friendliness and how genuinely pleasant he seemed. Haneul couldn't take her eyes off him and thought that his face practically radiated. She figured he must have been too busy, which was probably why they hadn't seen him before. The girl thought to herself that he was a real heartthrob and blushed, hoping he wouldn't start talking to her. Finally, the group leader said that every year, each group in their department had to produce and screen a short UCC at the MT. Then a vote is held, and the winning group receives a prize. She suggested starting by choosing a topic and asked if anyone had any ideas. While Haneul couldn't think of anything except for the handsome guy, her classmate hesitantly raised his hand and suggested, "How about a challenge?" But his idea was quickly dismissed, with someone saying it was too weak for the video design department. They needed to come up with something unique, something they could create. The guy blushed and began thinking hard. Haneul felt bad for her classmate, as it seemed to her that the girl had been a bit harsh with him. Though she was unsure of herself, she decided to try speaking up to the girl. But suddenly, a loud laugh from Jae-hee echoed through the room. He said that the girl sounded like she had broken down and was speaking in a funny way. He told the freshman not to pay attention to the tone in which the girl spoke, as she was upset because the professor had recently scolded her. But the girl got angry and said that the guy's idea was really useless, then asked if he had any ideas of his own. Haneul watched their argument unfold. The guy said that she had no right to demand something from the first-year students that she herself was unable to create. And suddenly an idea came to her. She raised her hand and nervously suggested, "How about a parody of a movie?" She suggested parodying a famous movie. The girl replied that it was a good idea and that once they decided on which movie to base it on, they could start filming soon. Everyone began praising her idea, and Haneul was clearly pleased with herself. Jae-hee Sunbae observed the girl closely and thought that she was showing her emotions a bit too openly. The next day, the guys arrived at the auditorium, which was filled with all sorts of equipment. At the sight of it all, the girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind her and, leaning in slightly, asked if she had ever used a DSLR before. The girl was startled, but then replied that she hadn't had any experience with it yet. The guy then suggested that he could teach her. Hearing this, she was so happy that she couldn't believe her luck. She looked at the guy with her eyes shining brightly. Jae-hee Sunbae looked at her and thought that she was a bit strange, yet so genuine. He could see all the emotions on her face. Finally, they were called to the stage to begin setting up the equipment. The guy stared at her back for a while, unable to figure out who she reminded him of. Haneul darted around the stage, carrying out various small tasks. She wasn't afraid to take on any job. Jae-hee stood by the camera, unable to shake the feeling that this girl reminded him of someone. His classmate asked why he couldn't take his eyes off the first-year student, wondering if he was really that worried about her. The girl said that although she was a bit careless at times, she truly tried and did a lot of work. Therefore, he should focus too, so they could finish the shoot as soon as possible. The next day, Jae-hee Sunbae arrived early, not wanting to let the group down. But upon reading the messages in the group chat, he froze in place. Everyone wrote that they would be late, each with their own reasons. The guy sighed and thought to himself that he had a feeling something like this would happen. He suddenly noticed that Haneul was the only one who hadn't written anything, even though he had thought yesterday that she was very responsible. He decided that, in any case, he would wait for the others in the classroom. As he entered, he saw something that made him freeze once again. The girl was sitting alone in the dim light, chewing on a hamburger. When she saw him, she greeted him with her mouth full. The guy stared at her for a moment and then asked how long she had been sitting there. The girl seemed completely unbothered and, after chewing, replied that she had just arrived recently. She said she decided to arrive earlier and only then saw the messages in the chat. As he got closer, the guy noticed a pile of boxes of food in front of her and wondered if she would eat it all by herself. As if reading his mind, she said that she should eat it all before anyone else came. And then, suddenly, Jae-hee froze and finally realized who she reminded him of. She resembled a small, cute hamster. The girl was quick and a bit scatterbrained, easily startled, and ate a lot. Realizing this, the guy started laughing loudly and genuinely, even dropping to the floor on all fours. The girl asked if he was okay. Haneul continued chewing, her mouth full, and her cheeks really did look like a hamster's. The guy caught his breath, wiping the tears from his laughter, and replied that he was fine. He said that the others would be late, but they could start working in the meantime, and the girl agreed. Later, the guy realized why he had suddenly become so interested in her, why he kept searching for her gaze, and why he laughed at the most ordinary things when they met. But that would be later. Haneul thanked him for the delicious lunch and promised that next time she would treat him. Jae-hee smiled and said that he had enjoyed spending time with her and had fun. The girl said goodbye and mentioned that it was time for her to return to the dorm, while the boy and his niece cheerfully waved her off. For a while, he stood and watched her leave. A content and joyful smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Haewon called out to him and asked if he was in love with that girl. He patted the little girl on the head and asked her why she thought that. The little girl simply replied that the way he looked at Haneul was very similar to how her mom looks at her dad. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised and fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. He asked his niece if it was true that he had been looking at the girl with that kind of gaze. When the little girl nodded in agreement, the guy looked in the direction where the girl had already disappeared. It was surprising to him. He couldn't imagine that he had fallen in love. December arrived. In one of the dorm rooms, there was a loud crash. The guy nervously glanced at his friend. Min-cheol jolted awake in his sleep and hit his head on the top bunk. His friend asked if he was okay, mentioning that he had been tossing and groaning in his sleep, probably due to a nightmare. Rubbing his eyes and massaging his forehead, Min-cheol asked why his friend didn't wake him up. The guy replied that he was afraid Min-cheol might hit him in his sleep. He asked if he often had nightmares and if there were any ghosts in his house, as recently he had been spending too many nights at the dorm. While his friend continued talking about how they were invited to drink, the guy's phone rang, and he saw that it was Haneul calling. Meanwhile, Minji entered the cafe, shivering from the cold, and apologized to the group for being late. The friends greeted her warmly and said she arrived just in time, as they were still deciding on the location for their final assessment. Haneul waved cheerfully at her friend from behind the counter and cheered her up. The group was discussing how most of the scenes had already been filmed at the university, but they still needed to shoot the scenes involving an old house. The options suggested by the studios didn't seem very convincing, and they weren't sure what to do next. Minji suggested replacing the scene with the old house, but they responded that if they did that, the entire concept and atmosphere of their film would be lost. Haneul overheard her friend's conversation with one ear and heard that they had nowhere to shoot the scene in the old house. And then an idea popped into Haneul's head. She called out to them and said that she thought she might be able to help. The group got excited, but Haneul said that she would first need to make some arrangements with someone before confirming anything. She approached Yuna and asked for a short break so she could make a call to someone. Without turning around, the girl agreed and continued with her work. Lee Yohan watched her carefully and noticed that she seemed to be upset about something. Soon, Haneul returned and cheerfully announced that she had managed to solve their problem. She explained that Min-cheol lives in an old house and agreed to let them use it for filming next week. Minji gave her friend a tight hug as a gesture of gratitude. Haneul also mentioned that the guy would likely stay over at his friend's place that day, so if they needed to stay late, the house would be completely available for them. The guy was very grateful for her help and promised that they would definitely treat her and Min-cheol to something later on. But suddenly, a stern voice of Yuna was heard. She scolded Haneul for slacking off and avoiding her work. Haneul apologized and quickly ran off to work, saying that she would go tidy up the storage room. Her friends were embarrassed because they felt that it was because of them that the girl got scolded. In fact, Yuna was in a bad mood because something unpleasant had happened the day before. She met with Jae-hee Sunbae, and the guy said something that broke her heart. He sat across from her, casually eating a cookie. In a matter-of-fact tone, he told her that he wanted to end their relationship. The girl was taken aback and, in desperation, asked what had happened, why he had suddenly decided to end everything. Jae-hee looked away and said that it wasn't about her. He added that, in fact, something like this had never happened to him before. He was nervous and said that he hadn't fully figured out his own feelings yet, but it seemed like he had met a girl who genuinely interested him. Yuna nervously fidgeted with her fingers under the table. Her heart skipped a beat. Although she had agreed to this kind of relationship with him, she had hoped that over time he would fall in love with her. She was certain that the guy was talking about Haneul. She had noticed the way he looked at her. The guy said that lately. Too many questions and thoughts were swirling in his head, and he couldn't think about anything other than that girl. He explained that he wasn't sure yet what to do, but he needed time to figure things out. Yuna, with a pained expression, asked if he was going to confess his feelings to the girl he liked. The guy looked at her with confusion. To be honest, the first thing that came to his mind was to sever all existing connections with other girls. The girl was choking on the pain of the hurt, but she held back her tears. She simply asked what he was going to do next. Was he really going to ask her to be in a relationship like an ordinary couple when he had said he wasn't planning to pursue one? He stared silently out of the window, then quietly replied that perhaps with her, he would actually want to try that. Yuna stood frozen in shock, unable to process his words. She could feel the tears welling up in her eyes, but she tried to force a smile, asking through gritted teeth why all of a sudden. Since when was one girl enough for him? Jae-hee remained silent, looking at her without saying a word. He knew he was going to hurt her, even though that was the last thing he wanted to do. Yuna raised her voice and asked why he had suddenly made such a decision, especially since he had always said that relationships weren't for him. The guy simply replied that opinions can change and there's nothing wrong with that. Then he asked why she was angry with him, since they had initially agreed that they wouldn't owe each other anything. Hearing this, the girl felt as if she had fallen from a great height. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and couldn't understand why he had treated her this way. That's why she was in a bad mood today. When Haneul returned from the storage room, she told her to go home and said she would handle closing by herself. Haneul was surprised and asked why the girl was acting so strange, wondering if she had done something wrong. But Yuna replied that everything was fine and told her to grab her friends and leave. As she left, the girl glanced at her colleague one more time and said goodbye. She was still sure that the girl was hiding something, but didn't want to pressure her. Yuna didn't even turn around and let out a heavy sigh when she heard the cafe door close and the voices of the others fade away. She tidied up and washed all the dishes. The task helped her clear her mind, if only for a moment, from the sad thoughts. Then she went outside to take out the trash, and after doing so, she headed back to the cafe. With every step, it became harder to walk, and the tears that had been building up finally overwhelmed her. She crouched down, her head falling onto her knees. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she was angry with herself. She couldn't understand why things like this kept happening to her. Suddenly, she felt someone gently drape a jacket over her shoulders. Then she heard a familiar voice, lamenting that she hadn't changed at all. She lifted her head and met Lee Yohan's gaze. He crouched down in front of her and said that she was crying again, curled up like she used to when she was a child. At the sight of him, the tears streamed down her cheeks even faster. He looked at her attentively and asked who had made her cry this time. It reminded the girl of a moment from many years ago when she had crouched down in front of a little boy and asked him the same question. Little Lee Yohan was walking home down the street when he suddenly heard someone crying. He peeked around the corner and saw his Nuna sitting on the ground. Her head bowed as she cried. The girl looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and gave him an irritated look, asking what the hell he was doing here. The boy stared back at her fearlessly. And now, many years later, Yuna sat crying in the same way, looking at him with a bewildered expression. She stood up, wiping away her tears, and said that he scared her, asking what he was doing here. She asked if he hadn't left with his friends. Lee Yohan replied that he saw she was really upset and couldn't just leave her alone like that. The girl felt embarrassed that her mood and state were so obvious. Then she pulled off his jacket and said that she didn't need his pity, handing it back to him. She said that she should have told him earlier, but she already had someone she liked. The guy calmly watched her hand holding his jacket. Yuna said that because of this, she couldn't return his feelings and asked him not to waste his time. The guy looked at her intently and asked if it was because of that person that she was crying now. He said that he was a very good listener and asked if she would like to have a drink with him and talk. The girl frowned and told him to stop fooling around, thinking he was making fun of her. She asked him why he thought she would want to share her problems with him, saying that she had plenty of friends she could meet and confide in. After a while, Yuna slammed another glass onto the table and called Jae-hee Sunbae a real bastard. The guy looked at her, a bit intimidated, and asked her to eat something so that she wouldn't feel bad later. The girl yelled at him to stop overthinking and that she was spending time with him today only because all her other friends were busy. She couldn't stop thinking about how that jerk had treated her. He decided to be condescending, as if he pitied her. She was plotting in her mind how to get back at him. She had hoped for something when he invited her to the cafe, even dressing up a little more nicely. Yuna continued to think out loud, her frustration growing. She was angry because the guy believed he was a handsome guy and acted as if he could do whatever he wanted. His preferences seemed to her like a form of perversity. Lee Johan kept a neutral expression on his face and thought that it seemed like the girl really didn't see him as a man, considering how easily she was sharing all the details of her personal life. He then asked, if that guy was so bad, why couldn't she forget him? He then asked, if that guy was so bad, why couldn't she forget him? She knew he wasn't in love with her, but he often took care of her, and she hoped that his feelings would change over time. Even though he had warned her, she still started to have hopes, thinking she just needed a little more time. But then, suddenly, Haneul appeared. Yuna felt sad and said that she envied the girl. After all, it was clear at first glance that everyone around her loved her. Even the childhood friend the girl was in love with was clearly in love with her too. She just didn't realize it. It irritated her that Haneul got everything so easily while she always ended up losing. What annoyed her even more was that Haneul was so kind that even when she was rude to her, she still worried about her. She was genuinely sincere and caring, and that only made Yuna feel even more sick. She dropped her head onto the table and muttered that she felt sick of herself because she was jealous and envious of such a wonderful girl. Then suddenly the girl got up and said that she had talked too much. She added that if she thought about it, the guy had often listened to her complaints in the past. She admitted that she still felt very comfortable with him and could talk to him about anything, so tonight, it was her treat. Lee Johan felt embarrassed and realized that no matter how hard he tried, she still didn't see him as a man. After some time, the girl was completely drunk, and the guy was trying to persuade her to stop drinking. Yuna gave a joyless smile and admitted that she had never been anyone's first priority in her life. Family, boyfriends, friends, they had always treated her indifferently. She sat there, barely keeping her eyes open, so the guy walked up to her and said it was time for them to leave. He told her that getting this drunk was dangerous since someone with bad intentions could take advantage of her condition. Suddenly, the girl lifted her gaze to him, gently touched the tip of his nose with her finger, smiled, and said that she wasn't worried. After all, he was by her side. She knew he would never hurt her. She swayed unsteadily, so the guy crouched beside her and told her to lean on him, worried that she might get dizzy. The girl rested against his chest and murmured that he was a really good guy. She felt the warmth of his body against her cheek and suddenly confessed that she was very insecure and had always struggled with feelings of loneliness that controlled her. She had been trying to work on her self-esteem and even kept herself busy with work so that there would be no free time left. Then, suddenly, tears poured down her face, and clinging to him tighter, she confessed that despite everything, she still felt lonely every time she returned home. She constantly felt like no one needed her. The guy silently listened to her, knowing that she needed to vent, and he was ready to stay by her side for as long as she needed. Her sobs gradually subsided, and she quietly said that she needed someone, anyone, by her side. At least a friend. Suddenly, she fell silent and her breathing became steady. The guy looked at her in surprise. The girl fell asleep on his chest. He gently stroked her cheek and thought sadly to himself that he was ready to be her boyfriend, her friend, and if she allowed it, even her family. The girl fell asleep on his chest. He gently stroked her cheek and thought sadly to himself that he was ready to be her boyfriend, her friend, and if she allowed it, even her family. He was ready to be anyone for her, as long as she would finally see him. A few days passed and another person turned to alcohol to numb the feelings that were tormenting them. The guy looked at Min-cheol, who had drunk so much that he simply passed out, his head resting on the table. Meanwhile, as they had agreed, the guys finished shooting their film at Min-cheol's house. Once they were done, they celebrated. The only thing left was to edit everything, but each of them had worked hard and put in their best effort. Haneul was exhausted as she's been working on liberal arts assignments, and now she still had to clean the house after their filming. She felt so tired that she doubted she would make it back to the dormitory. She told her friends that she would stay the night since Min-cheol wouldn't be there anyway, and she could tidy up. She only asked them to call her in the morning so she wouldn't miss her classes. The friends were walking down the street, discussing when they should gather to celebrate the end of the semester. Hisu suggested meeting tomorrow after Haneul's shift, but Minji replied that they couldn't meet tomorrow because they had a scheduled alumni gathering. The girl was surprised, and Lee Johan said that he also had plans for tomorrow. This surprised her even more, and she asked what kind of plans he could have. The guy simply answered that he had a meeting scheduled. The girls knew that the guy was usually free, so they immediately suspected that he had a date and wanted to know the details. Lee Johan remained silent, suddenly recalling the events of that evening when Yuna had gotten drunk. Yuna felt warmth surrounding her, and someone's hands gently holding her. She woke up trying to understand where she was and who she was with. Finally, she realized that she was sitting with her back pressed against the guy's chest. His arm held her tightly to prevent her from falling, and he had carefully wrapped her in his jacket. She jumped in realization and stared at Lee Johan, her eyes wide with surprise. The guy stood up, stretching his legs, and said that she had finally woken up. The girl asked what had happened. He sighed heavily and began explaining that she had drunk a lot and passed out. Since the cafe had closed, they asked everyone to leave, and he felt it would be wrong to take her unconscious to a motel or his place. He noticed that she started to get cold, so he decided to wrap her up and keep her warm, waiting for her to regain consciousness. Yuna blushed and wanted to give him back his jacket, but suddenly she sneezed loudly. The guy told her that it was cold outside and it would be better for her to put it on. She said that in that case he would freeze and catch a cold. To her surprise, she felt big, warm hands gently touch her face, and she quickly looked up at the guy. He stood there, holding her face in his hands, and said that he wasn't cold, and that his hands were warm. Yuna was surprised by the feelings she experienced in that moment. The guy was so caring. Then she suddenly shrugged off his hands and told him that he shouldn't be so kind to her. She said that she wasn't the type of person he should be putting so much effort into. The guy calmly looked at her and asked if she hated him for doing such things. Hearing this, the girl wanted to argue, but then fell silent and quietly said that it was true. She thought it would be better this way. Lee Johan thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and said that in that case, at least she could thank him for the fact that, because of her, he ended up outside at night. The girl stared at him in surprise, not understanding what kind of reward he was expecting. And now, the guy stood there, smirking to himself. He had decided that he would win her over no matter what it took. Haneul suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, not even remembering how she had fallen asleep. She reached for her phone to check the time. The screen lit up, and beside her, she noticed Min-cheol, who was standing there, staring blankly at her. In surprise, she jolted away from him as if he were a ghost. She babbled that he had scared her and asked why he had returned, since he had said he would be staying at a friend's place. The guy could only reply with a vague, yeah, and nod his head. Then, suddenly, she grabbed his face in her hands and anxiously asked how much he had drunk because he smelled strongly of alcohol. The guy silently gazed into her eyes. His gaze was unfocused, but he still continued to silently look at her. Haneul began to feel his head and said that he was totally trashed, but suddenly, Min-cheol laid his head on her lap and wrapped his arms around her waist. He mumbled that it wasn't like that at all. The boy began to shift his head, feeling the soft, warm body of the girl, inhaling her scent. She ran her hand through his hair, thinking that she had never seen him this drunk before. She took his face in her hands and looked at him anxiously, asking how he planned to attend the alumni reunion tomorrow when he would feel so terrible. She asked why he drank so much. The guy was silent for a few moments before quietly saying that she was affectionate today and that he liked it. Haneul was surprised and asked him what he meant by that. The guy didn't answer. He just took her palm in his hand and pressed his cheek against it, savoring her presence and tenderness. The girl thought to herself that it wasn't the right time to do this, as he wasn't in the right state of mind right now. Min-cheol placed his head back on her lap and thought to himself that it was becoming harder and harder to hide his feelings. But this wasn't the way he wanted to do it, especially while drunk. He wanted to confess and start a relationship with her properly. He wanted to love her to his heart's content. Haneul suddenly patted the bed and told him to lie down and sleep. But suddenly the guy became embarrassed and, with a hint of sadness, asked if they could sleep together. For a moment, the girl hesitated, but then, with a sense of readiness, agreed. Min-cheol and his friend arrived at the bar where they had agreed to meet, but to their surprise, their third friend was already there, having had quite a lot to drink. The guy was in despair because he had broken up with the girl who had previously been his best friend. The guys sat down at the table, and the guy started telling them that they had been friends since high school and later started dating. One of the friends said that they should have thought it through carefully before getting into a relationship. The guy started defending himself, saying that they had been friends for a long time and knew each other very well. He even thought he would marry her. Min-cheol listened and felt awkward, realizing how similar their situations were. He froze, staring at his friend, who was tearfully explaining that everything changed after they started dating, and that now he was left with emotional scars. Min-cheol innocently asked if they couldn't just go back to being friends. The guys looked at him like he was insane. His friend replied that if it had just been harmless flirting, they might have been able to brush it off. But after a real relationship, staying just friends was impossible. After that, the only way out was to become strangers to each other. Min-cheol thought that if that was the case, then what could be said about what was happening between him and Haneul? In the end, he got completely wasted out of sheer hopelessness. His friend approached him, looking worried, and asked if he was okay, and why he had drunk so much because it wasn't him who had been dumped by the girl. He told him not to go anywhere while he ran to grab some hangover medicine, and then they'd head home. Min-cheol lifted his head upon hearing the word home and decided that he would head to his place. After a while, upon arriving home and entering his room, Min-cheol thought that he was once again dreaming about Haneul. He thought he was still dreaming, although he couldn't remember when he had fallen asleep. In his dream, the girl was peacefully sleeping in his bed. He looked at her sleeping with sadness in his eyes, thinking about how he couldn't risk what they had between them. He decided he wouldn't take that chance. He realized he couldn't exist without her. Haneul lay still while the guy held her from behind, his arm resting gently on her waist, and his steady breathing warming the back of her neck. She couldn't fall asleep, feeling uneasy and uncomfortable. Suddenly, his arm tightened around her, pulling her closer, and he groaned softly in his sleep. She blushed, realizing that at this rate, she definitely wouldn't be able to fall asleep tonight. She was so flustered by how close their bodies were that she could feel every movement he made while he slept. Haneul almost couldn't breathe from the frustration, unable to understand how he could act like this even in his sleep. She tried to pry his hand off to free herself from his grip, but he held onto her tightly, as if unaware of what he was doing. She thought that if she tried to turn towards him, it might make her feel a bit more comfortable. But as she turned her head, she met Min-cheol's gaze, and he was staring at her intently. The guy smiled charmingly and asked why she was fidgeting. The girl blushed and shouted, asking why he had been pretending to sleep and behaving like that. He should have told her he wasn't asleep. Suddenly, the guy reached for her and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Holding her close and savoring her presence, he quietly asked her to lie still. She lifted herself slightly, their noses almost touching, and looked into his eyes. In the next moment, the smell of alcohol hit her nostrils, and she turned away in frustration, asking why he had to drink so much. The girl playfully tapped his cheek, scolding him for it, but suddenly he pressed his cheek against her palm, breathing in her scent. Haneul gently stroked him and quietly said that when he's so calm, she couldn't help but recall the past. She said that he was so sweet as a child, and she was curious how it happened that as he grew up, he changed so much. The guy slid his hands down her body and, with a playful smile, asked what was so sweet about him as a child. The girl couldn't focus while his hands roamed, and she answered in short, interrupted sentences that he followed her everywhere like a little shadow. Now, lying in his embrace, she felt so small, even though it used to be him hiding behind her back. He pulled her even closer, and she said that he wasn't this bold back in the day. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Then, she suddenly realized the position they were in and felt her heart beat faster. He gazed at her intently, and they both leaned in toward each other. Haneul breathed heavily, unable to endure any longer. She pulled away from him and told him to stop looking at her with that foggy gaze. He also was biting her like a puppy biting a dog bone. The guy pouted and said she seemed to like it. Minji was walking late in the evening when she suddenly spotted Jae-hee Sunbae at the sports field. She approached him, greeting him and asking what he was doing there so late. The guy was hanging upside down and, waving cheerfully at her, replied that he was just smoking. The girl thought it was a rather strange way to do it, especially in just a shirt in December. The guy extinguished his cigarette and asked why she was walking alone, since Haneul usually goes with her. The girl replied that they had been filming in Final Assignment all night and she collapsed from exhaustion. She took out an e-cigarette and the guy was surprised. He had never seen her smoke before and asked if she really did. She replied that Haneul couldn't stand the smell of cigarettes, so she tried not to smoke at university. She asked why he was lying there in the middle of the night, especially dressed like that. The guy paused for a moment, then replied that he was just thinking about this and that. Then he smiled and, looking at the girl carefully, asked what Haneul likes. Minji looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a turn in the conversation. Haneul sat on the bed, feeling embarrassed, looking at the guy in front of her. He sat in the same way, embarrassed and frustrated, as he had previously asked the girl to stop, but she stubbornly kept testing his patience. Finally, he caught her by the ankle and told her to stop teasing him. Then he grabbed the blanket and wrapped her in it like a cocoon, saying that her curiosity would get them into trouble. Min-cheol hugged her and said that it was time for them to go to sleep now. For a moment, their eyes met, and their faces were so close to each other. An invisible connection seemed to form between them as their foreheads gently touched. The guy let out a tired sigh and said that his eyes were closing and that he was already falling asleep. He said that he hoped that, for the first time in a long while, he would finally get a good night's sleep. Haneul, hearing this, grew concerned and asked why. Was he not sleeping well? What was the reason? The guy sleepily mumbled that it was because she constantly appeared in his dreams. The girl was surprised and sat up slightly, asking if it was really her he saw in his dreams and how often it happened. The boy was already nearly asleep, so his mind wasn't fully in control of what he was saying. He confessed that lately, she had been appearing in his dreams almost every night. Hearing this, the girl broke into a contented smile, sensing what it meant. She asked why this was happening to him, wondering if he really liked her that much. Min-cheol sleepily replied that he really liked her. The girl couldn't believe it, wondering if she was dreaming. Could it really be that lucky? That her feelings were truly mutual? For a few moments, she just sat there, staring at the sleeping guy, processing what she had just heard. Then she blushed with a mix of embarrassment and joy. Happiness overwhelmed her, and she felt like screaming at the top of her lungs. She couldn't sit still, jumping around the bed in disbelief, unable to accept that all of this was real. Then, finally overwhelmed with joy, she loudly declared that she liked him too. But in response, the guy merely snored softly and shifted his head. Frustrated, she shouted at him to wake up. She started pushing and pinching him, hoping he'd snap out of it, but the guy remained completely unaware. She climbed on top of him and began shaking him, saying that they needed to start dating. The girl saw that he was so drunk and tired that nothing would wake him up right now, and she was shaking with the desire to confess to him and become an official couple as soon as possible. Finally, morning arrived. Haneul hadn't closed her eyes all night, continuing to watch the guy. She sat by his bed, waiting for the moment he would wake up. She planned to confess to him as soon as he opened his eyes. And although she had initially planned to buy him a gift before confessing, now that she was certain their feelings were mutual, none of that mattered anymore. She just wanted to start dating him as soon as possible. But why wasn't he waking up? She even started poking and pinching him again, but he just squirmed and furrowed his brow in his sleep. Haneul was getting anxious as she had to leave for her part-time job soon, but she desperately wanted to confess to him as soon as he woke up. Suddenly, Haneul's phone rang. It was Minji, and she remembered that she had asked her to wake her up in the morning. She had no choice. She couldn't skip her part-time job or university. Soon, the girl got dressed, hesitating about what to do. In the end, she decided to go about her business and give Min-cheol some time to sleep. The front door quietly slammed, and the guy opened his eyes, thinking he had imagined it. The girl was already at work, nervously biting her nails. Yuna watched her quietly for a while. She could tell that something was troubling the girl. Yuna thought that the girl looked like a little lost puppy searching for its owner. She couldn't help but ask why Haneul decided to work that morning. Did she have plans for the evening? The girl replied happily that it was true and that she had a reunion scheduled. Yuna suddenly lowered her gaze and apologized. Surprised, Haneul asked why she was apologizing. Yuna looked up at Haneul, her expression softening, and said that she had been harsh with her last time. Haneul, remembering that evening, replied that Yuna seemed really upset and down, asking if there was anything she could do to help. Then she said that if the girl wasn't ready to share, it was fine. She just hoped that everything was okay with her now. Hearing this, Yuna was surprised and froze, not knowing what to say. She suddenly asked why the girl cared so much about her after she had treated her so badly. Haneul smiled and replied that she understood everyone goes through a tough time, so she wasn't upset with her. Then she suddenly hugged Yuna and said that she was so happy that she decided to apologize. She added that it was really nice of her and that she was such a sweetheart. Yuna blushed with embarrassment. She wasn't used to someone expressing their emotions so openly. Meanwhile, the girl kept hugging her and said that she reminded her of a little kitten. When she finally let go, Yuna asked if her good mood was because of the reunion. She had noticed that Haneul was practically glowing with happiness today. Then Haneul flashed a conspiratorial smile and motioned for Yuna to come closer. She leaned in closer, and Haneul whispered in her ear that it seemed like she would soon start dating her best friend, the one she liked and had told her about before. Yuna asked if it was really true. The girl nodded excitedly and said it was so hard to contain her emotions. The girl replied that she was very happy for her and thought that she looked like a little adorable puppy. She was genuinely happy for Haneul. Later in the evening, Haneul and Minji arrived at the cafe where their class reunion was taking place. There were lots of people around, and the girls scanned the room looking for their table. Finally, they were greeted by Hojong, the former class president, who cheerfully greeted them. The girls excitedly discussed how long it had been since they last saw each other and how much had changed since their last meeting. At the table, some of their classmates were already sitting. Suddenly, someone asked if Min-cheol would be coming. The girl checked her phone, but the guy still hadn't responded to her messages. Minji speculated that he probably wouldn't come because he had drunk a lot yesterday. Haneul sighed heavily and said that it was probably true. She grumbled about how he didn't know his limits and kept drinking for no reason. But suddenly, a male silhouette appeared behind her. Min-cheol ruffled her hair and said that it wasn't for her to judge him, as if she had forgotten how she used to get drunk herself. At the sight of him, the girl's breath caught. Her heart pounded wildly. and joy overwhelmed her. Everyone around them started to eye the guy, commenting on how much he had changed, how he had become such a handsome guy, and how he resembled an idol. Suddenly, a girl smiled and suggested that Haneul sit next to her. Haneul thanked her and, sitting opposite with Minji, tried to focus but couldn't remember the girl's name. The girl noticed her confusion and, smiling, reminded her that her name was Yoon So-hee. Then Haneul clapped her hands and said that now she remembered her. She mentioned that since the girl had changed her hair color and done her makeup, she didn't recognize her right away. Meanwhile, Min-cheol sat with a stoic expression on his face, still not remembering who she was. The evening went on, with everyone sitting and chatting about their school days. Many people kept glancing curiously at Min-cheol and Haneul, their attention clearly drawn to the two of them. Min-cheol sat, feeling annoyed by all the attention, while Haneul, filled with anticipation, wondered when the right moment would come to confess her feelings to him. She was eager to do it as soon as possible. Suddenly, a group of former classmates gathered around the guy, complimenting his hairstyle and saying that the hair color really suited him. Ho-jung raised her glass and proposed a toast to everyone in celebration of their reunion. The guy smirked and leaned toward Haneul, asking if she had heard what the others said. She looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. The light strands of his bangs fell over his smiling eyes. The guy said smugly that everyone had commented on how well the hairstyle suited him. Haneul asked, "So what?" The guy, irritated, replied that she had called him an old man and laughed at him when he dyed his hair. He was curious if she had changed her mind now. Though inside she was screaming that he looked incredibly attractive, she simply smirked and replied that she hadn't changed her opinion at all. While the young people were playfully arguing, they didn't even notice that Yoon So-hee had been watching them the whole time, throwing strange looks in their direction. Haneul began to carefully study the menu. Minji asked if everything was okay. Haneul replied that she was craving something refreshing but couldn't find anything similar on the menu. She asked Ho-jung if it was allowed to bring their own food to the establishment, and the girl replied that it was. Then the girl excitedly raised her hand to get everyone's attention and asked who wanted ice cream. Having counted the number of people who wanted ice cream, she stood up and said she would go to the store. As soon as she walked away, Min-cheol silently stood up and followed her. For a few moments, everyone present silently watched as they left, and as soon as they were out of sight, they all started bombarding Minji with questions about whether those two were dating and what was going on between them. The girl tried to calm everyone down, saying that she didn't know anything, especially since those two had been close since childhood and still spent a lot of time together. Then the friends concluded that it was probably just their imagination since they hadn't seen them in a while. They remembered that in school, those two were always together as well. Only Yoon So-hee suddenly spoke up and said that she remembered it wasn't always like that. She mentioned that she remembered something happening during their first year, which caused them to almost stop talking to each other. Meanwhile, Haneul came out of the store with bags full of ice cream, and Min-cheol offered to carry them for her. She tried to refuse, but Min-cheol took the bags from her hands and playfully tapped a soda can against her forehead, telling her to drink it instead. She asked why, every time she drank alcohol, he would give her soda instead of the drinks that help with a hangover. Min-cheol replied that he knew she didn't like the taste of those drinks, and the girl blushed, realizing how much he cared for her. Opening the can, the girl took a sip and thought that maybe now was the right time to confess to him. She called his name and he looked at her attentively. The girl's face turned red as she recalled the events of the previous night, and she tried to ask if he remembered what had happened. The guy looked at her in confusion, watching her struggle to form a sentence. Suddenly, Yoon So-hee appeared next to them and said that they had been gone for so long that she decided to come looking for them. Startled, Haneul jumped and dropped the can of soda, spilling a little on her hands. Yoon So-hee suggested that Haneul could go to the nearby restroom to wash her hands. The girl said that they could go ahead and she would catch up with them later. Min-cheol teased her, saying not to fall asleep in the bathroom, and smirked. His cheerfulness instantly faded when he noticed the strange look Yoon So-hee was giving him, and he asked if she wanted to say something to him. The girl gave a strange smile and asked if he was dating Haneul. The guy rolled his eyes and said he was tired of such questions, and that they weren't dating. But then he froze when he heard the girl say that it was right, because it would be too shameless for him to start dating her. He stared at her in surprise. Yoon So-hee smirked and said that in the past he had made the girl suffer so much that it would be almost laughable if they started dating now. Her words dripped with venom. Meanwhile, Haneul, unaware of what was happening, approached the sink and discovered that the sticky drink had seeped under the sleeves of her jacket. Min-cheol irritably asked the girl what the heck she was talking about. Yoon So-hee acted carefree and told him not to pretend like he didn't understand. She pointed at him with her finger and said that he was the one responsible for what happened to Haneul's left wrist. Meanwhile, the girl took off her wristband to wash her hands, revealing a large, elongated scar on her left wrist, and she gazed at it with a sense of sadness. The girl's wristband got wet, and she decided that she didn't want to put it back on. She put the ed in her pocket, deciding that with the long sleeves of her jacket, the scar wouldn't be visible anyway. Meanwhile, an angry Min-cheol asked the girl who the hell she thought she was. Yoon So-hee continued to act innocent and asked if he was really just going to change the subject. She smirked and asked if he really thought that he and Haneul were the only people on the planet. There were others around them, including people in that hospital. While the guy stood there in confusion, it seemed like the girl was enjoying it. Smiling, she asked if he really thought that if he kept his mouth shut, everything would be as if nothing had happened. She never imagined he could be so shameless. A lump rose in Min-cheol's throat, and he couldn't say a word. The girl clasped her hands together and with a sweet smile said that she understood him to some extent. She said that Haneul was truly a wonderful person. She was kind, bright, and honest. Anyone who was around her would feel like a better person just by being in her presence. Yoon So-hee shifted her gaze to the guy with a sly look and said that, however, he was not a good person at all. Min-cheol froze again, a chill running down his spine. Memories unwelcome flooded his mind. The dark, empty hospital corridors and the girl lying in the ward, curled up in a ball, gasping for breath from her sobs. Yoon So-hee continued to smile innocently, as if telling him some silly joke, but her words stung him. She said that she was actually surprised how they had managed to stay friends all this time. The guy visibly grew angry and tensed up. She had no idea what she was talking about, so he told her to shut her mouth and think about what she was saying before speaking. But it seemed like the girl was enjoying the pain she was causing him. She just kept smiling and said that Haneul was probably so kind that even when she saw his true nature, the cowardly and pathetic Min-cheol, she still wouldn't be disappointed. Then she smiled cheerfully and said that the girl would definitely fall for him. She wished him good luck and said she would be rooting for him. Min-cheol clenched his jaw tightly. Suddenly, Haneul appeared beside them and, surprised, asked if they had stayed to wait for her. Yoon So-hee immediately turned to Haneul and replied that they decided to wait for her, asking if they could return to the cafe now. Haneul glanced at Min-cheol and told Yoon So-hee that she needed to talk to him privately, asking her to return to the cafe alone. Yoon So-hee didn't want to, but since she had already done what she came for, she decided to leave. The young people watched in silence as Yoon So-hee walked away. Neither Haneul nor Min-cheol spoke, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Finally, the girl lifted her gaze to him. His eyes were empty, as if all the life and joy had been drained from him. They stepped aside, and the girl looked around before asking if he remembered what happened the night before. Min-cheol tried to compose himself and act as usual. He said that if she was planning to scold him and be upset because he drank and didn't respond to her messages, it would be childish. The girl realized that he didn't remember, but it didn't matter because she remembered what he had told her. She said that it wasn't about that at all. She was so nervous that she couldn't put two words together. Mentally, confessing to him was so easy, but now, standing in front of him and looking into his eyes, it didn't seem so simple. She trembled and, stuttering, could only utter fragmented sounds. At one point, shifting from one foot to the other, she stumbled and felt herself losing balance. The girl began to fall, gasping for air in surprise. But in the next moment, Min-cheol wrapped his arm around her waist and caught her as if she weighed nothing. Annoyed, he said that he kept telling her to watch where she was going. Haneul felt how firmly he was holding her, looked into his eyes, and got lost in them, wondering just how beautiful they really were. Her heart was beating so loudly against her ribs that it seemed the guy might feel its rhythm against his chest. Then, Haneul leaned forward. She hugged him tightly, pressing her cheek against his chest, trying to breathe as deeply as she could. Min-cheol was embarrassed and surprised at such an outburst and asked what she was doing, asking if she had already gotten drunk. Haneul hugged him tighter and, lifting her head, looked at him, confessing that she liked him a lot. The noise in her ears was deafening. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of her chest, and her eyes were burning with emotion as she repeatedly whispered that she liked him. Hearing the confession he had secretly dreamed of for so long, Min-cheol froze. He had always known his place and had never dared to hope for anything more. He hadn't expected to hear such a confession from her, so it left him in shock. Seeing the pained expression on his face, the girl was taken aback. She had expected a different reaction to her confession. The guy took her hands and gently pushed her away without saying a word. The girl didn't understand if she had done something wrong. She anxiously asked what had happened, but he interrupted her and quietly asked, "Why?" He asked why she said that she liked him. He told her that she was probably just confused. Haneul didn't understand why he was saying that. She had mustered the courage to confess, and yet he reacted like this. Min-cheol interrupted her again and said that he wasn't planning to date her. While Haneul stared at him in shock, Min-cheol turned away, muttering that he simply couldn't do it. She couldn't understand what he was muttering. Trying to look into his eyes, she kept asking what was wrong with him. She grew seriously worried, grabbing onto his t-shirt and pleading with him not to shut her out. She asked if he was really that shocked by her confession. She caught his gaze and shouted that she knew he liked her too. Min-cheol looked at her in shock and fear, while the girl firmly stated that he had admitted it to her himself last night. Then she shouted that, besides everything else, if he didn't like her, they wouldn't have done what they did. The boy immediately covered her mouth with his hand, yelling that they were outside and that she should think about what she was saying and where she was saying it. Min-cheol clenched his jaw, his entire body tense as he listened to her words. Haneul, determined and relentless, pushed his hand away and continued arguing. She insisted that even if they had initially pretended it meant nothing, the fact that they couldn't stop proved that there were feelings involved. Haneul took a deep breath, her eyes burning with determination. She wasn't confused. She knew exactly how she felt. Min-cheol remained silent, his expression conflicted, as if battling a war within himself. The girl refused to back down. Her eyes were locked onto Min-cheol, demanding an answer. She asked if he liked her, and if not, why they had done all of this. Time seemed to slow, and Haneul could feel every nerve in her body taut. Suddenly, the guy asked if she hadn't said at the very beginning that it was just simple curiosity. Min-cheol inhaled sharply, his fists clenching at his sides. He stood there, silent, tense, and unable to meet her gaze. Then he turned away from her, preparing to leave. The girl reached out her hand toward him. Min-cheol thought to himself that this was the worst thing he could have done. Because of his cowardice, he felt pathetic. Haneul grabbed his hand and asked him to wait. The guy turned around, looking at her with empty eyes. He turned around and met her gaze filled with despair. Then his gaze drifted to the scar on her wrist, and he thought to himself that he was awful, only capable of leaving her with lasting wounds. He knew he had to end everything right now, before it was too late. Anger at himself surged within him, and he forcefully pulled his hand away from Haneul. The girl flinched, and fear flashed in her eyes. Seeing the way she looked at him, the guy flinched as well, not expecting such a reaction. Once again, he was reminded that he was simply a terrible person, and with a disappointed sigh, he turned away. He slowly walked away, leaving the bewildered Haneul behind him, and quietly said for her to just stop. Minji noticed that her friend returned alone and asked where she had been for so long and where Min-cheol was. The girl sat down, forcing a smile, and said that he had urgent matters to attend to, so he left earlier. The female part of the group sighed in disappointment. Minji was surprised and asked what had distracted him so urgently that he left in such cold weather without his jacket. Haneul didn't know what to come up with and responded vaguely. The girl looked closely at her friend. She could tell that Haneul was confused and upset, but decided not to focus on it in front of everyone at that moment. Haneul decided to push her worries aside, thinking that she'd talk to Min-cheol tomorrow at university. She felt confident that things between them would improve. Yoon So-hee sat nearby, observing the girl's state, and she realized that everything had gone exactly as she had planned. A smug smile spread across her face. The next day, Haneul paced back and forth in front of Min-cheol's faculty, waiting for him to finally come out. Finally, Min-cheol appeared, and Haneul excitedly ran towards him, calling his name. She smiled brightly and asked if he got home safely yesterday. Haneul tried to act casually, hoping to keep things light, but to her surprise, he simply walked past her in silence, as if she didn't exist at all. In that moment, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around and stared at his retreating back, unable to believe that this was really happening. The girl continued to watch him, and for the first time in her life, a thought crossed her mind. What if this was it, and they would never see each other again? She knew that such things could happen when one friend confessed to another, but this was them. It couldn't happen to them, because she was certain that he liked her too. So why was he avoiding her? She wanted to catch up to him and ask why he was acting this way, but her feet felt as though they were glued to the ground. She knew she couldn't turn back time or change anything, but she was terrified that things might only get worse. Haneul was afraid that he would turn away from her again, and she would have to see the same expression on his face as yesterday. She didn't understand what the hell was happening. At that moment, Jae-hee Sunbae was walking nearby, smiling as he said goodbye to his acquaintances. Suddenly, he spotted Haneul and, waving at her cheerfully, called her name, trying to get her attention. But then he froze. She stood there, staring blankly into the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her eyes were so lifeless, as if she was ready to fall apart into pieces right then and there. The smile on the guy's face faded, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl continued to stand there, silently crying, alone in the middle of the street. The guy felt a sharp pain in his chest, a strong urge to hold her and protect her from the world, even though he didn't know why she was crying. These feelings were new to him. As Min-cheol silently distanced himself from Haneul step by step, Jae-hee Sunbae confidently walked toward the girl, whose heart lay in shattered pieces at her feet. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and birds were singing all around. Little Min-cheol and Haneul were sitting on the porch of the house. Min-cheol looked sad and asked his friend if she realized that next year they'd be starting elementary school. The girl was playing a handheld console and absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, so what?" But the boy looked really upset and said he was worried they might end up in different classes. Haneul didn't seem to care at all and kept playing, saying, "Then that's just how it'll be." Noticing his gloomy face, she hugged him lightly and told him not to worry. Being apart would just mean they could make lots of new friends. But Min-cheol replied that he didn't want any new friends. The girl called him a scaredy cat and pulled him along. They lay down on the porch, and Haneul promised him that even if they ended up in different classes, she'd come see him during every break. A sincere smile spread across her face. She wasn't worried that anything could threaten their friendship. Min-cheol smiled back and agreed. He felt much better now. Back to the present. Haneul was lying in bed, wrapped up in her blanket, shutting herself off from the world. Minji had just come out of the shower and, noticing some movement under the blanket, asked if Haneul was awake. She sat down on the bed and saw that her friend's eyes were red and swollen. She asked if she had been crying again. Haneul said she was just yawning, but Minji didn't believe her for a second. Running her finger under her tearful eyes, she said, "Yeah, right. You sure did a lot of yawning." Minji asked if her friend wanted to tell her what happened since she'd been acting weird ever since the reunion. But when Haneul said nothing happened, Minji told her she was a terrible liar. Still, she didn't push her, and said she'd always be there if Haneul ever needed to talk. She wanted her to know she could trust her. Then Minji stood up and said it was time to pack. But when she noticed the confusion on her friend's face, she asked if Haneul had forgotten to book her bus ticket. That's when Haneul suddenly remembered. They were checking out of the dorm today, and she had completely forgotten about it. Minji started teasing her, pinching her cheeks, and said she'd help her out this time. Soon they arrived at the station, and Minji anxiously asked if Haneul would be okay. She'd only eaten 2 hamburgers all day. But Haneul said she woke up late and didn't have much of an appetite. Minji was heading home to Daejeon for the holidays, and her train was next to arrive. She asked if Haneul was sure she wouldn't miss her bus. Her friend replied she'd booked a 7 p.m. ticket so she could see Minji off and still have plenty of time. Minji gave her a stern look and told her not to forget to text and eat properly, or she'd worry about her. Finally, her train arrived, and the girls waved goodbye to each other. After seeing her friend off, Haneul sat down on a bench and sad thoughts began to fill her head again. Left alone, thoughts of Min-cheol took over completely. So much had happened between them lately. The feelings that had bloomed in her heart, she was sure they were mutual. But then she remembered his cold gaze and how he had rejected her feelings. Sitting at the subway station, she desperately tried to understand what she had missed. What could have caused such a drastic change? Haneul wondered how she'd even look him in the eyes next time they met, and what she should do if he ignored her again. She decided to wander around to kill some time before her bus, but thoughts of Min-cheol wouldn't leave her alone. She dreaded seeing him again. She kept wondering what kind of expression he'd have when they met, and whether it would be obvious how awkward she felt. She went to grab a bite, but even at the cafe, her mind was racing. What would she say if her mom asked what happened between them? And what if his mom asked? Lunar New Year was coming soon, and their brothers would definitely be home too. What would she do if they started asking questions as well? Haneul spent the whole day lost in thought, not even realizing how fast time had passed. Eventually, she noticed that there was no one else at the station but her. That was odd. She decided to check the time and was horrified to see it was already 10:35 p.m. That was awful. Only she could be such an idiot, wasting 5 whole hours and missing the last bus. To make things worse, a sharp pain twisted in her stomach. Haneul doubled over and rushed to the restroom. After a while, she thought maybe she'd eaten too much, too fast, too distracted by her thoughts. Looking at herself in the mirror, she froze, remembering the last time something like this had happened. She had been with Min-cheol then and told him to relax since they could just catch the next bus if they missed this one. The guy looked irritated and said she'd miss all the buses at that rate until she'd have to run for the last one. He pulled her along, telling her to hurry so they could arrive a little early. There was a lot of food on the table, and Min-cheol told her to stop stuffing her mouth so fast or her stomach would hurt. Haneul replied that she was just stress eating because she'd failed her monthly evaluation and told him to stop nagging. The guy asked if she'd thought about who would take care of her when she got indigestion, and she reluctantly admitted he was right. Min-cheol smiled and told her just to eat a little slower. Now the memory made her sad again, and she thought to herself what a jerk he was. She decided to go look for a place to stay. Spending the night in the subway wasn't an option. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. A girl was whispering quickly but quietly, telling someone to stop making noise or they'd get caught. Then she saw Lee Yo-han tightly hugging Yuna. The couple had clearly snuck off to a dark corner, and now Yuna blushed furiously, realizing they'd been caught red-handed. Lee Yo-han, on the other hand, looked completely calm and didn't react at all to being seen by Haneul. To their surprise, Haneul suddenly looked heartbroken and even started crying as she watched them. A while later, she came out of the shower, happy she'd finally gotten to wash up, and thanked Yuna for letting her stay over. Yuna said Haneul didn't really have a choice, considering she'd checked out of the dorm and missed every single bus. Then she curiously asked why Haneul suddenly burst into tears after seeing her and Johan together, which made Haneul tense up. She didn't know what to say, so she asked instead what the two of them had been doing in that dark corner at night. Now it was Yuna's turn to freeze. The girl awkwardly said she'd go take a shower, and Haneul replied that she'd tidy up in the meantime. As she started throwing out the trash, Haneul thought about how she couldn't possibly tell Yuna she cried because she saw her cuddling so sweetly with Lee Johan, and how much she wished she could have something that cute with Min-cheol. Getting distracted, Haneul finally noticed that Yuna clearly wasn't the type who enjoyed cleaning. Her apartment was a total mess. She knelt down to pull a blanket from under the bed. Suddenly, something tangled up in the blanket caught her attention. At that very moment, Yuna peeked out of the bathroom and asked the girl to hand over a big towel from the dryer. But she stopped mid-sentence when she saw Haneul sitting there, red as a tomato, holding something in her hands. Yuna immediately rushed out wearing only her underwear, her face burning, and demanded to know what exactly Haneul was holding. Stammering, Haneul said she was just cleaning up and found something under the bed. Yuna's eyes went dark with embarrassment as she yelled that Haneul shouldn't have looked under the bed. She only needed to pick up the stuff lying around. Both girls kept holding on to the object and blushing just as hard. Haneul said awkwardly that she just stumbled upon it by accident and that there was nothing wrong with Yuna having a little happy time now and then. Even though she was shocked, it was fine. Yuna told her not to act all innocent. She was sure Haneul also had her ways to relax, so she shouldn't act like a saint. But Haneul wasn't pretending. She tried to explain that she'd never done anything like that. Then she suddenly remembered one particular moment. Her face had been bright red with embarrassment when Min-cheol barged into her room without knocking. The guy had walked in just as she decided to try something, and she froze, clutching a pillow to her chest, praying he hadn't seen anything he shouldn't have. Earlier that day, Haneul had come home and happily flopped onto her bed, excited that she could finally relax before the semester started. Only the first round of results had been announced, but she'd passed, so she could breathe easy for a while. She was thrilled thinking about how fun it would be to plan her class schedule. Little did she know she'd completely mess up her course registration later. She dreamed about going on her first MT trip and attending orientation. Her friends told her how amazing those experiences were. One day, she was sitting with Min-cheol and his older brothers, and they told her that in college, she'd have to drink with her classmates. But she should always know her limit. The oldest Kim family brother warned her to be careful around people, especially those who were overly friendly for no reason. Meanwhile, Min-cheol was just lying there, half listening while playing on his console. His brothers kept lecturing her, saying she needed to be extra careful, especially with men. But Haneul was too excited about college life to really understand what they meant. Min-cheol's middle brother laughed and said not to worry. After all, Haneul wasn't even into guys. The girl smiled and replied that wasn't true at all. She wouldn't mind dating someone. The room instantly fell silent. The three brothers were all trying to process what they just heard. Finally, one of them asked why she even needed that when she already had her loyal appas. She replied that was true. But what did that have to do with wanting to date someone? They'd all been best friends for as long as she could remember. Remembering that conversation now, she hugged her pillow tightly and thought how nice it would be to start dating a guy someday. But what do couples usually do? Eat together, go for walks, have fun. She already did all that with Kim Min-cheol. Then she thought about how couples usually hold hands when they walk. And maybe sometimes kiss? Embarrassed, she leaned back. Why was she still remembering that movie scene after all these years? She was way too impressionable. And that thought led her to wonder what else couples usually do. Haneul started imagining what those moments were like. Would it hurt or feel good like in the movie? Blushing, she lowered her hand, wondering what kind of feelings she was supposed to have when someone touched her. Her face turned completely red. She didn't know a thing about this stuff, but her curiosity was eating her alive. And right at that spicy moment, her bedroom door burst open. Min-cheol walked in casually. Thank God his eyes were glued to his phone. The girl froze in shock and horror. She didn't even want to imagine what could have happened. So she grabbed a pillow and threw it straight at the idiot's face. She shouted at him, telling him to never ever barge into her room without knocking again. The guy stood up after getting hit and yelled back, asking what the hell was wrong with her. Since when did they start knocking before entering each other's rooms? Still shaking from the shock, Haneul yelled that starting right now, she was banning him from coming into her room without knocking first. But Min-cheol scooped her up like she weighed nothing and told her to stop talking nonsense and go eat before the food got cold. Carrying her under his arm, he teased that she must have gained weight again since her sides felt so soft. The girl called him an ignorant gorilla in return. Noticing that the girl hesitated, Yuna said that judging by her expression, something was definitely going on. But either way, she told her to finally let go of it, which Haneul did. The next morning, Yuna woke up to a faint noise coming from the next room. Still half asleep, she opened the kitchen door, mumbling, "What the hell's going on?" Haneul, seeing her, apologized for waking her up. She was washing the dishes and trying not to make too much noise. Yuna yawned and said it was fine, adding that she shouldn't have bothered doing it. But then she noticed the whole living room was sparkling clean. Everything was tidy and perfectly in place. Haneul asked if she could vacuum since she didn't want to do it while Yuna was still sleeping. Once the apartment was spotless, Yuna lay down on the couch while Haneul continued folding laundry. The apartment's owner watched her for a while before finally saying that it was unexpected. When Haneul first started working at the cafe, Yuna had thought she was completely hopeless at housework. Haneul smiled and said that actually, she was really good at taking care of things around the house. But when it came to cooking, she was absolutely terrible. It was the one thing she could never get right. As soon as she mentioned that, she remembered that the cooking had always been done by that jerk, and her mood immediately soured. Meanwhile, Min-cheol was busy in the kitchen. He expertly chopped onions while several dishes simmered on the stove. Lost in thought, he tasted one of the dishes, cooking almost on autopilot. His mind drifted back to his last encounter with Haneul, and he leaned over the stove with a heavy sigh. Then he covered his face with his hands, cursing himself. Why the hell did he just walk past her? Why did he ignore her? Why, sir, he called himself a complete idiot. The table was covered with steaming, delicious food when the apartment's owner came home. Min-cheol's older brother, Kim Ho-jun, walked in and said, "Wow, look at all this food. Are we celebrating something?" Kim Ho-jun was the eldest son of the Kim family, and despite that, the shortest of the three brothers. He was surprised that instead of going straight to their parents' house, Min-cheol had come to his place and cooked 9 whole dishes. So he immediately asked what had happened. Did he fight with Haneul again? Every time his brother was stressed, the number of dishes he cooked went up. Min-cheol froze with a spoon in his hand, realizing he'd been caught. Noticing this, Ho-jun continued, saying that if that was the case, then clearly it was Min-cheol's fault, and that he should apologize to her. Min-cheol frowned and asked why Ho-jun always assumed it was his fault. Ho-jun thought to himself that he must have guessed right, but told Min-cheol not to argue with his older brother. He gave him a serious look and said that just so he knew. He wouldn't let him hide away again. If there was a problem, he couldn't just sit around and stay silent. He had to talk about it. Suddenly, Min-cheol cut him off, saying that zucchini was especially delicious this season and that his brother should try some since it was his favorite dish. Ho-jun didn't push any further, only mumbling that it was Haneul's favorite dish, not his. Meanwhile, Yoon So-hee was happily cutting and gluing together a small photo collage. It was a picture from their last class reunion. She decorated Haneul's silhouette with cute stickers and completely covered Minji's face so that only she and Haneul were visible in the photo. Resting her head on the table, she admired her creation with delight, proud that she'd finally had the courage to talk to Haneul. When she had asked to take a photo together and Haneul agreed, her hands literally started shaking with excitement. Now she could admire Haneul's face anytime she wanted. Who knows when they'd meet again? When dinner was over and Min-cheol had washed the dishes, his brother announced that it was time for them to head to their parents' house. Min-cheol thought they wouldn't go there until Lunar New Year. He was worried Haneul might be there too, but Ho-jun said they were going today, and that their second brother had already called, saying he'd be there as well. Seeing his brother tense up, Ho-jun asked if he seriously planned on skipping the visit. He hadn't seen their second brother in almost a year. Sweat trickled down Min-cheol's face. He mumbled something about it just being too sudden. But Ho-jun kept pushing, saying it was never a problem before. So what was wrong now? Was he really going to skip the family visit just because he'd fought with Haneul? Sometime later, the brothers arrived at their parents' house. Ho-jun greeted everyone, saying they had arrived. Min-cheol was nervous, his body trembling from tension. They were greeted by a smiling Kim Junmin, the second son of the Kim family and the middle brother. He immediately hugged them both and joked that the eldest seemed to be shrinking every year, while the youngest kept getting taller. Then Junmin suddenly looked around and said, "Wait a sec. Someone's missing." When he asked if Haneul hadn't come with Min-cheol, the younger brother tensed up. And when Junmin added that she was probably coming later with her aunt, Min-cheol's heart started racing in panic. And as if by magic, Haneul's mother appeared right behind the 3 brothers. The brothers greeted her warmly, opening their arms wide. They were practically family and hadn't seen her in ages. The woman began hugging them all, saying how long it had been and asking how they'd been doing. When the guys asked where Haneul was, her mother said that her daughter had called yesterday and told her she made plans with a friend, so she wouldn't be coming. Maybe tomorrow. Min-cheol felt both relieved and uneasy. He was afraid of seeing her, but he didn't want her to skip the holiday or miss time with the family because of him. Junmin grabbed his brother and scolded him, saying he should have brought Haneul with him. What on earth was he thinking? At that moment, the brothers' mother appeared from the kitchen and yelled at them. "Good Lord, just look at you 3. You're blocking the doorway and not letting Yoon soon come inside." Then she ordered them to get to the kitchen and help out immediately. Junmin still couldn't calm down and asked their aunt if she was sure Haneul would come tomorrow, but the woman said she wasn't sure herself. Ho-jun asked why his brother was pestering their aunt. Why did it matter so much to him when Haneul would come? Junmin replied that maybe he saw her more often, but he hadn't seen her in almost a year. The eldest brother said that if Junmin kept being pushy, Haneul might get tired of him. She wasn't a little girl anymore. But Junmin told him to stop talking nonsense and announced that he was going to call her right now. He was sure Haneul would be thrilled to hear from her beloved Appa, and he asked her mother to call her. Hearing that, Min-cheol tensed up even more. When Haneul's voice came through the phone, everyone cheered and started greeting her. Her mom asked if she'd been eating junk food now that she was alone. Haneul was literally munching on chips at that very moment, but lied, saying she wasn't eating fast food. She wondered if her mom could somehow see through walls or read minds. She asked what was going on, not wanting her mom to ask when she was coming, because she herself wasn't sure if she should go at all. And as if her mom really could read minds, she asked if something was wrong and said she just wanted to know when Haneul would come. But she didn't get to finish because Junmin suddenly shouted excitedly into the phone. Haneul was surprised to hear him and asked when he got there. He happily announced that her favorite Appa had returned that morning and was dying to see her. Oh, and Hojun missed her too. And Min-cheol as well. All three brothers couldn't wait to see her. So when was she coming? Hearing that, her mood darkened. Seriously? Here she was stressing over what to do when she saw Min-cheol, lying to Minji, missing the last bus, giving herself indigestion, watching Lee Yohan and Yuna act all lovey-dovey, and even begging Yuna to let her stay the night, and Min-cheol just went home like nothing happened. Finally, she pulled herself together and shocked everyone by saying she wasn't coming. Everyone was confused and asked why. The girl simply said she had confessed her feelings to Min-cheol, and he rejected her. At that moment, both brothers turned to look at the youngest one, who was already frozen in the doorway, ready to bolt. But his escape failed. His brothers caught him at the door, yelling and scolding him like crazy. A little later, the guys went out to play bowling. A girl ran up to her friend and told her to hurry and follow her. 3 insanely handsome guys had just sat down nearby. Her friend couldn't believe it. Meeting even one attractive guy was rare enough, but 3 at once? When they got back to their table, they saw Kim Hojun and Kim Junmin. Those two were so good-looking it was almost criminal. The only strange thing was that the 3rd handsome guy had his face down on the floor. But judging by his physique, he had to be just as hot as the other 2. Kim Junmin looked confident and made his throw, cheering loudly. But his ball didn't hit a single pin. It just rolled straight into the gutter. The guy didn't look disappointed at all. Instead, he grinned smugly and said it was on purpose. He didn't want to hurt the pins, so he threw it that way intentionally. Min-cheol was still trembling because his brothers had made him kneel in an apologetic pose. Finally, Hojun told him he could stand up. Min-cheol picked up the ball and tossed it down the lane without much interest. With one clean strike, he knocked down every single pin, earning a stunned gasp from his brother. Junmin asked how his brother managed to strike after all that punishment exercises. Min-cheol asked if he wanted another round, but Hojun said that was enough. Junmin declared that he only lost because his lucky charm wasn't there with them today, and it was all Kim Min-cheol's fault. Hojun looked at his middle brother and said his game was terrible, telling him to go practice a little on his own. Junmin pouted and said that sounded kind of rude coming from him. The eldest brother replied that if Junmin managed to beat him in the next game, he'd buy him anything he wanted from the snack bar. The middle brother grinned smugly and said that in that case, he'd go practice hard. As soon as he left, Hojun turned to Min-cheol. He had thought it was just another small argument between them, but it was clearly something deeper. Now he wanted to know the reason. He asked if Min-cheol didn't like Haneul, and his brother hesitated. He didn't know how to answer because that wasn't true. But before he could speak, Hojun said it himself. Of course you like her. Min-cheol looked surprised and asked how he knew. Hojun took a sip of his drink and asked, how could I not know? Every time Min-cheol took even one step away from Haneul, he started acting like a lost puppy, wandering around like he'd lost his owner. Hojun was sure his brother had just mumbled something instead of giving her a real answer, and that's what caused their misunderstanding. He looked at his younger brother and said that if Min-cheol kept avoiding things, nothing would ever change. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the same girls sitting nearby. One of them came up to Hojun and asked for his number, saying he was totally her type. Right then, Junmin showed up and jumped into the conversation, telling the girls not to waste their time on those two. He pointed at Min-cheol and said that this guy was already in love with someone. Then pointing at Hojun, he added, and this one's a married man. The girls suddenly tensed up and asked if he was joking. Hojun told his brother to stop fooling around and explained to the girls that he was actually divorced, then asked if that was a problem for them. The girls quickly rushed off, whispering how embarrassing that was. Handsome guys like that are hard to find, but they always have skeletons in their closets. Min-cheol looked down, clearly upset, and just told his brother that sometimes it's better to do nothing than to make things worse. He was fine with how things were now. After all, romantic relationships can always end. Hojun agreed that his brother was right and said he wouldn't argue. If that's his decision, then so be it. After all, rejecting someone isn't the same as dating for a while and then breaking up, or making a huge mistake before even starting to date. Hojun was sure everything would get better with time, so there was no need to act like it was the end of the world. But then he saw Min-cheol's expression and froze. It was that guilty look. He definitely did something wrong, so Hojun said, "Don't tell me you actually did it." Noticing his younger brother trembling with nerves and fear, he repeated, "Don't you dare tell me you did it." When Junmin came back, he saw his older brother on top of Min-cheol, about to strangle him. He thought to himself how lucky he was not to be the youngest in the family. Meanwhile, Yoona sat at home at the table, trying to decide what to do. Just then, she got a message from Lee Yohan asking what she was up to. The girl replied that she was planning to study. The guy asked if she wanted to take a walk and have dinner together. Then he added that he really missed her, and Yoona immediately turned red like a tomato. Since when were they sending those kinds of messages? Did this guy even think before he typed something? The brothers went out for noodles while Junmin watched with amusement as the older brother scolded the younger one. Hojun was incredibly disappointed with Min-cheol's behavior and asked if that's really how he'd raised his little brother. Even though he was furious, he decided to give Min-cheol some advice. Not to fear what hasn't happened yet, and not to jump to conclusions too fast. He told him to be a bit more honest, or he'd regret it deeply later. Min-cheol listened carefully, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Jae-hee lay in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about what he'd recently seen. He couldn't understand, why was Haneul standing there crying? Why did she look so lost? He stared at her contact on his phone, wondering if he should text her. It was their last year of high school. Haneul looked thoughtfully at her hair and asked if she should go platinum blonde before entering college. Min-cheol said that would be pretty hard. She might have to bleach it several times to get the perfect color. When he asked why platinum blonde, she said she didn't really know. Maybe because it looked badass. Soon after, Min-cheol dyed his own hair, and when she saw him, Haneul squealed with excitement. His hair looked amazing. He asked if he looked like an idol now. But Haneul laughed and said he looked like an old man, then ran out of his room laughing. He stared at a strand of his new platinum hair, wondering if she really didn't like it. Her next idea was to get her ears pierced, but she was trembling with fear. She'd been sitting in the chair for 20 minutes, unable to let the piercer do their job. Min-cheol was annoyed. She'd dragged him there for support, but still couldn't go through with it. He asked what the hell made her want to get her ears pierced anyway. Haneul said Minji's earrings looked super cute. He told her to just close her eyes and relax. Suddenly, Haneul clasped her hands in a pleading gesture and looked up at him with puppy eyes. She begged him to go first. Min-cheol froze and asked what the hell she was even talking about. The girl nervously explained that he should try it first, then tell her how bad it hurt. She kept giving him that pleading look, and he tensed up, realizing he had no choice. Soon after, they both walked out of the piercing studio with freshly pierced ears. He asked if she was happy now. Haneul really did look satisfied and thanked him. They barely walked a few steps before the girl noticed a cafe nearby. She suddenly said she wanted to try working at a cafe. Min-cheol sighed tiredly and said there were way too many things she wanted to try. Then he asked how she could be sure that her coffee wouldn't kill anyone, since he knew she completely lacked cooking skills. The girl just smiled and said that in that case, he could make the coffee and she would do the dishes. Min-cheol just sighed and said, for God's sake. Now she was standing behind the counter, wiping a glass, watching Lee Yohan talk with Yoona. Yoona asked what he wanted to order, and he said he wanted to try something new, something he hadn't tasted before. The girl looked tense and replied that he'd already tried everything on their menu. Lee Yohan gently brushed her hand with his finger and asked what her weekend plans were after work. The girl pushed him away and told him to keep his hands to himself. Then she said she wasn't sure yet. Maybe she'd go home. It seemed like Lee Yohan wasn't embarrassed or flustered at all. Instead, he licked her finger. The girl was completely shocked and just stared at him in disbelief. Then, angry and flustered, she turned back toward the counter, telling him to drink cold water instead of their drinks. Yoona bumped into a curious Haneul who whispered that after what she'd seen by the subway last time, they now seemed really close. She looked excited and happy for them, asking if they were actually dating now. But Yoona bristled like a cat and snapped that it wasn't like that at all. The girl pointed at Yohan and asked, "Do I look like someone who'd date a kid like him?" Lee Yohan pouted, scratching his forehead, and asked why she always blushed whenever that so-called kid was around. Yoona grabbed him by the collar and said they needed to have a quick private talk. Haneul watched them leave with a bright smile, mumbling to herself that those two really got along well and looked good together. Then her mind immediately wandered to herself and Min-cheol. How long had it been since they last saw each other? Yoona pinned Yohan against the wall and scolded him to stop behaving like that. She looked like an angry cat, but Yohan simply rested his head on her shoulder. Her face instantly turned red and her heart started pounding wildly. Yohan breathed in the scent of her perfume and softly asked her not to push him away, to think seriously about them. He glanced at her sideways and quietly asked, "Be honest, didn't you like that day?" They stood together near the subway station in a secluded corner, and he held her tightly in his arms. His hand gently touched her burning cheeks. His eyes locked on hers. Then he leaned in and whispered for her to close her eyes. The day before, Yoona was standing in front of the mirror, carefully checking her outfit. She wasn't sure if she'd dressed too fancy for a simple meetup, After all, she refused to admit it was a date. Right before leaving home, she was furious with herself for spending so much time getting ready. When she arrived at the meeting spot, Lee Johan wasn't there yet. Shivering from the cold, she grew irritated. How could he be late when he was the one who set the time? The next moment, the guy suddenly appeared beside her and pressed something warm against her face. It startled Yuna. She jumped back like a cat and started scolding him for being late. But Johan handed her a small bag filled with fish-shaped pastries. He knew how much she loved them and had come early to buy some, so technically he wasn't late at all. The girl immediately started eating the pastries and thought to herself how they really were her favorite. The guy silently watched as her face softened with satisfaction and stayed quiet. Finally, she looked at him and asked what he planned for them to do. A bit later, Yuna stood in the middle of a public sauna, already regretting agreeing to meet him. She couldn't believe Johan had chosen this as his reward, going to a sauna together. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what was wrong. Wasn't it nice, warm, and cozy here? She couldn't disagree, but still, it felt weird. Then she noticed the comic book in his hands and asked what he was reading. Johan said it was a really fun manga called Two Piece, and that they had tons of manga here for every taste. Yuna curiously asked if that manga was interesting. Hearing that, he looked genuinely shocked. Could it be she'd never read it before? The next moment, he handed her a whole stack of volumes, saying she had to read it. It was basic culture, something everyone had to know. The girl looked at one of the volumes with interest and said he talked about manga so passionately, like a true otaku. She watched him quietly reading and wondered what was going on inside his head. She thought he'd use his reward to make a move during this so-called date, but instead they were just hanging out at a sauna. Maybe she'd been wrong. Maybe he really just wanted to hang out like before, as friends. But wait, last time he'd confessed that he liked her. So why was he acting so calm now? These thoughts were driving Yuna crazy. Soon she got so caught up in reading that she didn't even notice Johan had gone to grab some snacks. When he came back, she told him not to interrupt her. So he simply started feeding her as she read, and she ate absent-mindedly. Johan watched her munch happily while reading and thought she looked absolutely adorable. She was so cute that he briefly wondered what would happen if he just took a tiny bite of her cheek. Without looking up, Yuna asked for more, and he popped another snack right into her mouth. After a while, Johan noticed the place had started to empty out. It was getting pretty late. He was about to suggest they head out, but when he turned, Yuna was sound asleep. The guy gently poked her cheek with his finger, and she let out a small, sleepy sound. She looked even cuter like this, so he decided not to wake her up. When Yuna finally woke up, she realized with horror that she probably wouldn't be able to sleep that night. She said their day had basically been just reading manga, and asked if Johan was really okay using his reward that way. But the guy just stared at her and said he didn't remember ever saying that was his reward. The girl froze, then asked what he meant. He said he wanted to get his reward today and asked her out. Johan reminded her that he'd said he wanted his reward, but never mentioned what it would actually be. Yuna started trembling from excitement and nerves. Unbelievable. He'd tricked her. So what did he really want? The day was almost over, and once it ended, his right to a reward would expire too. The guy stepped closer to her and calmly said he knew that. The girl looked confused and asked what he wanted from her then. Johan looked at her and said that for his reward, he wanted permission to touch her face. He pulled her gently closer, leading her into a secluded corner. His gaze was soft and warm. With the streetlight shining right on her face, he could finally see her clearly. Yuna felt strange. At first, she didn't understand why he was looking at her that way, but then she felt butterflies fluttering in her stomach. Johan softly brushed his hand against her face and said she hadn't changed at all. The same sharp eyes, the same cute little nose. Then he traced his thumb along her lips. Her cheeks immediately burned red. But he kept talking, saying her eyelashes were just as long as he remembered. Yuna looked at him in surprise and asked how he could even know what her lashes looked like back then. The guy said he always remembered them, because every time she cried, he'd look up at her from below and watch the tears roll down to the very tips of her lashes before they fell. He looked at her, completely captivated, his fists clenching as he fought the urge to brush those tears away himself. Looking down at her like this felt new and unfamiliar to him. The girl stepped back, but he caught her hand and asked, "What about me? Don't you think I've changed a lot since then?" He pressed her hand to his face and said she could touch him. Yuna froze, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath her fingers, the shape of his cheekbones, the softness of his lips. Johan kept holding her hand, his eyes locked on hers, and whispered, "Please, touch me." The girl looked closely at his face, thinking how his eyes, nose, and even mouth were exactly the same. So why was she feeling such strange emotions now? Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and softly asked her to close hers. That made her jerk her hand back and stare at him in confusion. She had no idea what he was trying to do. The next moment, Lee Johan gently brushed her cheek, slowly leaning closer to her. Yuna felt her heartbeat quicken as she started to close her eyes, leaning toward him, expecting a kiss. But suddenly, Johan poked her cheek with his finger and, laughing, asked what she'd been thinking just now. He started teasing her, saying that stuff like that could only happen after they officially started dating. There was a mischievous sparkle in his eyes as he playfully called her a pervert. Realizing how embarrassing and shameful the moment was, Yuna blushed all the way to her roots. That jerk was just making fun of her. She immediately began scolding him and defending herself, saying he was the one who told her to close her eyes. She hadn't planned anything like that. But the guy just kept laughing, saying he didn't expect her to listen to him so quickly. At one point, Yuna tripped and almost fell, but he caught her and pulled her close, telling her to be careful. Pressing her cheek against his chest, she froze when she heard the sound of his heartbeat. Johan's arms rested confidently around her waist, and even through all the layers of clothing, she could hear how loud and fast his heart was beating, even though he looked completely calm on the outside. The guy asked if she was surprised. "It's normal," he said, "when you're standing next to someone you really like." Hearing that, Yuna blushed even harder. That was so him, saying embarrassing things so casually. But the guy didn't stop there and confessed that he was in love with her. He knew she still saw him as a kid, but even so, he'd grown up, and that meant she didn't need to protect him the way she used to. Johan pulled her even closer and asked her to look at him. Sincerely, for real this time. Right then, Yuna heard footsteps and froze, terrified that someone might catch them in such a compromising position. Now they were standing that close again, and he was waiting for her answer. Of course she'd loved that day, but she was too scared to admit it, even to herself. So she quietly pushed him away and said she had to get back to work. Johan stayed where he was, watching her walk away with a sad look in his eyes. As Yuna headed back to the cafe, she kept thinking that with every uncertain step he took, he seemed to get even closer, and she didn't know what to do anymore. She thought Lee Johan was too good of a person, and that scared her. She was afraid she might end up being the one to hurt him. When she returned to the cafe, she found Haneul texting someone. The girl looked like she'd been caught doing something wrong. Yuna playfully scolded her for being on her phone during work hours, to which Haneul teased back that she's the one who spends work hours relaxing with Lee Johan, narrowing her eyes mischievously. Then she explained that she'd missed a call from Jae-hee Sunbae, but when she called back, he didn't answer. Maybe something happened to his phone. Hearing his name, Yuna froze, feeling a wave of discomfort. Haneul noticed and asked if she was okay, but Yuna said everything was fine and that they should get back to work. While doing her usual tasks, Yuna thought about how much she hated herself for still reacting so strongly to that guy's name. Meanwhile, Haneul continued her part of the work, suddenly remembering how Yuna used to act jealous of her because she seemed to like Jae-hee Sunbae. But thinking about it now, feelings can change. That made her remember Min-cheol. She recalled that awful evening and scolded herself for even thinking about it. She shouldn't. Suddenly, Yuna interrupted her, asking if Haneul could cover a shift tomorrow since the morning worker had fallen sick. The girl grabbed her phone to check her schedule. She didn't remember having any plans for tomorrow. But when she saw the date, she froze. Her eyes went blank, filled with confusion. Haneul dropped to her knees, not understanding how she could have forgotten. Seeing this, Yuna panicked and asked what was wrong. Haneul looked like a frightened animal. She started apologizing, saying she'd take the shift tomorrow but had to leave early today. Yuna assured her it was fine and told her to go. The girl immediately rushed out, apologizing again for the trouble. On her way home, Haneul stopped by a small shop. She sat at a tiny table with a box of chocolate cookies, staring at it sadly. Then she stuck a small birthday candle into one of the cookies. With a heavy sigh, she said softly, "This is my first birthday since I became an adult. But you're not here." At that exact same moment, somewhere else, another person lit the same kind of candle on the same kind of cookie. Min-cheol sat in his room, watching the candle flame flicker. He sadly remembered how he and Haneul had celebrated every birthday together for as long as he could remember. Last year, they'd sat in front of the same kind of cookie, and he'd asked if she'd made a wish for her birthday. Haneul noticed it had just turned midnight and cheerfully congratulated Min-cheol on his birthday. Min-cheol congratulated her back. Then they blew out the candle together. It was their little yearly tradition. The girl had been so happy to finally turn 19. Next year, she'd celebrate her birthday as an adult. She was sure her next birthday would be even more special. But Min-cheol just stayed calm and asked what was supposed to be so special about next year. He thought she was rushing things again, as always. But Haneul smiled warmly at him, and then a playful sparkle lit up in her eyes. She said that midnight had already passed, and he knew what that meant. Min-cheol smiled back at her gently. Yeah, he knew. So he said, "Whatever you want. Just say the word, princess." A few years earlier, little Min-cheol woke up in the morning and carefully read a note. His mom had to leave for work early again and would be late. She apologized and left him some money so he could buy himself something to eat. The boy stared thoughtfully at the note, wondering what he should buy. He had just stepped outside when he heard a cheerful, familiar voice wishing him a happy birthday. Haneul saw her friend and asked where he was going. She told him to wait a moment so she could come along. After a little while, the girl ran down to him, out of breath but smiling. Min-cheol asked where she was planning to go. The girl beamed and said she wanted to buy a birthday cake. Did her mom really let her go buy a cake by herself? Haneul smiled and said she was old enough now and her mom trusted her. Then she asked if Min-cheol wanted to go to the store with her. The boy agreed and they headed out. Haneul was cheerful the whole way and finally asked what kind of cake Min-cheol had eaten yesterday, since it had been his birthday too. The boy didn't know what to say and just squeezed the bill in his pocket. He didn't have time to answer before Haneul quickly said the light had turned green and they needed to hurry across the street. Min-cheol decided not to say anything. His friend was in a good mood and her birthday was coming up soon. At the store, the girl picked out a box of beautiful pastries with different fillings. She carried the box like she had just won the best prize ever. The smile never left her face. She walked, practically dancing from joy, and Min-cheol warned her to be careful if she didn't want to drop the box and ruin her birthday treat. She assured him everything was fine, then suddenly froze, staring straight ahead. In front of them was a brand new playground that Haneul had never seen before. She immediately pulled Min-cheol along, saying they absolutely had to go play there right now. But the boy tried again to warn her that her cake might melt. Maybe they should take it home first and then come back to play. Haneul insisted that everything would be fine because there was dry ice in the box. Min-cheol wasn't as confident as she was, but he knew arguing was pointless when she had made up her mind. In the end, the friends had a great time at the playground, sliding down the slide, swinging, and just goofing around. They didn't even notice the sun setting. When they realized it was already so late, Haneul panicked and said her mom was definitely going to scold her. The moment she picked up the box with her birthday treats, she heard a squishy sound. She decided to check the pastries, so she untied the ribbon and opened the box. When she saw what was inside, she knew she was doomed. Her birthday pastries had melted. She was devastated and declared her birthday officially ruined. Min-cheol didn't know how to comfort her, until he suddenly remembered something. He pulled out the money his mom had left him for food, and now he knew exactly what he would buy with it. At home, Haneul was met by an unhappy mom who didn't know what to scold her for first, disappearing all day without telling her or bringing home a melted birthday cake, or for the fact that she had used Min-cheol's money to buy chocolate cookies. The woman thanked Min-cheol and invited him to stay for dinner. He agreed and said it was no problem. He was happy to help Haneul. The girl's mom remembered and wished him a happy birthday. She smiled and asked if yesterday's birthday cake had been tasty. The boy admitted that his mom had been very busy with work, his older brother was away at university, and the middle one was preparing for entrance exams, so he didn't have a cake. But he truly wasn't upset. Hearing that left Haneul and her mother shocked. The girl asked if he hadn't even blown out birthday candles. Min-cheol honestly didn't think it mattered and said it was fine. The girl was not happy with the situation and said that wasn't acceptable. Your birthday only comes once a year. She said they would blow out candles together later, right before midnight. It would mark the end of his birthday and the beginning of hers, so they would celebrate together, eat sweets, and watch TV. Her mom said she would call her friend to let her know that Min-cheol would be staying the night, and the boy shyly agreed. Midnight was getting close, and the birthday candles were burning on their improvised cookie cake. Haneul looked at her best friend and told him to get ready. She asked if he had already thought of a wish. Min-cheol smiled at her and said he was ready. The clock ticked, and only a few seconds remained until midnight. Finally, it was time. The friends blew out the candles together, each making a wish. Haneul's mom clapped happily, congratulating the kids on their birthdays. The room filled with laughter and cheerful wishes, and for a moment, Min-cheol froze. Haneul was smiling, and he really liked the way they celebrated their birthdays. After that, every year they would buy a box of cookies, and right before his birthday ended and hers began, they would blow out the candles together and make their wishes. It became their own tradition. A few years later, on his 11th birthday, Min-cheol was putting on his shoes and loudly said he'd be right back. Kim Junmin asked where he was heading, and the boy said he was going to see Haneul. Junmin asked if his younger brother even realized how weird his hair color looked. Min-cheol answered that his hair was fine. Haneul had the same color. His brother laughed and asked if he didn't think he and Haneul looked alike. The boy let out a heavy sigh. He was tired of his brother's teasing. He told Junmin he should focus on his study, since he'd heard his brother was falling behind in school. Junmin grumbled, confused about how that little brat even knew that. But Min-cheol had already walked out the door. Junmin watched his younger brother leave and thought he used to be adorable when he was little, but now he was a real troublemaker. Meanwhile, Min-cheol arrived at Haneul's house and started banging on the door, calling her name. They were supposed to hang out, but she wasn't opening. When the girl finally opened the door, he saw her entire face was covered in tears. At first, the boy froze in shock and confusion. Then he nervously asked what happened and why she was crying. Haneul just let him inside and collapsed onto her bed, still sobbing. Min-cheol felt awkward and stayed quiet for a while, then said he couldn't read minds. If she kept silent, he wouldn't understand what was going on and wouldn't be able to help. Finally, still sniffling, she lifted her head and said it was her mom. She wouldn't be able to celebrate her birthday with her again. The girl cried even harder as she explained that since her mom couldn't make it last year, she had promised to spend the whole day with her this time, take her to the amusement park, and buy a 2-tier birthday cake. Min-cheol didn't take birthdays as seriously since he was used to things like this, but he knew how important this day was to her. He tried to comfort her, saying her mom just had a lot of work. Haneul yelled, asking how work could be more important than her own daughter. Then the boy said they could blow out the candles together like always and spend the whole day together. Tears kept rolling down Haneul's face as she said she didn't believe him. He barely spent time with her lately and was always busy with baseball. Last time he even ran home early to do homework. She threw herself back onto the bed, crying even harder. The boy sat there helpless, not knowing what else to do to calm her down. He didn't know how to comfort girls properly and felt incredibly awkward, but it hurt him to see his best friend this upset. Haneul cried bitterly, cursing everything and saying how much she hated everyone. And that's when Min-cheol truly panicked. He'd never seen his cheerful friend so broken. So the first thing that came to his mind was shouting that he'd stay with her all day. The girl immediately looked up at him, confused. Did she hear that right? Nervously, Min-cheol explained that he would spend her whole birthday with her. Haneul could hardly believe it and even asked if that meant he'd skip baseball and homework. And he confirmed that yes, that's exactly what it meant. To convince her completely, he suddenly jumped up and said he'd just had a brilliant idea. Today, she would be his princess. Haneul stopped crying but stayed silent, as if prompting him to go on. Realizing he was on the right track, Min-cheol continued. Everyone knows you're supposed to grant a princess's wishes, so he would do whatever she told him, and she could boss him around as much as she wanted. Finally, he felt his nerves hit the limit, and he quietly asked her to stop crying. He really hoped his plan would work. Haneul looked at him attentively and asked if he really meant it, that he'd stay with her all day and do whatever she said. The boy blushed in embarrassment but answered that yes, that's exactly what he'd do. Inside, he was praying it would help. And then he finally saw her familiar bright smile again. She was happy. Seeing her like that made him freeze for a moment. He didn't yet understand that something new and strong had awakened in his chest. He was ready to do anything for her. Her mom was getting ready for work and apologized once more for having to work on her daughter's birthday. But to her surprise, Haneul wasn't upset at all. She actually looked really happy. The woman asked if she was feeling okay. The girl beamed and said everything was perfect because Min-cheol promised to be her servant today. A little later, she ran outside, where her best friend was already waiting. He greeted her like usual and said she finally showed up. But Haneul put her hands on her hips and looked at him mischievously. She asked whether that was really how a servant was supposed to greet his princess. The girl expected him to act properly as if she were an actual princess. And when Min-cheol said, "Your Highness, you've arrived," Haneul squealed with excitement. She smiled and said he needed to escort her to the sports court. Realizing he had no choice but to play along, Min-cheol replied, "As you wish. Shall I carry your bag?" And under the girl's happy squeals, they set off. Another 4 years passed, and once again, Min-cheol was standing at her door on her birthday. He had sent her tons of texts and kept looking around, but she wasn't answering and was nowhere to be seen. Finally, he started banging loudly on her apartment door and shouted in irritation, "Your Highness, hurry up, we're gonna be late." At last, a very pleased Haneul opened the door wide and proudly announced that the princess had arrived. "And so has your servant. Now hand me your bag," Min-cheol said, holding out his hand. That had become another one of their yearly traditions. When they arrived at school, everyone congratulated the girl on her birthday and joked that she and Min-cheol were so close. They were even born on almost the same day and were together from the maternity hospital. But the teacher showed up and told everyone to calm down and take their seats. Min-cheol was basically falling asleep at his desk. His eyes were closing on their own. Haneul was grumbling, saying they didn't even have a real class right now. Just self-study. Why was he so sleepy? He put on his headphones and told her not to wake him up until it was over, and to think about what she wanted to eat later. He fell asleep and didn't even notice how he slept through the entire self-study period. Min-cheol cracked his eyes open, realizing he was still in the classroom. When he looked up, he saw everything was already over and the room was empty. Why didn't Haneul wake him? Finally, rubbing his eyes and yawning, he said, "Hey, princess, what do you want to eat? What does your Highness feel like today?" When he didn't hear an answer, he pulled out his earbud and asked irritably why she wasn't responding. Only then did he notice Haneul and their classmates standing at the back of the room. Everyone was staring at him in shock. He froze, realizing just how badly he had screwed up. The next day, some classmates found Haneul and asked if the rumors about her and Min-cheol dating were true. She was furious and yelled that she was sick of these rumors and that she'd said 100 times they were not dating. The girls immediately rushed off so they wouldn't make her even angrier. But it didn't end there. Haneul heard loud laughter from some of her classmates. They showed up the moment they heard the rumor, wanting to see for themselves, and what they saw was apparently hilarious. They couldn't stop laughing. They said they heard Min-cheol calling her princess, and now it was obvious what kind of roleplay those two were into. Haneul tried to explain it was just a silly childhood habit. Haneul was irritated because people stopped her every single break to ask about that ridiculous rumor. Meanwhile, the culprit went off to play basketball without a worry. Did she realize that after all this, barely anyone would believe they weren't a couple? Even actual couples didn't talk to each other like that. Haneul glared at the guys like she was about to throw up and told them not to say anything like that again. The boys didn't understand why she was denying the obvious, but either way, the two of them were handling the chaos surprisingly well for people who caused it. Haneul said she didn't care at all since the rumors weren't true anyway. But according to her, when Min-cheol got home, he almost died. And honestly, it was his own fault. The rumors started because of him. She wrapped a pretty light blue scarf around her shoulders and was about to leave. One of the guys said the scarf was really nice and asked if it was a gift from Min-cheol. Haneul smiled proudly and said yes. The guy replied that you wouldn't guess it at first, but apparently Min-cheol was actually really thoughtful and attentive. Then he asked what she gave him for his birthday. Haneul smiled and said she gave him pain relief patches. The boys were shocked and asked if she seriously gave patches as a birthday present. She didn't understand their reaction. Min-cheol complained about shoulder pain, so she figured it was a good gift. She proudly added that she gave him a whole bunch of different kinds of patches. The guys were stunned and said she had absolutely zero sense of emotional insight. Haneul genuinely couldn't understand what was wrong with her gift and said that Min-cheol loved it. The guys replied that it seemed like Min-cheol would love anything if she was the one giving it to him. And now she was sitting outside alone, blowing out her birthday candle by herself for the first time in years. She admitted to herself that she missed him and couldn't remember a single birthday she hadn't spent with him. Tears were streaming down her face, and she was completely lost. Why did Min-cheol have to be such an idiot? Because of him, she'd probably end up crying for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Minji was sitting on her bed looking at her phone. She knew it was already her friend's birthday. She worried that Haneul was still upset about something, so she sent her a birthday text and asked if she'd like to meet tomorrow. She hoped she could cheer her up. Finally, with her eyes swollen from crying, Haneul ate her little birthday cookie. Feeling miserable, she lowered her head, not knowing what to do. She missed Min-cheol way too much. She forced herself to get up and head home, because sitting around feeling sorry for herself wasn't going to fix anything. While she was standing at the crosswalk, her stomach growled. She needed to eat something besides a cookie. Suddenly, she caught movement out of the corner of her eye and looked up. Across the street, Jae-hee Sunbae was standing with his friends, and she wasn't sure if she should say hi. It felt like he sensed someone watching him, because he looked straight at Haneul. She automatically raised her hand and waved at him. But he didn't react at all. He just turned away and kept walking. Haneul froze, confused. Maybe he didn't recognize her? But Jae-hee saw her clearly and recognized her just fine. He just didn't want to run into her. He remembered how he'd recently been playing doctor with his little niece. She pretended to be a doctor and asked him to describe his symptoms. After thinking for a moment, Jae-hee said there was someone he just couldn't stop thinking about. Someone who came to mind the moment he woke up and right before he fell asleep. Even when he was studying or eating, thoughts of that person kept popping up out of nowhere and completely threw him off. While the little girl pretended to examine him with her toy stethoscope, Jae-hee continued, saying it annoyed him that he couldn't control it. His niece listened to him very seriously and said she was ready to give him a diagnosis. When she finally told him that, based on all the symptoms, he had love sickness, he stared at her like he'd just seen a unicorn. How did she even know what that meant? But the girl asked whether the person he kept thinking about felt the same symptoms. Jae-hee got flustered and said no, so the girl said she unfortunately had to change her diagnosis. His illness was called unrequited love. Jae-hee let out a short laugh. He did not expect something like that from his tiny niece. He flopped back onto the couch and the girl continued, saying that it really seemed like the condition was very serious. He thought about her words, analyzing his feelings and trying to understand himself. For some reason, Haneul's embarrassed face appeared in his mind, and he realized it all sounded painfully true. Turns out his niece was right, but he absolutely hated feeling this way. A lot of people who had ever met Kim Jae-hee would always ask him the same question. What's going on in his head? They tried to get him to open up instead of dealing with his emotions alone. Sometimes he could be incredibly caring, but at the same time, he never let anyone get too close. And because of his unusual tastes, people assumed he had some tragic backstory. But in reality, Jae-hee wasn't hiding anything, and nothing was bothering him. He was simply born the way he was. He was born into a wealthy family, had good looks, and never lacked anything in life. That's exactly why his life felt boring. He had nothing to long for. He already had everything. He never knew what it was like to desperately want something. Until one day, the single exception in his life appeared, Lee Haneul. And he couldn't stop his thoughts from circling around her. So he decided he just needed to put an end to all of it. And that evening, he simply pretended he didn't see her. It was funny and even interesting that someone had stirred such a strong curiosity in him. But the fact that this girl ignited such intense feelings inside him absolutely infuriated him. One of his friends snapped him out of his thoughts and asked if Jae-hee was coming out with them tonight. Lately, he kept refusing. So had he actually found a steady girlfriend? Another friend laughed and said he'd love to see that. But when Jae-hee said he'd join them for some late-night adventures, his friends were surprised and thrilled. They were happy their friend was finally back, and even happier that they wouldn't have to stress about finding pretty girls. With Jae-hee around, that problem solved itself. Meanwhile, Jae-hee thought he was making the right choice. He desperately needed some fresh air. He would erase Haneul from his mind as if she had never been there in the first place. The next day, Haneul met up with Min-ji, who wished her a happy birthday and handed her a present. It was an adorable bracelet. Haneul was absolutely delighted and thanked her friend. Min-ji said it was waterproof, so she didn't even have to take it off in the shower. Finally, she asked if Haneul had been working too much, if she was tired, how she felt, and if everything was okay. Haneul stared at her questioningly, and Min-ji said she didn't know the details, but she could tell something had definitely happened. She said it was okay if Haneul wasn't ready to talk about it yet. She just wanted to make sure her friend was all right. And tears welled up in Haneul's eyes. Haneul was so touched she couldn't hold it in. Min-ji jumped up and asked what happened and why her friend was in such emotional chaos. Through sobs, Haneul finally confessed that she had been dumped. Min-ji tried to process that. Who dumped her friend? Kim Min-cheol? That couldn't be. Haneul would never cry over that. But what if she was crying over him? Was that the situation? Then anger hit her, and she declared she was going to kill that bastard. As she got up from the table, Haneul asked where she was going, and Min-ji said she was just going to grab some napkins. Haneul felt lighter after finally admitting it to Min-ji. But where did she keep getting so many tears from? Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice calling her name. It was her former classmate, Yoon Haneul. When she saw her, the girl lit up and said she was really happy about this chance encounter. 12 hours earlier, in the Kim household, things were getting interesting. Kim Ho-jun sent Min-cheol a chicken gift voucher for his belated birthday, and Min-cheol thanked his brother. Then Kim Ho-jun mentioned that today was Haneul's birthday and asked if Min-cheol was planning to congratulate her. Min-cheol picked up an apple and answered thoughtfully that he just couldn't do it. His older brother looked at him and said Min-cheol was hopeless. It was painful to watch. He liked Haneul, but he kept avoiding her, yet still worried about her. What the hell did he even want? Min-cheol said he just wanted things to go back to how they used to be. He wanted to be her closest friend again. Then Kim Ho-jun asked if that would really satisfy him. What if Haneul got a boyfriend? What if she met someone, got married, and built a family with someone else? Would he actually be okay with that? For some reason, the first image that flashed through Min-cheol's mind was Jae-hee standing next to Haneul, and rage shot through him. His brother's words made him so furious he crushed the apple in his hand. He looked at his brother, and Ho-jun said that Min-cheol was the one who destroyed the apple. So why was he glaring at him? Then he asked again, would he really be okay with that? He said Min-cheol's problem is that he thinks way too much. Sometimes he honestly wondered if Min-cheol and Kim Junmin were supposed to mix half and half at birth, because Junmin didn't know how to think at all. By the way, Junmin went to Seoul just to hang out, saying he'd been in storage mode for too long. Ho-jun was sure that right now his brother was running around the city like a horse that slipped its leash. Meanwhile, somewhere in Seoul, Junmin was suspiciously eyeing Jae-hee, who had just lit a cigarette. Ho-jun told Min-cheol that no matter what, he just needed to close his eyes and dial her number. Did he really think that if he opened his heart to Haneul, she wouldn't respond the same way? The truth is, most things are a lot simpler than they seem. Min-cheol was stressed and had no idea what to do. If he listened to his brother, would things really turn out that simple? Could it be that if they met, everything would go better than he expected? He was terrified, but 17 hours after that conversation, the universe gave him a chance to get answers to all his questions. He shifted his weight onto his arms, trembling as water droplets slid down his bare shoulders. Right beneath him, just as soaked, Haneul was looking up at him, her body just as tense. Somehow, the two of them ended up in the bathroom, drenched and closer than they had ever expected to be.
A sudden voice caught Haneul by surprise, pulling her out of her thoughts. Her acquaintance, So-hee, couldn't believe the coincidence, cheerfully chirping about their meeting. She enthusiastically decided that this must be true fate. Haneul explained she was waiting for her friend Min-ji, who had stepped out to the restroom, and invited So-hee to take a seat. After sitting down, So-hee remembered seeing a reminder on social media. Today was Haneul's birthday. She awkwardly fumbled in her bag, apologizing for not having a prepared gift. So-hee pulled out a ninja keychain, her favorite thing, and offered it as a present if Haneul didn't mind. Haneul politely refused at first, but So-hee insisted, really wanting her to be the one to have it. In the end, Haneul accepted with a radiant smile, promising to take good care of the keychain. So he watched her with a warm, satisfied smile. And then she asked a question that instantly changed the atmosphere. Where was Min-cheol? So he noted that she and Min-cheol had always been inseparable, especially on birthdays. Haneul hesitated, frantically trying to think of what to say to hide her pain. So-hee's expression darkened, and she confessed that she had accidentally witnessed an unpleasant scene back then. She had heard Haneul confessing her feelings, and Min-cheol coldly rejecting her. So-hee explained she had delivered ice cream to them and was about to leave, but overheard their conversation. After that, she felt awkward and rushed off, never finding out how it ended. She asked with concern if they were okay now. Haneul forced herself to say yes. But that one question was enough to break the dam. Tears streamed from her eyes uncontrollably, and she laughed awkwardly, trying to stop them. So-hee panicked, apologizing for bringing up a sore subject. But Haneul reassured her, saying it had become a reflex at this point. So-hee watched her in silence with sympathy, not knowing what to say. She gently covered Haneul's hand with her own, urging her not to be so heartbroken. So-hee said firmly that people who cause pain should just be cut out of one's life. She didn't want to see Haneul suffer, and reminded her that there were plenty of men in the world, and Min-cheol wasn't the only one. Haneul listened silently, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, under the neon lights of a nightclub, the evening was unfolding very differently. Jae-hee sat with a lollipop in his mouth, thinking he shouldn't have come. The music was deafening, and he sprawled on the couch, openly bored next to his date. The girl asked if he was bored, to which he lazily confirmed. Unable to stand the noise any longer, he got up, announcing he was going for a smoke. He stepped out into a quiet alley to finally catch his breath in solitude. Taking a drag, he thought he just needed some fresh air, and was surprised to notice how beautiful the night sky was. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone say a name that made him freeze. A stranger approached him, calling out, "Hey, handsome oppa." Jae-hee turned around and saw a smiling guy in front of him. The stranger asked for a light with a playful smirk. Jae-hee silently lit his cigarette, and the guy thanked him. The guy took his first drag, looking Jae-hee over with interest. He laughed, pointing out that Jae-hee turned around immediately at handsome, meaning he was well aware of his looks. Jae-hee retorted that his new acquaintance seemed pretty self-aware too. The guy kept staring, and Kim Jun-min had to clarify that he was only interested in women. But Jae-hee waved it off, saying the guy's face looked familiar. Kim Jun-min smugly replied that his wasn't the kind of face people easily forget. He complained that he was turning 30 tomorrow and was already an old man. Jae-hee noted that the guy looked younger, and he confirmed he was 24. Kim Jun-min playfully called him a baby and told him to call him Hyung, which made them both laugh. Kim Jun-min got serious and asked bluntly if the guy had some trouble at home. Jae-hee mentally noted his new friend's perceptiveness. Kim Jun-min explained that even though he was smiling, his eyes looked completely exhausted. The guy admitted he just hadn't been out in a while and that it wasn't really helping. Kim Jun-min guessed it was about a woman, and the guy laughed, agreeing he had the look of a man being dragged around by a woman. The guy thought with a smirk that he seriously needed to get a grip if it was that obvious. Kim Jun-min sighed and philosophically put a hand on his shoulder. He advised him not to fight the wave, but to ride it. Kim Jun-min said that if you relax and let yourself get carried away a bit, it might feel better than you think. After that, he switched back to a playful mood, pinching the guy's cheeks and cooing about how young and cute he was. But Jae-hee thought kept nagging at Kim Jun-min. He couldn't figure out why this guy looked so painfully familiar. An image of a blonde-haired guy flashed in his memory. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he realized it was his Hyung. He answered the call, saying he was hanging out with a friend and would be back the day after tomorrow. Jae-hee, who had overheard the name Haneul, couldn't believe his ears. On the other end, his brother Ho-jun was asking if he remembered Haneul's birthday. Junmin, the younger brother, was indignant. He might forget Min-cheol's birthday, but never hers. He said he called her right at midnight, but she didn't pick up, so she must be really upset. He was fuming about Min-cheol and asked his brother to punch him if he was nearby. Junmin said his goodbyes, promising to call back later. He hung up, leaving Jae-hee completely bewildered. At that moment, Hana was riding a bus alone, heading away from the city. She recalled So-hee's words about there being plenty of people in the world. And that was true. Hana pondered. There were billions of people, half of them men. But with all that choice, she couldn't think about anyone but him. She smiled shyly at her own thoughts, admitting she was hopelessly into him. Suddenly, her friend Minji appeared at the cafe, thinking she'd wasted too much time on pointless concerns. Haneul jumped up at the sight of her friend, while Minji was surprised to see her with So-hee. Haneul rushed to Minji, apologizing, but declared that she had to leave immediately. With her eyes shining, she said she had something urgent to do, and it had to be done today. Minji silently looked at her friend's determined face, but then her own face brightened. She hadn't seen Haneul this animated in a long time. Minji lied that she also had plans come up, and Haneul breathed a sigh of relief. Thanking her friend, Haneul promised to treat her next time and bolted out of the cafe. She said goodbye to both girls on the run, and Minji caringly shouted after her to watch where she was going. The two girls were left sitting in silence. Jae-hee and Junmin also fell silent, processing the conversation that had just taken place. Suddenly, Jae-hee's phone buzzed. Junmin pointed it out. It was his niece, Haewon, asking for sherbet ice cream. He answered curtly that he got it. Hanging up, he said he'd be there soon. Junmin guessed it was his girlfriend. Jae-hee replied that it was his niece, and Junmin's curiosity was immediately piqued, asking to see a picture. Jae-hee showed him a photo of a cute little girl in a hat, and Junmin melted. Jae-hee noted that Junmin seemed to like kids, and he confirmed it, saying he had a cutie at home too. He said her name was Haneul. Jae-hee tensed, thinking it must be a coincidence. Junmin clarified that she wasn't his niece, but the girl next door, who was closer to him than blood relatives since he'd known her since birth. He added that she was all grown up now, and they didn't see each other often, but she was still really cute. He showed Jae-hee a photo of him childishly squishing the cheeks of an annoyed Haneul in her school uniform. For Jae-hee, that was the final confirmation. He was shocked at how small the world was. Junmin continued to dote, scrolling through old photos. Junmin, looking at the photo, forced himself to say that she was indeed cute. Suddenly, he covered his face with his hand. Junmin asked with concern what was wrong. Jae-hee apologized and said he had to go, which greatly surprised Junmin. He left hastily, leaving Junmin confused. Junmin didn't understand why he left so suddenly, as they hadn't even properly introduced themselves. Jae-hee walked through the night street, overwhelmed with emotions. He stopped, taking a heavy breath. Grabbing his head, he couldn't believe what had just happened. If quitting a crush were that easy, no one would suffer. He realized that this was his first real love. Meanwhile, Haneul suddenly showed up at her brother's doorstep, shocking her mother. The woman was stunned by her sudden visit. Hana realized she had arrived without thinking her plan through at all. She quickly came up with a lie, saying she had run out of clothes and underwear and came to get her things. The mother chided her for not calling first, saying she would have cooked something special for her birthday. Hana was about to decline dinner with the family, as she wanted to find Min-cheol as soon as possible. But her mother delighted her by saying that Hojun was coming soon, but Min-cheol wouldn't be there. The woman recalled how she had chewed Min-cheol out. Haneul asked with interest what he was doing. It turned out he'd said he was tired and was staying home. A sly smile lit up Haneul's face. She said she would just grab her stuff and go, assuring her everything was fine. The woman left, wishing her a safe trip. Haneul took out her phone and decided to wait 10 minutes for her mother to drive away. As soon as the time was up, she was ready for action. Haneul shot up to the elevator like a bullet and rushed upstairs. She quietly slipped into the apartment. Then she confidently flung open the living room door. But it was empty. Then, without losing her momentum, she suddenly threw open Min-cheol's bedroom door. The room was empty. She wondered where he could be, when suddenly a clatter came from the bathroom. She knew where he was. A crash echoed from the bathroom. With a devilish smirk, she whispered, "Found you." Inside the bathroom, a wet and disheveled Min-cheol froze in surprise. Haneul threw the door open. But to her great surprise, the bathroom was empty too, even though the light was on for some reason. She burst in, yelling that no one was there, not noticing Min-cheol hiding behind the door in nothing but his boxers. He cursed mentally, realizing the sound of the fall had drawn her attention at the worst possible moment. Haneul looked out into the hallway, completely confused. And then her eyes fell on the clothes scattered across the floor. Putting two and two together, she realized there was no way she could be wrong. Meanwhile, Min-cheol froze, waiting for her to leave. But the next moment, the exact opposite happened. The door slammed into him, pinning him against the wall. Fury consumed Haneul. She threw herself against the door, screaming at him not to dare pretend he wasn't in there. Min-cheol struggled to hold the door, amazed by her inhuman strength. And while Haneul was storming the bathroom, Jaehee's thoughts returned to this day. He sat with a cigarette, staring at his phone. He tried to type a happy birthday message to Haneul, but the words felt wrong. He stopped, asking himself what the hell he was doing. He needed to get a grip, but thoughts of her wouldn't let him go. He just stared ahead, unable to shake the obsession. Minji's face flashed in his memory, along with the thought that Haneul hated the smell of cigarettes. He knew he had lost. He took one last drag and exhaled the smoke along with his indecision. He walked over to the trash can. He wanted to do something simple, something that would make her happy. Tossing the nearly full pack of cigarettes, he mentally wished her a happy birthday. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Haneul continued her siege, while Min-cheol desperately tried to stop her. She giggled, enjoying his panic, while he was on the verge of a breakdown. Suddenly, she heard a click. He had locked the door. Her face twisted in rage. She started pounding on the door with renewed force, demanding he open up immediately. Min-cheol screamed for her to stop because he was completely naked. Haneul was taken aback, asking what he just said. Burning with curiosity and embarrassment, she asked, "How naked?" To which he angrily questioned her insane question. He begged her to stop jiggling the doorknob because he was scared. Haneul stepped back from the door, fuming. But then, a brilliant idea struck her. She stated in an icy tone that she needed to take a shit. Min-cheol didn't believe her, calling it bullshit. He yelled for her to go to her own place if it was so urgent. She retorted that their toilet was broken, which was why she came here. Min-cheol paused for a second, thinking it sounded plausible. Haneul clenched her fists, preparing her final argument. She threatened that if he didn't open up, she would do her business right in front of his door and become the girl who shat on his doorstep. Min-cheol was horrified by her determination and lack of boundaries. He had no choice. He reached for the lock. He flung the door open, and they both froze in an awkward position. They stared at each other, and finally realized how it all looked from the outside, both feeling embarrassed and flustered. Min-cheol blurted out that she was crazy, while the girl was staring at his bare torso. They fell, and Haneul landed right in his lap, pressed against his body. He warned that making a scene in the bathroom could end badly, but she only apologized quietly. Min-cheol ordered her to get off and do whatever she came for because he was leaving. He guessed the whole needing to shit thing was a lie, and Haneul defiantly confirmed it, asking if he really bought that. Their eyes met again, and all the anger faded away. She looked up at him, her anger replaced by something else. She whispered his name. With a tender, happy smile, she said it had been so long since she'd seen him, and that he was really here. The girl pressed herself against his torso, giggling shyly. She whispered that it was warm. Meanwhile, Min-cheol froze in surprise. Then his face flushed red, unable to believe what was happening, or that they were alone again in such a compromising position. One evening, Yuna was focused on her phone, thoughtfully typing something out. Walking down a street at night with Lee Johan, she explained that she had seen on a messaging app that it was Haneul's birthday. Even though it was late, she really wanted to send at least a short congratulatory message. With slight indifference, Lee Johan asked if she had sent a gift. He mentioned that he had already done so during the day. His choice had been a simple gift card. Suddenly, he placed his hands on her shoulders, stopping her in her tracks. In that same instant, a motorcyclist sped past them at high speed, causing Yuna to cry out in surprise and press herself against Lee Johan. Both of them watched the reckless driver with angry glares. Johan muttered that idiots like that only learn their lesson when their skulls crack open, to which Yuna grimly added that at that speed, he wouldn't even have time to realize what happened. She strictly forbade Johan from ever writing like that, or even thinking about it. He readily agreed. Yuna smirked, remarking that he didn't seem the type anyway. In her opinion, all he did during his school years was study, and he hadn't changed a bit since then. She confidently asked if she was right, but Johan just stared ahead silently, making her doubt herself. He evasively replied that you could say that, which left Yuna completely bewildered. The girl wouldn't let it go, and so Johan reluctantly admitted that he did, in fact, ride a motorcycle back in his student days. Her eyes widened in shock. Was he a delinquent? The thought just wouldn't compute. He tried to argue, but Yuna was adamant. In her mind, a student only gets on a motorcycle for one reason: if he's a genuine troublemaker. Instead of a direct answer, Johan changed the subject, asking what she thought about it. Yuna protested, reminding him that she asked the question first, but her curiosity was already piqued. A faint smile appeared on his face. He admitted that he was pleased, as this was the first time she had shown such curiosity about him. The girl froze, stunned by his words and this new, warm expression on his face. She still timidly asked why he rode a motorcycle back then. But Johan just laughed, saying that now he was glad he had that experience. Meanwhile, Haneul was hugging Min-cheol tightly, giggling happily and in disbelief that he was really there. She pressed closer to him, whispering with a blush on her cheeks how much she had missed him. Min-cheol, however, looked tense and flustered, unsure how to respond to such an outburst. Their moment was interrupted by the sharp, insistent beeping of the electronic lock on the front door. Someone was desperately trying to get into the apartment, entering the wrong code over and over again. It turned out to be some man who, upon realizing he had the wrong apartment, became flustered. After apologizing one more time, the stranger left, leaving a ringing silence behind. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, a shirtless Min-cheol let out a sigh of relief. He thought his family was back. Then he noticed that the spot where Haneul had been just a few seconds ago was empty. Where could she have gone? Pushing aside the curtain, he froze. A surprise was waiting for him. In the empty bathtub, cowering in fear with her hands over her mouth, sat Haneul. Min-cheol couldn't help but chuckle, noting to himself how adorable she could be in moments like these. Haneul whispered in a panic, asking if his mom was back. Min-cheol reassured her, explaining that it was just someone who got the wrong door. She let out a sigh of relief, but still looked very frightened. Min-cheol said he would go out first, so she could compose herself in peace. But Haneul stopped him. She mumbled something, nervously wringing her hands. Blushing with embarrassment, she held out her hands to him and asked for help getting up. Min-cheol was dumbfounded. Why would a grown woman need help getting out of a bathtub? Haneul explained that the scare had made her legs go weak, and she had no strength in them at all. She pleaded with outstretched hands, begging him to hurry up and help her. He reluctantly extended his hands to her. She grabbed them, but her body remained limp. The girl insisted she wasn't doing it on purpose. The shock had drained all her strength. She asked him to come closer and grab her by the waist to pull her out. Min-cheol muttered that she was unbelievable, but her complaints about her back being wet made him comply. He stepped into the tub to help her up. Haneul immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing herself against his muscular body. He sighed, calling her a handful, but in the next moment, her grip tightened, and with a triumphant, "Gotcha!" she yanked him down sharply. Min-cheol lost his balance and fell right on top of her. She declared with a smug grin that he had fallen for her trick again. He demanded she let him go, but she wrapped her legs around him and firmly said no. Trapped, Min-cheol blushed in embarrassment. He was completely at her mercy. Haneul looked up at him with a sly, yet tender smile. And then she said what this was all about. She wanted a kiss. Min-cheol froze, completely thrown off by this sudden demand. He asked if she'd hit her head, but she just squeezed his back tighter and asked why. With a hint of hurt in her voice, she asked if he didn't want to kiss her, and his resolve began to melt. He told her to stop messing around and let him go, but she was adamant, demanding at least a small peck. Or, she added, a real kiss would work too. She scolded him for being so cold after they'd been apart for so long, and asked if he really didn't understand why she was acting this way. She reminded him what day it was. Her birthday. And it wasn't over yet. and he, her loyal servant, had to obey his princess's orders. She urged him on, looking into his eyes with anticipation. He still hadn't given her a present, and now she was demanding it. A storm was raging inside Min-cheol. He desperately tried to get a grip, not understanding what he'd done to deserve this trial. He knew that if he lost his head now, he'd truly become an animal. He asked for a second to compose himself and told her to let go. But instead, Haneul hugged him even tighter. Suddenly, something made a noise, and they both flinched in surprise. Min-cheol guessed it was just the wind. They were alone again, looking into each other's eyes. The tension was palpable. In the silence, their embrace became awkward, and they both felt it. They froze in hesitation, not knowing what to do next. Haneul broke the silence, insistently demanding that he hurry up and do it. Just a kiss. It was a princess's order. Min-cheol cursed under his breath. His self-control was at its limit. He could no longer resist. In an instant, the distance between them vanished, and Min-cheol crushed his lips against hers in a passionate, desperate kiss. It was an explosion of pent-up feelings and undeniable attraction. An argument broke out in Min-cheol's head. His angelic side was sipping juice and asking what he was going to do. His devilish side, resting its chin on its hand, asked the same question with a smirk. They sat in a void, deciding whether to go all the way or pretend nothing was happening. The devil blamed the angel, asking why he had messed everything up last time by not accepting her confession. The angel made excuses, saying he'd always been a coward, and besides, there was that incident with the hand. The devil just waved it off, not understanding the panic. In the end, the devil admitted it was his fault, and the angel agreed. They both agreed that Kim Min-cheol always overcomplicates things, and it was giving them a headache. But then, an image of Haneul reminding them of the princess's order flashed in their minds. Both of his personas blushed. The devil gave in first, declaring she was too cute and it was stupid to hesitate when he was with her. The angel still hesitated, thinking a kiss was too serious a step. The devil countered that it was only serious if you weren't thinking with your lower half. And once again, the princess's order echoed in their thoughts. That was the deciding factor. Both sides came to an agreement. The devil accused the angel of letting his junior do the thinking for him. Min-cheol cursed. He didn't know what to do anymore and declared an internal strike. Back in reality, he returned the kiss, gently nipping her lower lip. His hand tightened on her waist as the kiss deepened. Haneul pulled away, playfully calling him a jerk and asking what took him so long. She reminded him that they hadn't seen each other for over 3 weeks, and in that time, judging by his appearance, he hadn't been missing her at all. The girl forcefully grabbed his hair, making him look into her eyes. Min-cheol gasped in surprise, his gaze hazy. He immediately pulled her back, chiding that she was one to talk. He continued to tease her, saying her cheeks were all shiny from eating well. His lips found hers again, not giving her a chance to retort. His hand slid down and playfully pinched her side, noting that she'd gotten a little piggy belly. Haneul indignantly told him not to touch her stomach, but he just whispered how soft she was. She was both flustered and aroused by his touches. She stopped him, saying it tickled there, and pointed to her lips. Min-cheol asked in surprise if she wanted him to kiss her again, and she nodded shyly. He was thrilled by her boldness and simultaneous shyness. He found her incredibly cute, but his internal conflict resurfaced. He thought about how they shouldn't be doing this, but it felt so good. After she said she wanted to stay friends, this had gone too far. He pulled away, the full range of his mixed feelings showing on his face. Haneul noticed the change. Her smile faded, replaced by anxiety, and then cold disappointment. She grabbed him by the throat, hissing that he was seriously annoying. He pushed her hand away, and she accused him of dumping her, yet kissing like a pro. He called her irritating, and they pressed their foreheads together. She continued, saying that if he was going to ignore her, he should commit to it. But he was always like this, grumbling and snapping, but still taking care of everything. And in the end, he always did everything she asked. But when she tried to hold on to him, he would dodge and run. She begged him not to act so sweet if he was just going to keep pushing her away. She asked why he was making that face after everything that had just happened between them. She called him the worst. He was silent, unable to find the words. She clenched her fists, admitting that everything about him drove her crazy. And through her tears, she cried out that she liked him so much it pissed her off. Min-cheol cursed, seeing her cry because of him. She asked how many times she had cried because of him. He asked back in confusion, not understanding where she was going with this. She exploded, screaming, "Why do you think?" She turned away, trying to wipe her tears, cursing everything. He watched her, unable to stop her tears, feeling utterly helpless. Not knowing what else to do, he simply pulled her to him and held her tight. He buried his face in her hair and quietly begged her not to cry. The thought flashed through his mind that he was completely lost whenever she cried. He whispered apologies to her. He apologized again and again, pleading with her to stop crying. She froze in his arms, surprised by his reaction. Her hand rested on his back, and she felt how warm he was. She asked him to let her go for a second, but he only held her tighter, refusing. Haneul said she wasn't going anywhere and asked him to look at her. She lifted his face and saw that he was crying too. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. She called him an idiot because he always cried whenever she cried and asked him to look at her. It was a princess's order. No, a princess's request. Haneul begged him to be honest. She asked if he hated her. He firmly answered no. Then the girl asked the main question. Did he like her? He was silent, and that silence was more eloquent than any words. Haneul looked at him, waiting for an answer that could change everything. Finally, he squeezed her hand and quietly, almost inaudibly, confessed, "I like you." Her face lit up with a happy, albeit tear-stained, smile. But a moment later, the smile vanished. Something was wrong. She had gotten the answer she'd waited so long for. But for some reason, she didn't feel happy. There was a lump in her throat. She asked why then, when she had confessed to him before, he had just left without a word. Min-cheol started to answer, but they were once again interrupted by the beeping of the electronic lock. Kim Ho-jun entered the apartment. He looked surprised. He caught Min-cheol hastily pulling on a t-shirt and asked what he was doing. Min-cheol lied, saying he had just gotten out of the shower. His brother asked, skeptically, why he was sweating then. Min-cheol brushed it off, saying it was just water. A soft gasp came from the bathroom where Haneul was hiding. Min-cheol nervously asked where their mom was. The brother replied that she was at a cafe with their aunt and he had come back early. Min-cheol breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Ho-jun asked why he was frozen by the door. Min-cheol, trying to get rid of him, lied that he urgently needed to use the toilet. His brother shrugged and told him to take care of his business. But then he turned around and called out Haneul's name. The girl flinched, realizing she'd been discovered. Min-cheol froze in horror as his brother, with a sly grin, asked if Haneul didn't want to say hi to her oppa. He stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. The bathroom door creaked open, and a terrified Haneul peeked out. She timidly said hello, admitting it had been a while. Kim Ho-jun confirmed with a smirk that it had indeed been a while. He said he had a ton of questions, but he would be nice and not ask any. Min-cheol and Haneul sighed in relief. Haneul, wanting to escape as quickly as possible, said she had to go, as it was getting late. Min-cheol's brother immediately offered to walk her home. Panicking, she quickly started making excuses, saying she had to go back to school and that she had only come to pick up a few things. In her mind, she was screaming that she wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Ho-jun noted that at this hour, the last bus had probably already left. Haneul realized with horror that he was right. He suggested she stay the night. Or, he added, looking at Min-cheol, he could take her. Min-cheol asked in surprise if he meant him. The brother explained that his car was with their mom, so he couldn't. And so, the three of them stood in the parking lot in front of an old work truck. The brother asked Min-cheol if he had a Class 1 license. Haneul recognized Kim Jun-min's car. Ho-jun said that in that case, there was no problem. He asked if Min-cheol had driven at night. He replied that he had, a couple of times, which satisfied the brother. Haneul climbed into the cold cabin, immediately demanding he turn on the heater. Min-cheol assured his brother he would get her home safe, since he'd been driving a lot lately. His brother looked at him and said seriously, "For Haneul." He ordered Min-cheol to drive carefully and get her home safely. He waved them off as the truck pulled away from the house. The truck entered the night highway, carrying them away. An awkward silence hung in the cabin. Haneul broke it, asking in surprise about the license. Min-cheol retorted that he'd driven her all summer and she was only surprised now. She defended herself, saying her mind was elsewhere back then. He had just rejected her. To change the subject, she suggested putting on some music, but then sneezed loudly from the cold. She complained about the cold and asked why the heater wasn't working. Min-cheol replied that he turned it on as soon as they got in. He checked the vent and realized that no warm air was coming out, only strange noises. They looked at each other in horror. Was the heater broken? Min-cheol blamed himself for not checking the car beforehand. Haneul shivered in her coat, trembling from the cold. He remembered there should be a blanket in the back. And there might be hot packs in the glove box. Haneul immediately found one. Wrapped in the blanket and clutching the hot pack, she felt a little better. She noticed that Min-cheol's hands on the steering wheel were completely red, but he stubbornly insisted he wasn't cold. He tried to blame it on his pale skin, but Haneul chided him for his slow reaction and offered to drive herself. Instead, she took the hot pack and pressed it against his hand. Then she took his hand in hers, intertwining their fingers. He asked what she was doing. She replied that his hands looked way too cold. She asked worriedly if it was interfering with his driving. He said no, and admitted that it was indeed warmer. Haneul asked how much longer they had to go. He replied, "A little over 3 hours." She nodded silently. She tried to return to their interrupted conversation, but Min-cheol apologized and stopped her. He explained that the road ahead was unfamiliar and he didn't want to get in an accident. He needed to focus. She agreed and squeezed his hand and the hot pack tighter. She smiled, thinking that 3 hours would fly by in no time. They agreed to talk when they arrived. And for now, Haneul decided, she would just hold his hand. She thought that's how it would be, but reality turned out differently. They were standing in front of a motel, standing in the motel room, holding a love kit in her hands. She wondered how they ended up here. Meanwhile, Min-cheol was standing by a display of women's underwear, looking completely lost. To understand this, we need to go back 1 hour. Haneul, wrapped in a blanket, was sitting in the truck with a very pained expression. Min-cheol immediately knew what was wrong. She needed to use the bathroom. He said she had the face of a puppy that needs to poop. He quickly checked the navigation and found the nearest rest area 10 minutes away. On the way, he noticed something strange and asked if rain was in the forecast. He dismissed the bad thought, deciding he had imagined it. As soon as they parked, Haneul jumped out of the car screaming, "Save my bladder!" while Min-cheol yelled after her not to run. Left alone, he sat on a bench, feeling the fatigue from the night drive. He wanted to get a bite to eat, but all the cafes and snack bars were already closed. He exhaled a cloud of vapor into the cold air. Not a single star was visible through the clouds. When Haneul returned, she asked in surprise if he had gone to the bathroom too. He explained that he followed her so she wouldn't get lost in the dark. She mumbled a "thanks" gratefully. And at that moment, an icy rain began to pour from the sky. They were in shock. It was a sudden downpour that wasn't in the forecast. They decided to wait it out, as the car was far away, and they risked getting soaked to the bone. 15 minutes passed, but the rain showed no signs of stopping. It felt like an eternity had passed. The nearby convenience store was also closed. With grim determination, Haneul suggested they just make a run for it. But Min-cheol stopped her and threw his hoodie over her. The next moment, not giving him a chance to react, Haneul dashed to the car, shouting over her shoulder, "Asshole!" They sat in the car, soaked and frozen, watching the streams of rain. Min-cheol shivered from the cold, cursing the broken heater. Haneul handed him her hot pack. She felt awful. She was shaking uncontrollably. There were still 2 hours to go to get to the school. Haneul started sneezing non-stop. Min-cheol realized that if they spent another 2 hours in this cold, she would definitely get sick. They had to go faster. Hana argued that they couldn't just stay in the middle of the highway. He firmly said no. He started the car and said, "Let's go," turning off the highway. Their destination was the nearest roadside motel. Hana entered the room, looking around. Min-cheol noticed her blush and teased her, saying she was bold. She replied that she was just trying to get warm. She asked where he was going. He said he was going to the convenience store and asked if she needed anything. Haneul asked him to buy her some underwear, since her clothes were soaked and it felt gross. The guy agreed. Left alone, Haneul looked around the room. She found a complimentary amenities kit and was surprised to find a condom inside. She sat on the floor, burning with embarrassment. She wondered what would happen now. Min-cheol had confessed his feelings for her. Did that mean they were dating now? Should she ask him about it? But then why did she feel so uneasy? She remembered his face at the moment of his confession and the kiss. She remembered that this was the exact face Min-cheol made when he was scared. But what could he be scared of? She realized that solving this mystery was the key to everything. But what if she figured it all out and it still didn't work out between them? Would they just go back to being friends? Not a couple, just friends. The thought was unbearable. At that moment, Min-cheol returned. The girl thanked him. Min-cheol said the convenience store was nearby, so he bought everything she asked for, along with a few t-shirts. She nervously asked who would shower first. He insisted she go first, otherwise she would catch a cold. Soon, their wet clothes were drying in the room. Coming out of the shower, Haneul realized the t-shirt she bought was a bit small for her. She came out in a robe and saw Min-cheol just standing in the middle of the room. She asked why he wasn't moving. He was staring at the single bed in the room. They both realized the awkwardness of the situation. There was only one bed. She promised she wouldn't do anything and asked if he trusted her. He honestly replied, no. He sighed and, deciding to escape the awkwardness, said he was going to take a shower. Left alone, he took off his t-shirt, his mind racing. They needed to finish that conversation. Lying on the bed, Haneul wondered what she would do if it all ended in rejection. Meanwhile, Min-cheol didn't know what to say either. He could no longer use the excuse, "I don't like her." They both came to the realization that they were scared. After getting out of the shower, he looked at Haneul lying on the bed and asked if she wanted to watch a movie. She replied that she wanted to watch something and asked him to turn on the light. They sat on the bed in a tense silence, not knowing where to begin. He wondered why she wasn't asking about what he had said earlier. Was she just going to let it slide? The awkwardness grew, and they both felt stiff and uncomfortable. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and they both dozed off. Haneul woke up first, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She saw that Min-cheol was fast asleep. The drive must have really worn him out. She carefully moved closer to him. She gently brushed the hair from his face, but he turned away in his sleep. She froze, surprised. She pouted. Even if he was half asleep, she still felt a little annoyed. She decided to get a little revenge and started poking his back with her finger. The girl started tracing letters on his back, spelling out the word idiot. She looked at him, continuing her little act of vengeance. Meanwhile, Min-cheol, feeling a ticklish sensation, woke up, not understanding what was happening, but decided not to show it. At first, it felt like a bug was crawling on him. But then he realized, what the hell? Why isn't Haneul asleep? And what is she even doing? The girl didn't let up, continuing to trace her finger along his back. He pretended to be asleep, wondering what she was writing. She traced letters on his back. Y-O-U. Then came the words, moron, imbecile, shithead, constipation, and diarrhea. But after all those insults, she wrote, I like you, and added, for real, a lot, a ton. With a sense of despair, Haneul thought that she loved him more than anything in the world. She whispered it aloud, looking at his back. And then she caught herself, wondering why she was saying this to a sleeping person. She decided it was time to sleep, but as she turned away, a strong hand grabbed her. Min-cheol pulled her swiftly to him, wrapping her in an embrace. She was in shock. He asked if she really thought he wouldn't wake up with her tickling his entire back. She laughed sheepishly, admitting he was right. He smiled, thinking how ridiculous this all was. Haneul looked at him and said it felt like she hadn't seen him smile in forever. He moved closer and kissed her gently. Since it was unexpected for both of them, he pulled away from her lips for a moment and looked into her eyes, as if asking for permission to continue. In this unfamiliar, awkward place, she asked him to hold her. He replied that he was already holding her, but she asked him to hold her tighter, despite all the uncertainty of their situation. Despite the fact that their conversation still hadn't been resolved, the girl knew only one thing at that moment. Min-cheol was adorable. She lay beneath him, flustered and nervous, as his hands slowly slid downward. He looked at her, blushing from embarrassment and desire. Haneul tried to hurry him, but he didn't want to rush. He wanted her to fully relax in his arms. Min-cheol wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer, feeling as if his heart was about to burst out of his chest. He kissed her neck, and she moaned softly at his touch. They met each other's gaze again, and their lips joined in a kiss. Right now, nothing else mattered. They were both completely lost in each other. After some time, both of them were breathing heavily, and the girl, pleasantly relaxed, leaned into him, savoring the moment. She couldn't help but think about how happy she was to be with him. She didn't want this moment to end. After staying like that for a little longer, Min-cheol got up from the bed and tossed her t-shirt, telling her to get dressed so she wouldn't catch a cold. He needed to go to the bathroom, which is why. However, something about his posture made Haneul feel uneasy. She watched him go, thinking that being afraid of a future that hadn't even happened wasn't her style. She missed the Min-cheol who smiled back at her, and she wanted to hold him without any barriers. She called his name. She was ready. She asked if it was time for them to talk about what he was afraid of. Since his school days, Min-cheol had been a rather insecure child. Other kids were discussing Min-cheol, calling him unsociable and boring. They couldn't understand why a cute girl like Haneul was always hanging out with him. Min-cheol heard these conversations and remained silent, feeling like an outcast. But then Haneul ran up and called his name. She asked what he was doing there and, taking his hand, pulled him along with her. He looked at her back and thought that he wanted to be someone worthy of being by her side. Back in the present, Min-cheol was silent, not knowing what to say. Haneul demanded that he not dodge the question this time. She asked him directly, why did he reject her if he liked her too? Min-cheol froze, not knowing what to say at that moment. He understood that he couldn't turn away, but fear clenched his throat. Haneul wasn't going to back down, so she pressed him again, more firmly, asking what he was afraid of. The guy ran a hand through his hair, sighing heavily. Haneul clenched her fists, feeling anger rising within her. Finally, he confessed. He's afraid that if they start dating and then break up, they'll never see each other again. Haneul was stunned by what she saw as such a simple reason. She blurted out the obvious solution. Then let's just not break up. He replied that he knew she would say something like that, but she didn't understand. The girl shouted, asking what was so hard to understand. After all, they had known each other for 20 years, and he knew her better than anyone. Did he really think she would let him go so easily? He asked her not to say such things so lightly. He recalled the time when she was hurt, but assured him with a smile that she was fine. But when she thought he wasn't looking, she broke down into tears. He said that things like feelings can change at any time depending on the situation. Haneul was silent, trying to process his words. She apologized, saying she wasn't trying to nitpick, but she honestly didn't get it. She asked him to give her at least one example of how the situation could change. He suggested that if they were dating, he might become obsessive. She immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Do it!" He continued that he might start controlling how she dresses or who she talks to. Haneul replied that she would wear whatever he likes, and that he was already doing the second one anyway. He said that eventually she would get drained by it. She shouted, "I won't!" The girl noted that his fantasies sounded very controlling. He quickly assured her that he wasn't planning on doing that. He explained that a relationship isn't the same as a friendship. In a relationship, people see each other at their lowest moments. Hanu replied enthusiastically that it was perfect, as it would only bring them closer. At this point, they both exploded. He yelled that he was being serious, and she yelled back that she was too. She couldn't believe it. She had been so worried, thinking he was afraid of something she couldn't handle. And he was just scared because they might break up? She roared, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Min-cheol was stunned by her reaction. She screamed at him to stop thinking about such pointless things, while he yelled back that he had agonized over this. He couldn't believe she called his worries pointless. Haneul retorted that he was the idiot who dodged the conversation every time. The girl asked if that was really all, or if there was something else he was hiding. She grabbed her head in despair. She grabbed a pillow and hit him over the head with all her might. She kept hitting him with the pillow, screaming that this was about both of them and they should solve their problems together, not keep silent. Min-cheol protested that she was attacking him out of nowhere, and how was he supposed to say anything in that situation? She asked if he thought she was being too much. What about him? She screamed the most hurtful thing. He didn't want to date. He wanted to stay friends. But he slept with her 3 times. Was she just a receptacle for his dick? Min-cheol was flustered, trying to say something, while the pillow slipped from the girl's hands. The only thing he could manage to say was a quiet, "Sorry." And Haneul froze, wondering if she had imagined it. He didn't even have time to regret his words, while the girl stood frozen. Had he really just said, "Sorry"? In the next moment, she swung her leg with force and kicked him, putting all her anger and hurt into the blow. Min-cheol even fell to the floor from the pain, while the girl, breathing heavily, was sending everything to hell. She looked at him, deciding she'd had enough. She asked if he seriously thought she had zero self-respect. She said fine then. She would do exactly what he wanted. She wasn't going to chase after him anymore. "Then stay, my stupid friend," she yelled in his face. The next morning, Min-cheol returned home. His brother was brushing his teeth and looked at him silently. The clock read 7:35 a.m. His brother asked why he was home at such an awkward time. Without turning around, Min-cheol said he didn't want to talk and went to his room. His brother sighed, thinking that he had set everything up for him, and he still managed to screw it up. Min-cheol collapsed onto his bed, completely drained. He felt utterly hopeless. Her question echoed in his head. Is that really the only reason? He remembered her saying, "I'm fine," while hiding her pain. And the way she cried when she thought he wasn't looking, he couldn't bear her tears. Then he remembered how fiercely determined she had been to never break up with him. But then his mind conjured up the worst possible image, the thing he feared most in the world. Haneul standing in front of him, telling him that they needed to break up. He knew his thoughts were pointless, just stupid fantasies. But he couldn't stop. He didn't want them to drift apart, yet he was the one causing it. A walking contradiction. He should have stopped when it was still just a mistake, when he had accidentally kissed her while drunk. Or at the very least, they shouldn't have gone that far and slept together. But no, that was just an excuse. The truth was, he liked her so much. He loved that she always came back to him. And when they were together, in those moments, he didn't think about anything, just pretended he was being pulled along. And because of his selfishness, he kept hurting her. Her last words, "Stay, my stupid friend," echoed in his head. He called himself a pathetic bastard. A stupid, spineless bastard. But in the midst of it all, Haneul had said they were friends, and he felt a sense of relief. He remembered she was planning to take the first train out. He worried, did she get there okay? Did she cry again? Did she eat? How did things get to this point? He had ruined everything. He didn't know what to do. And while he hesitated, unable to send even a single text, 3 months passed. A new semester began at the university. Min-cheol stood at the entrance, feeling like he was screwed. He hadn't reached out at all during the break, not once in 3 months. He was going crazy with anxiety when a friend called out to him. His friend greeted him cheerfully, asking how he'd been. He chided Min-cheol for not calling or texting even once. The friend's attention was drawn to someone else. It was an enthusiastic freshman who ran up to Min-cheol, showering him with compliments about his looks. The friend explained that this guy was a freshman he met in the student council. The freshman continued to admire Min-cheol. The freshman kept enthusiastically chatting about something while the guys watched him with skepticism. The guy offered to have lunch together, but Min-cheol said he had already eaten. And then he saw her. Lee Hanun. He froze, not believing his eyes. She looked different. Her hair was longer. She had matured. He couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl was walking straight towards them. She walked up and said with a bright smile that it had been a while. He was so stunned he couldn't find his voice. His friends greeted her for him. The guy noted that she had changed a lot, and he didn't recognize her at first. The freshman curiously asked who she was. The friend introduced her as Min-cheol's friend from another department. Haneul corrected him with a wide smile, emphasizing that they were childhood friends. The word sounded like a death sentence. She turned to Min-cheol and asked, as if nothing had happened, how he was doing. He stammered that he was fine, but in his mind, he couldn't understand what the hell was going on. He felt very strange because of what was happening. "That's good," she replied cheerfully. A panicked thought raced through Min-cheol's mind. Does she really just want to be friends? At that moment, the freshman blurted out to Haneul that she was beautiful. The girl asked in surprise if he meant her. He enthusiastically confirmed, saying she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Haneul flirtatiously thanked him. The freshman looked at her with shining eyes, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Min-cheol watched this scene in silence, his expression growing darker. When the guy invited Haneul to lunch, Min-cheol couldn't take it anymore and cut him off sharply. He asked if he couldn't see that she was uncomfortable. The freshman immediately apologized. But Haneul said with a smile that it was okay. Min-cheol argued that she was obviously uncomfortable. She stopped him, touching his hand. She asked what he had to worry about. After all, they were just friends. She looked him straight in the eye and asked with venomous sweetness, "Right?" Then she turned to the freshman and happily accepted his lunch invitation. Haneul walked away with him, leaving Min-cheol standing there. He watched them go, completely crushed and bewildered. Haneul walked down the street with a grim look, an unpleasant knot tightening in her stomach. She had clearly overdone it with the food. Initially, she hadn't even wanted to go to dinner and had planned to leave early, making up an excuse. But the guy had looked at her with such pleading puppy dog eyes that she couldn't refuse, and they ended up having to eat donkasu. Now her stomach was in revolt, and she felt as bloated as a balloon. The day was clearly not off to a good start. Exhausted, she sat down on a bench to give her feet a rest. But it wasn't just about the overeating. The new shoes turned out to be absolute torture, mercilessly rubbing her heels into bloody blisters. She stared wistfully into the distance, pondering how badly everything was turning out. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the memory of going shopping with Min-ji. They found themselves standing in front of a trendy boutique display. Her friend grabbed a hanger with a determined look. She had a plan. Haneul looked at her in surprise, not understanding the reason for the sudden rush. She asked why they suddenly needed to go shopping. Min-ji reminded her of Min-cheol's words, that he was afraid of breaking up and wanted to stay friends. Haneul confirmed that was the case. Noticing her friend's happy smile, she couldn't help but comment on how pleased she looked. Min-ji replied that her wish had been granted. Min-ji's plan was simple. Classes would be starting soon, and by then, Haneul had to undergo a transformation. She was already out of his league, and now she would become completely unattainable. Min-ji handed her a stylish outfit, assuring her that with her beauty and the right styling, she would become insanely popular. Haneul shyly tried to protest, but Min-ji was serious. She declared that guys only avoided Haneul because Min-cheol was always acting like an asshole. Now that everyone would see her true beauty, they would be left standing with their mouths wide open. Haneul thoughtfully touched her hair, which had grown quite a bit over the break, and suggested getting a haircut. Min-ji immediately stopped her, advising her to keep the length. When Haneul asked if long hair was better, she stated authoritatively, "Short is cute, but long is pure and innocent." Haneul looked at her friend doubtfully, not fully convinced by this theory. Min-ji abruptly changed the subject, asking if that jerk Min-cheol had contacted her. Haneul replied that after their fight, he tried to walk her home, but she told him not to approach or call her anymore. Min-ji noted with disdain that the idiot had actually listened. She returned to the topic of hair, urging Haneul to keep it long because no guy could resist long hair. Inspired by her own idea, Min-ji started grabbing everything off the racks, piling a mountain of clothes onto Haneul, and ordering her to try on absolutely everything. Haneul, stunned by this onslaught, obediently headed to the fitting room. Meanwhile, Min-ji mentally swore that she would make that idiot Min-cheol painfully realize what a treasure he had lost. Of course, if it were up to her, she would have just told her friend to find another guy, but she knew it was pointless. At that moment, Haneul peeked out of the fitting room. The new top fit her perfectly, but she shyly said that it seemed a bit small. Min-ji froze for a moment, assessing her friend's look. She quickly reassured her that it was pretty, but such an outfit would attract too much attention, and suggested trying something a little looser. So now, sitting on the bench, Haneul recalled the stunned expression on Min-cheol's face when he saw her new style. Haneul, still thinking about her friend's words, realized that Min-ji was probably right about everything. Meanwhile, in the student council office, a girl in a tracksuit waved at a guy who just walked in, sarcastically greeting the "Dear Student Society President." Jae-hee just gave her a tired, silent look. The girl asked how his meeting with the freshmen went. He briefly replied that they all seemed like good kids. But something else was bothering him. He asked if he could back out of the presidency, arguing that electing someone in their absence was a dirty move. His companion just laughed, saying, "Who would have thought skipping the vote would backfire like this?" Jae-hee slumped into a chair in despair, complaining about his fate. The girl cut him off, saying there was no turning back and he should stop whining. He continued to complain that the worst part was dealing with the professors. But then he received another piece of bad news. One of the council members, Jian, had found a job and was quitting. So now he had to find her replacement. Realizing there was no escaping this headache, Jae-hee went outside, deciding he urgently needed a smoke break. And then his gaze fell on a familiar figure sitting alone on a bench. Haneul had just applied the band-aids that Min-ji had thoughtfully given her to her scraped heels. Her feet immediately felt better. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. She jumped in surprise. Looking up, she saw Jae-hee. Delighted, she greeted him, noting that it had been a long time. She asked with a laugh why he had appeared so suddenly. He explained that he was passing by and thought it was her, but her vibe seemed different, so he kept staring to make sure. He noted with a smile that her hair had gotten long. Saying it was very pretty, he made Haneul blush. She thanked him, thinking to herself that Min-ji's theory about long hair really worked. Jae-hee repeated that she was really pretty, making the girl even more flustered. She observed that it seemed her sunbit particularly liked long hair. Remembering something, Haneul changed the subject, saying she'd heard about him becoming the student society president. He tiredly confirmed that the news had reached her and was about to complain about the hassle, but Haneul interrupted him. She congratulated him sincerely, saying it was awesome and she couldn't believe a sunbit she knew was the president. Her enthusiasm surprised him. He sat down next to her, hardly believing his ears. He told her he was elected almost unanimously, and she was impressed again, promising to cheer for him. Her sincere support melted his heart. He felt something warm spread inside him. He quietly called her name. Then, pointing to himself, he announced with a smile that he had quit smoking. He looked at her hopefully, like a child waiting for praise, and asked if he did well. Haneul's eyes lit up with delight. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She exclaimed that he did so well because everyone says quitting smoking is incredibly hard. Haneul admitted that, while it was his personal choice, she had been very worried about him because he smoked a lot. And now she was really relieved. Hearing that she was worried about him sent Jae-hee to cloud 9. She added that it would be great if Min-ji quit too, but she was finding it difficult. He agreed that it wasn't easy, but her praise was worth it. Haneul gave him 2 thumbs up, telling him he'd worked hard. Jae-hee covered his mouth with his hand, trying to hide the smile that was bursting to get out. What was he going to do with these feelings? He knew he was fishing for compliments, like a kid bragging about a good grade. It was so childish. But damn, it felt so good. He wanted to hear her praise again and again. And so, in order to see her more often, he suddenly offered her a position on the student council. This scene did not escape the watchful eye of Min-cheol, who was observing them from a distance. Haneul was puzzled. A council member? She was surprised by the sudden offer, as all the positions should have already been filled. Jae-hee explained that one person had left, opening up a spot. He asked her to think about it and let him know. She asked when she needed to give him an answer. He replied that there was no rush. He added that there was a welcome party for freshmen coming up, and she could decide by then. His eyes shone with hope, which was more eloquent than any words. The girl remembered that the party was already tomorrow, and Jae-hee replied that she was right. The next day, the lecture hall was bustling with activity. Min-cheol was sitting at his desk when one of his friends called out to him. 2 freshman girls approached his friend and asked hopefully if he would be coming to the welcome party as a mentor. The guy confirmed that the party was tomorrow and he would be there. The girls were delighted. One of them, mustering her courage, asked if Min-cheol Sonbe would be coming too. Min-cheol's friend readily answered yes for him, eliciting a squeal of excitement from the girls. They thanked him and left after saying their goodbyes. The guy sighed, thinking that looks are everything in this world. He tried so hard to take care of them at orientation, but all the attention went to someone else. He turned to Min-cheol, who was lying on the desk, and asked if he heard that. Min-cheol replied indifferently that he didn't care. All the freshmen were only interested in him. His friend jumped up, calling him a spoiled brat. Min-cheol didn't answer, continuing to lie there with a vacant expression. His thoughts were far away, to where Haneul was sitting on a bench with another guy. None of this mattered to him. His friend insisted that he still had to go, no matter how much he didn't want to. That evening, the students gathered at a bar called Forum. Neon signs glowed brightly in the dark. One of the freshmen at a table had already had a fair bit to drink out of nervousness. He was sitting next to Min-cheol, which made him uneasy. Min-cheol hadn't said a single word, and the guy was starting to think he'd done something wrong. But the truth was, Min-cheol just had the face of someone who wanted to go home as soon as possible. The atmosphere at the table was terribly awkward. The freshmen drank glass after glass, trying to cope with the tension. Min-cheol himself recalled how, after one such party, Haneul had been hunched over the toilet, complaining that she had drunk too much. He replied coldly, though with concern, that it was her own fault. No one had forced her. Haneul made excuses, saying she had panicked and felt she had to break the ice somehow. So, feeling a sense of responsibility, Min-cheol tapped his finger against the glass of beer. He had advised the guy to drink slower or he'd wreck his stomach. The freshman was shocked by this unexpected display of concern. He immediately decided that Min-cheol was actually a very kind person, and he had been scared of him for no reason. Another guy at the table, however, declared that he was fine and that he liked to drink. The life of the party protested, yelling that it was not fine at all. He jumped up and started yelling at everyone, asking why they were so stiff and awkward when it was already the 3rd round of drinks. He turned to the president, asking him to mix everyone up, to liven things up. The president agreed, since it was an informal gathering. Min-cheol drank in silence, remaining indifferent to everything that was happening. At that moment, Haneul walked into the bar. She looked relaxed and content. Jae-hee's friend approached him and said with a smile that he was witnessing him become president with his own eyes. Jae-hee modestly replied that it just happened. The friend asked if he knew the bar manager. Jae-hee explained that he used to work here part-time before his military service. They discussed their respective parties. Both were on their 3rd round, and the tables were still packed, as expected of business majors. Jae-hee complained about how hard it was to please everyone, from freshmen to 4th years. His friend noticed that students from the media department were also there. It seemed the place was popular. He noted that there were a lot of pretty girls among the arts majors, and his gaze settled on one who was particularly gorgeous. It was Minji. Another guy from their group excitedly exclaimed that Haneul 선배 was here too. His friend asked in surprise if he knew someone. The guy confirmed with a sly grin that he did. The life of their party addressed the freshmen, suggesting they do something fun to loosen up. Min-cheol and his friend exchanged a look of confusion. Haneul sat with a sour expression, clearly not thrilled with the situation. Minji asked what was wrong. Haneul confessed she had seen Min-cheol when they came in. Minji calmly noted that he was a business major, so it wasn't surprising. Haneul clutched her head, wailing that if she had known, she would have dressed up more. She had come straight from working on assignments and looked like a total mess. Minji changed the subject, reminding her about Jaehee's offer. She asked if Haneul was going to accept it. Just then, Jaehee approached their table, addressing Haneul with a smile. He caringly asked if she was okay and if she'd had too much to drink. Haneul assured him she was fine. Knowing she loved fruit, he had ordered canned peaches and pineapple for her. Haneul was touched by his kindness. Then he asked again if she had thought about his offer for the position. Haneul replied that she was still thinking about it, but their conversation was interrupted by someone's voice. A strange guy approached their table and said hello. Minji looked at him with curiosity. At the next table, people immediately started whispering. Everyone was sure he would approach the pink-haired girl, since she was the prettiest. His friends explained that they had made him go to another table after he lost at rock, paper, scissors. One of the guys sighed that their sunbae, while not a bad person, was a dopamine addict. The guy, approaching the table, politely asked if it would be too rude to ask for a drink. He held out his glass towards Haneul, not Minji. Everyone was in shock. Min-cheol and Jaehee tensed up. He didn't choose Minji. The guy introduced himself as Gu Junhyuk, a freshman from the business department. He explained that he came over because he lost a game. But then he added it was also because he thought she was cute. Haneul was stunned by the compliment. Minji, pleased with how interesting things were getting, leaned back and slyly announced that she thought she needed to go to the restroom. Left alone, Haneul wondered if she should have just poured him a drink. She picked up a bottle, ready to grant his request. But just as she was about to pour, two hands simultaneously grabbed the glass and the bottle. It was Min-cheol and Jaehee. Haneul froze in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. Min-cheol and Jaehee glared at each other, each demanding to know what the other was doing there. Minji watched the scene with an unperturbed expression. A crowd instantly gathered around the table. Haneul frantically called out to her friend for help. Minji coldly ordered everyone to stop the chaos and return to their seats. The guys reluctantly sat down, but the tension remained. Min-cheol looked particularly grim. He gripped the back of the chair tightly. He sat down at the girls' table, silently glaring at the uninvited guests. Junhyuk timidly apologized, trying to defuse the situation. Minji sarcastically asked Min-cheol what he was doing there, since the freshman's presence was at least understandable. Junhyuk asked if they knew each other. Haneul awkwardly confirmed. One of the girls from their group, laughing, began to explain that they weren't just acquaintances, but childhood friends who never change. She explained that the two were so famous in their department for being close that everyone thought they were dating. But no, they were just really good friends. Haneul confirmed with a forced smile that they were just friends, and no matter what happened, she would absolutely not date him. Junhyuk turned to her to ask something. He suggested they drop the formalities, since they were only a year apart. Haneul was a bit taken aback, but agreed. The party starter girl suggested a drinking game to get to know each other better, since it was such a mixed group. To everyone's surprise, Min-cheol agreed. The girl took the lead, announcing the start of the Son Pyong-ho game. She explained the rules. Everyone holds out their hands, and she would ask questions. The first question was, put a finger down if you've ever bleached your hair. Minji and Min-cheol folded a finger. Next was Haneul's turn. She thought for a moment and said, put a finger down if you're wearing accessories. It was a direct hit at Min-cheol, with all his piercings. The turn passed to Junhyuk. He said with a sly smile, put a finger down if you're single. Haneul muttered that it was too broad a condition, since almost everyone folded a finger. Junhyuk turned to her and asked what was wrong with that, since she was single too and had also folded a finger.
Another girl laughed and announced her turn. People with black hair, fold.
It was Minji's turn. She thought for a second, and then she said, "Put a finger down if you have someone you like." To everyone's astonishment, everyone at the table folded a finger. Haneul didn't get it at first, then slowly lowered her finger, blushing furiously. The guys exchanged glances. Even Min-cheol had folded a finger. Someone drawled in surprise. "So everyone has a crush on someone?" Minji stated that total chaos had just begun. The party starter girl asked Jae-hee in surprise if he had someone too. He mysteriously replied that it was a secret. Jae-hee picked up a bottle, announcing it was his turn. He poured himself a drink, preparing to strike back. With a sweet smile, he said, "Okay, people whose name starts with Kim and ends with Chul, fold." Min-cheol cursed. He had walked right into a trap. Jae-hee gloated, saying Min-cheol had been his target all along and made him drink. The party continued, and Haneul, already holding a glass, thought they should probably slow down. The games got more and more elaborate. A game of naming words with a specific consonant began. Min-cheol drank again. Then came the rhythm game, bunny bunny, carrot carrot. Min-cheol lost again and drank. Finally, the game of death began, where everyone pointed at each other. And again, the loser was Min-cheol. He was so drunk he fell under the table. Minji asked in surprise if he had always been this bad at games. Haneul watched him with irritation. She didn't like him getting drunk like an idiot every time he lost. Someone suggested playing one last round, because if they continued, Min-cheol would simply die. They decided Junhyuk would lead the final round. He announced the loyalty game, a brutal team game where the losers drink a penalty shot. The girls called him brutal, but agreed it was a good way to end the night. Haneul didn't know the rules, and Minji explained it was a drink till you die game. Everyone started playing rock, paper, scissors to determine the order. The draw resulted in Haneul, Minji, and Junhyuk's team losing. Haneul realized she would die if she drank the penalty shot. The girl from the other team was already holding a huge mug of beer. Her teammate also prepared to drink. He passed the mug to Min-cheol with a smirk, and the guy called them shameless. Min-cheol looked like he was about to be sick.
Haneul worried that it was too much for 3 people.
But Junhyuk assured her he could handle his liquor and would drink most of it. However, Min-cheol suddenly intercepted the mug. Everyone gasped, admiring his loyalty. He began to chug it down in front of the stunned audience. After draining the mug, he exhaled heavily. Everyone was shocked that he drank it all. No one understood why he did it. Immediately after, he collapsed face first onto the table, unconscious. Everyone screamed in panic, asking if he was okay. Haneul immediately rushed to his side. She started yelling at him, asking if he was out of his mind and why he had even drunk all of that. Haneul tried to bring Min-cheol around, asking if he needed to throw up. He lay motionless, breathing heavily. Haneul realized in a panic that she was in deep trouble. Then she began to murmur that everything would be fine and that if he could still keep his eyes open, he'd be okay. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed about her emotional outburst. She realized that she had revealed her feelings in front of everyone. She quickly made an excuse that she needed to go to the convenience store and advised Min-cheol to get some air. She told him to get some fresh air outside. Outside, in a dark alley, Min-cheol squatted, trying to pull himself together. His head was spinning, and he felt awful. He thought about how they had been sitting in a cafe, and the girl was trying to eat frozen pineapple. Minji noticed that it wouldn't budge. Haneul explained that it was brand new and frozen solid. Min-cheol was just about to offer her help, but he was interrupted by Jae-hee, who also quickly stepped in and offered to take care of it. But Junhyuk beat them to it, simply taking the pineapple from the girl without a word. He crushed the pineapple with a spoon with such force that someone joked he was a human blender. Haneul exclaimed with delight that it was now like a slushie, but a drop of juice fell on her clothes. Jae-hee immediately handed her a tissue. He gently noted that she was a bit clumsy. Haneul thanked him, embarrassed. Watching this scene, Min-cheol clenched his fists. So now he was sitting outside, clutching his head in his hands, thinking about how badly he had messed up, and that now he knew what to do next. He felt sick, not just from the alcohol, but from jealousy. Later, when the girls came out of the convenience store, they saw him. Thoughts raced through his head. No, getting drunk, losing control, and making a move on her, that's pathetic. He mentally begged himself not to do it. But when Haneul came out, he still walked up to her and gently tugged at the edge of her jacket to get her attention. The girl froze, staring at him with wide eyes. Minji, sensing a serious conversation was about to happen, said she would go on ahead. She told her friend to go talk to him. They were left alone in the quiet of the night. They stood in an alley that was painfully similar to that other one. Hannah remembered that it was in an alley just like this that she was first dumped. She pushed his hand with the jacket away, telling him to forget it. She reminded him that she had asked him not to do this. They were just friends. Wasn't that what he wanted? She asked what it was he really wanted then. He muttered something, blushing. But Hannah was resolute. She declared she wasn't in the mood to talk unless it was about moving their relationship forward. Anything else was just bullshit. Min-cheol was stunned by her ultimatum. They stood facing each other in tense silence. She exhaled bitterly, calling him unfair. She asked why he came to their table. Why did he drink for her? Why was he trying to give her his jacket again if he wasn't going to say or do anything? She let out everything that had built up. He didn't want to date her, but he couldn't just be friends either, continuing to hover around and mess with her feelings. She asked painfully if she looked that easy to him. He exclaimed in horror, "No!" But she cut him off, saying anyone could say that. The girl irritably shoved a bag of hangover medicine into his hands and stated that she was giving it to him only as a friend. Haneul took a step back, telling him not to follow her. She said that he seemed to have gotten the wrong idea because of their frequent chance encounters. But that wasn't it. She confessed that she had been mentally bracing herself for this conversation the whole time. With those words, she turned and walked away. She wearily wiped her face. And then she saw Jae-hee sitting on the steps nearby. She froze, realizing he had heard everything. He calmly said he just came out to buy ice cream. Haneul asked anxiously how much he had heard. Later, they sat on the stairs, eating ice cream. She thanked him for the treat. The guy watched her in silence. He remarked that this is probably what happens when you're childhood friends. He said it was the first time he had ever seen her so flustered and desperate. He added that he could tell they were really close. Haneul replied sadly that they were like family. But then she corrected herself, saying that after she confessed and he rejected her, it was hard to call them family anymore. Jae-hee called Min-cheol an idiot for throwing away her feelings. He asked if she was okay. The girl replied that it was complicated. Haneul confessed that she had been sure he liked her too, but his rejection had crushed her self-confidence. He had always adjusted to her, and now she was doubting if their feelings were mutual, or if she was the only one feeling it. Jae-hee said that Min-cheol must have really messed her up for her to start overthinking like this, since she usually wasn't prone to it. He suggested that this could be a good opportunity for her. They had spent their whole lives glued to each other, so her world was small. Maybe now was the time to look around at other people. He reminded her of the saying that you get over someone by meeting someone new. Min-cheol wasn't the only guy in the world. Haneul was silent, considering his words. She remembered Yoon So-hee's words that there are plenty of other people in the world. It doesn't have to be him. She said it was weird, but her friend had told her almost the exact same thing. Jae-hee was surprised. She explained that, after the rejection, she hadn't spoken to him for almost 3 months, even though they had never been apart before. She clarified that he had rejected her more than once. He had rejected her multiple times, treated her like trash, and it made her angry and frustrated. And as he said, it would be weird for her to just give up. But why wouldn't her feelings change? She looked at him with shining eyes. Because he had loved her for 20 years. To understand the depth of her words, we have to go back to their childhood. A little Haneul was upset. She got the red toy from the gumball machine, but she wanted the blue one. Little Min-cheol said he had the blue one and offered to trade. The girl was overjoyed. Years later, he cared for her just the same, picking the seeds out of a watermelon slice while she chattered away. He would hand her the slice, reminding her to eat while she talked. She would immediately declare she didn't want watermelon, but a peach. He would grumble about why she only ate peaches. But he would still go and peel the fruit for her, and she would accept the treat with a satisfied smile. One night, when they were in the countryside, Haneul fell ill. Min-cheol woke up to her moans. He found her in another room, worriedly asking what was wrong. She was curled up on the floor. She didn't know what was wrong, but her stomach hurt so badly, she felt like she was going to throw up. He guessed it was because she had drunk too much with the aunties. But she said it wasn't just that. She had indigestion. She'd had seaweed soup to sober up and thought she overate. A hangover and indigestion, a deadly combination. The girl was crying from the pain. Min-cheol immediately jumped up, saying he would go look for some medicine. He told her to lie down, but she couldn't. She felt sick, but couldn't throw up. Then he suggested another idea. She whispered that she wanted some fresh air, out on the porch. The guy grumbled that she would catch a cold, because even though it was summer, the night was cool. But she just kept crying, complaining about the pain. He watched her in silence, not knowing how else to help. In the end, he carried her out to the porch, covered her with a blanket, and sat beside her. Haneul immediately curled up on his lap, and her breathing evened out. Min-cheol gently stroked her head until she fell asleep. Then he carefully lifted her into his arms and carried her back to bed. He gently laid her down, tucked her in, and made sure she was okay. He gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. The girl muttered something in her sleep and turned over. He adjusted her blanket, and he sat on the edge of the bed, watching over her. He sat there all night. Back in the present, Haneul was explaining that during those 3 months of solitude, she had done a lot of thinking. Kim Min-cheol cherished her life more than his own. So how could she not love him? Even if his actions weren't driven by romance, even if it was the love of a friend or a family member, to her, it meant everything. She had told him she was mentally prepared to cut ties with him, but in reality, she was just pretending to be strong. She knew it sounded ridiculous after being dumped, but she still believed that he liked her. So even if he went around in circles and acted like an idiot for a while, she could wait, even if it hurt. Jae-hee listened with a stone-faced expression. She finished her confession by saying that she would probably love him forever. The word love echoed in Jae-hee's mind. Love spoken by a 21-year-old. Usually, such words about forever are just words with no guarantee. But her love felt real, the kind that might truly last forever. Haneul laughed shyly, unable to believe she had opened up to him so much. She said she must have gotten really comfortable with him and thanked him for listening to her boring story. Jae-hee was silent, then quietly called her name. The thought flashed through his mind. He wouldn't even get a single chance. And so he said he would use his wish. For the first time in his life, out of impatience, he did something he never would have done before.
At a recent welcome party, Jae-hee stepped outside to get some fresh air and unexpectedly ran into Min-ji. He asked if she knew what had happened to Haneul since no one had seen her for quite some time. Min-ji took a thoughtful drag and instead of answering, asked if he had fallen in love at first sight. She bluntly told him to get over it now if it was just a simple crush. Confused, Jae-hee asked why he should do that. Min-ji laid out the harsh truth. He'd seen it himself. Haneul already liked someone else, and she wasn't the type to change her mind so easily. Jae-hee changed the subject, asking if cigarettes even tasted good. Min-ji, without a second thought, told him no. He then asked if he could try one, but she immediately shut him down. She sternly told him not to, warning that it was bad for him. Min-ji thoughtfully remarked that he seemed cold, but also kind of weird. She herself was used to getting involved in other people's business, and his case was no exception. Min-ji said with a hint of bitterness that some things are better left unstarted, things like cigarettes and one-sided love, because both are insanely hard to quit. Jae-hee suddenly brought up the wish Haneul owed him. She was confused, trying to remember what he was talking about. Then it hit her. It was a promise from last year. She enthusiastically confirmed that he still had 2 unused wishes left. She immediately grew wary, not understanding why he was bringing it up right now. Jae-hee gave a mysterious smile which only made Haneul more tense. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. Was he going to use a wish to ask her out? The idea seemed completely insane. She tried to bring him back to reality by calling his name. But Jae-hee was in his own world. He held out his hand and asked for hers for a second. Haneul, bewildered, asked if he really wanted her hand. He confirmed with a gentle smile. Jae-hee mentally laughed at himself, realizing just how pathetic and clumsy his attempt looked. He had never felt so pathetic in his life, holding out his hand in a ridiculous hope. Haneul, though hesitant, finally touched his palm. Jae-hee's gaze at that moment was filled with anticipation and awe. Her fingers gently rested in his hand, and the simple touch felt incredibly significant. He carefully, almost reverently, enclosed her hand in his. Haneul watched his actions in complete bewilderment, having no idea what the hell he was doing. And then something completely unexpected happened. Jae-hee took her hand and pressed it to his head. Haneul froze in shock, her brain refusing to process what was happening. She was stunned for a moment, but then it dawned on her. Her hand was touching his hair, and it was incredibly soft. She involuntarily started running her fingers through it, captivated by the sensation. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she pulled her hand away and began to apologize profusely. She stammered that his hair was much softer than she had expected. Jae-hee, burying his face in his knees, tried to stifle his laughter. He assured her that he was the one who put her hand on his head, so she had nothing to be sorry about. He thought about how he had just wasted one of his precious wishes, but for some reason he felt surprisingly good. He probably looked like a total loser right now. But suddenly, Haneul leaned toward him and asked what his wish would be after all. A thought flashed through his mind that this was a perfect turn of events. Apparently, she hadn't taken his request as his wish. He gathered his thoughts, preparing to state his request. The next day, Min-cheol sat in the stands with his hood pulled up, staring down at his phone. On his phone screen was a picture of Haneul. He overheard a girlish conversation about some rumors behind him. One of the girls was excitedly telling her friend about a rumor circulating about their student council president. She blurted out that she thought he had a girlfriend. Her friend couldn't believe it, since he had recently said he wasn't seeing anyone. The gossip was trying to remember the girl's name. Something like Sora. She described her as a cute girl with a mole on her face and a very impressive figure. And then one of them exclaimed that it was Haneul herself. Min-cheol froze. The gossip continued, now more quietly, that those two had been spending a lot of time together lately. They ate together in the cafeteria and took the same classes. Min-cheol gritted his teeth. Why did it have to be the video design department? The girls continued to speculate whether they were actually dating. Maybe they got closer after Haneul joined the student council. One of them remembered the main piece of evidence. Someone saw them holding hands at the welcome party. She added, "Who even holds hands if they're not dating?" Min-cheol froze. Holding hands? His world collapsed. They were glued to each other? With that dark-haired bastard? So close that everyone thought they were dating? Why? The girl sighed in disappointment that all the good-looking guys were already taken. She confessed that she fell for him at first sight during orientation. But then her tone changed. She added that, to be honest, Haneul wasn't all that special. Her friend chimed in, agreeing that Haneul had a nice body, but that was it, and that Jae-hee deserved someone better. They started comparing her to other girls, mentioning Minji, and recalled how some guys approached Haneul at the party. Min-cheol listened with growing irritation. He was disgusted by the way they were gossiping about Haneul. He clenched his fists, wondering if people couldn't live without gossiping about others. At that moment, Minji appeared right in front of them. Min-cheol and the gossips froze in surprise. Minji coolly remarked that if they were going to talk behind someone's back, they should choose a place where they couldn't be so easily overheard. The girls froze in horror, realizing they'd been caught red-handed. One of them started stammering that it was a misunderstanding, but Minji just asked what kind of misunderstanding. The gossip panicked, not knowing what to say. Only one thought pounded in her head. We're screwed. Minji glanced back, her eyes sweeping over Min-cheol, who was standing behind her. She turned back to the girls and warned them to be careful. If she caught them doing this again, she wouldn't be so lenient. The girls bowed and apologized. The gossips quickly retreated, leaving Minji and Min-cheol standing in awkward silence. Min-cheol remarked that she had matured. He thought she was going to lose it. Min-ji retorted that he talked too much for someone who was about to lose it himself. They both tried to say something at the same time, then fell silent. Min-cheol suggested she go first because it annoyed him when they talked over each other. Min-ji paused for a moment, and a recent conversation with Yoon So-hee flashed in her memory. She broke the silence, starting to talk about when they were in their first year of high school. She asked him directly, did something happen between him and Haneul back then? Min-ji recalled how a casually thrown remark from Yoon So-hee had caught her completely off guard. Min-ji had asked her what her problem was. She barely spoke to Haneul in high school, so why was she now acting like they were close friends? The girl mumbled something, and Min-ji demanded she speak up because she couldn't hear her. Yoon So-hee, with tears in her eyes, blurted out that they were close, ever since high school. She tearfully argued that Min-ji had no idea how much she cared for Haneul, especially when that jerk Kim Min-cheol was being such an asshole to her. Min-ji frowned. She remembered that they didn't get along very well in their first year. She told the girl she'd said something similar before and wondered, did something really happen between Haneul and Min-cheol that year? Haneul's friend remembered that Min-ji had transferred in their second year, so she wouldn't know. But when Min-ji asked for details, the girl snapped. She declared she didn't have to tell her anything and told her to go ask Kim Min-cheol himself. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Min-ji utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-min was searching for Min-cheol all over campus, drawing the attention of the girls with his striking looks. He finally spotted his target. It was Min-ji and Min-cheol. Min-cheol was still hung up on the question about their first year of high school. Kim Jun-min called out Min-cheol's name, his voice booming like thunder on a clear day. Min-cheol turned around, confused as to who was calling him. His brother walked towards them, reproachfully asking why Min-cheol wasn't answering his phone. Both guys stared at each other in utter confusion. Min-cheol asked what the hell he was doing here. Junmin just called him a little shit in response. Junmin's gaze fell on Min-ji, and he froze for a moment. He immediately broke into a smile, happily greeting Min-ji. He said it had been a long time, and he almost didn't recognize her with her dyed hair. He grabbed her by the shoulders, and Min-ji, confused, mumbled that yes, it had been a while. Junmin playfully lifted her into the air, exclaiming how pretty she'd gotten. Behind them, Min-cheol looked like he'd seen a ghost. Junmin continued to shower her with compliments, saying both she and Haneul had blossomed in college. Then he casually ruffled her hair, laughing about how she was still just as cute and short. Min-cheol stood aside, his face darker than a storm cloud. Junmin, smiling, asked Min-ji how it felt to fly again after so long. She hissed through her teeth that she fucking hated it. Min-cheol immediately intervened, pulling Junmin away and calling him an old man who was embarrassing them. Junmin was offended at being called an old man. He started bragging that while he was looking for them, 3 people had asked for his number, proving he was still in his prime. Min-cheol asked if he actually gave them his number. Junmin laughed, saying he had a conscience. Never mind. What the hell is his brother even doing here? Junmin explained that he came to deliver some luggage Haneul had forgotten. Min-cheol asked what luggage, but Junmin just smirked. He said sarcastically that of course Min-cheol wouldn't know since he couldn't talk to her. Then he dropped the bomb. Haneul was moving out of the dorms this semester to live on her own. Min-cheol was stunned. Living alone? Jae-hee asked Haneul the same question during the student council meeting. Was she planning to live alone? She enthusiastically confirmed that yes, she would be living alone starting this semester. Jae-hee was surprised, since she lived in the dorms last year. Haneul explained it wasn't planned, because she was seeing Kim Min-cheol. She had spent too many nights out without permission. As a result, she was banned from the dorm for a semester. By the time she snapped out of it, her penalty points were insane. One of the students was excited that this would be her first time living alone and suggested a housewarming party. Haneul agreed, promising to invite everyone once she settled in. After that, they returned to their meeting. They were discussing festival booths, and someone suggested the traditional caricature drawings. Jae-hee objected, saying it hadn't been very fun for the past 2 years. He suggested doing something more interesting, like a bar booth, to make it genuinely fun this time. While the others brainstormed ideas, Haneul's phone vibrated. It was her mom. Jae-hee called out to her to focus, and Haneul apologized, putting her phone away. She remembered her mom had promised to send the rest of her stuff and figured the call was probably about that. Back in the present, Min-cheol sarcastically asked if Kim Jun-min had so much free time that he had to personally deliver the items instead of just shipping them. Jun-min retorted that shipping costs money too, and he had a truck, so it was the perfect opportunity to use it. He proprietorially slung his arms around Min-cheol and Min-ji, hurrying them along because Auntie was waiting. Haneul's mom was indeed waiting by the house. She saw the truck pull up. She joyfully greeted Minji with a hug. Min-cheol asked Yoonmin why he came, since there wasn't much stuff. His brother replied that he also brought side dishes that needed to be collected. Haneul's mom chatted warmly with Minji, saying she was glad to hear from her daughter that she was doing well. Junmin, unable to resist, patted Minji on the head again like a small child. Minji, with a stone-cold expression, told him to stop. Junmin froze for a second, then burst out laughing. He said that now he recognized the real Kim Minji. She had been way too calm earlier. Minji mentally cursed while Haneul's mom cooed over how close they were. Mom asked if they had gotten a hold of Haneul and suggested they head inside. She cheerfully said there was no need to wait, they could just go in. Min-cheol, left outside, felt completely out of place. He wasn't sure if it was okay for him to even be there. Upon entering the apartment, Haneul's mom gasped at the mess. She lamented at the mountain of dirty dishes in the sink, wondering if school had been keeping her daughter that busy. Min-cheol looked in the fridge and noted with concern that Haneul seemed to be living off instant noodles again. This was not good for her. Haneul's mom noted that the move was quick since her daughter didn't have much stuff, but organizing it all was harder than she thought. Junmin asked if there was any word from Haneul, and if something might have happened to her. He worried that he had wanted to have dinner with all of them. He asked Minji if she knew anything about Haneul's plans. Minji, glancing at Min-cheol, calmly stated that Haneul was probably with that student. She went on a date. Junmin and Min-cheol exclaimed, "What?" in unison. With whom? Someone from school? Minji confirmed. Yeah, something like that. To herself, she gloated, deciding to let Min-cheol panic a bit. Junmin couldn't believe it, but then started teasing Min-cheol, saying that Haneul grew up seeing their faces every day, so some random guy wouldn't impress her. Minji agreed, then added fuel to the fire by saying she thought Haneul went out with someone from their department known for being handsome. Meanwhile, the student council meeting ended, and Jae-hee suggested that everyone go out to eat. As his friends decided where to go, one of the girls whispered to Haneul, asking if she didn't think Jae-hee was really handsome. Events were unfolding in parallel, and Junmin jokingly asked if that guy was really more attractive than him. Minji replied that it was a matter of taste. Junmin pouted, guessing the other guy must have a trash personality and no manners. As everyone was about to leave, Jae-hee stopped Haneul for a second. He smiled and plucked something from her hair, telling her she had something on her. Haneul thanked him. Junmin continued to grumble that the guy probably stank too. Haneul suddenly asked if Jae-hee had put on cologne. He admitted it sheepishly, asking if it was that obvious. Haneul smiled and said yes, she just liked the scent. She added thoughtfully that it smelled different from what Kim Min-cheol usually wore. Jae-hee mentally regretted not just using his usual deodorant. Meanwhile, Min-cheol went to buy coffee, but was told he'd have to wait 15 minutes. He thought about Yoonmin and Minji's conversation, and about the fact that Haneul had gone on a date. His brother asked him to go get coffee and buy some water since the girl's fridge was completely empty. Min-cheol, still waiting for his order, saw a couple of lovers chatting amiably. He watched them, and Minji's words, "went on a date," echoed in his mind. He wondered who she was with, that sunbae, or, God forbid, that freshman. He frowned, his gaze growing heavy and pensive. Suddenly, he froze when he saw Haneul and Jae-hee sunbae. He saw Jae-hee say something to Haneul, and she laughed in response. And then he saw Jae-hee gently touch her face. The gesture was so intimate that something inside Min-cheol clenched. The barista announced that the drinks were ready, but Min-cheol was already gone. Min-cheol ran home and, quickly kicking off his shoes, collapsed onto the bed. He lay on his bed, unable to stop thinking. Were they seeing each other? The image of Jae-hee touching Haneul's face replayed in his mind. Were they actually dating? He thought bitterly that even if they were, what could he do? After all, he was the one who pushed her away when she came to him first. He remembered her radiant smile and realized he hadn't seen her smile at him like that in a long time. Lately, all he'd seen was her anger and her pain. He remembered her tears and her desperate words, her question of whether he thought she was that easy. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, wondering if she'd be better off if he just disappeared. He couldn't let her go, couldn't hold on to her. All he did was hurt her. Maybe she'd be better off if she could smile freely. But with someone else? The thought was unbearable. He just wanted to disappear. At that moment, Haneul's mom peeked into his room. She called his name. She said she forgot to give him the side dishes she'd prepared. Min-cheol, still dejected, said he'd take them. The woman asked worriedly if he was okay, but he just said he needed to lie down for a bit. He offered to clean up, but the woman insisted he rest since he was sick. While unpacking the food containers, he came across something else. It was a photo album. He was surprised, thinking Auntie must have packed it by mistake. He opened it and saw photos of a young Haneul. Haneul's mom noticed the album and said with a smile that it must have gotten mixed in with the other things. They started looking through it together, and Auntie nostalgically recalled how inseparable they were as kids. She said that if one of them was missing, the other would cry and throw a fit. Time really flies. Then she said there was something she'd always been curious about. She asked him point blank what it was he disliked so much about her daughter. Min-cheol choked in surprise. The woman laughed, remembering how they were joined at the hip since childhood, and she kept wondering when they would finally start dating. Min-cheol, red as a beet, mumbled that he wasn't worthy of her. He turned the page and saw a photo from that time. Haneul in a hospital bed with a cast on her arm. His expression turned serious. Haneul's mom also grew somber, remembering those days. She said that Haneul went through a very hard time back then. Memories of that day pierced Min-cheol with pain. The woman added with a smile that it was thanks to him that Haneul got through it. Min-cheol was confused. He didn't understand what she was talking about. Meanwhile, after the student council meeting, everyone was leaving, discussing how they still hadn't come up with an idea for the festival. Left alone, Haneul took out her phone, remembering the missed call. She saw 13 messages from Junmin and was shocked. Jae-hee called out to her and asked if she had any plans for the evening. Hearing that she was free, he suggested with a radiant smile that they go see a movie. Haneul thought for a second, then asked for a minute to make a quick call. Elsewhere, Minji was trying to win a toy from a claw machine. Junmin approached her and she asked if he had managed to get in touch with Haneul. He said yes. Haneul was tied up in a meeting. He added that it seemed the meeting had just ended, and Haneul would be over soon. But since Auntie was stopped at Min-cheol's place, Haneul would probably wait till her mom gets back first. Junmin grumbled that because of Kim Min-cheol, it was now even harder for him to see Haneul. He then turned to Minji and called her out on her lie. It wasn't a date. Minji changed the subject and asked Junmin what happened between Haneul and Kim Min-cheol in their first year. Junmin was surprised by the question. Minji explained that she'd overheard something and was wondering if that was why Min-cheol kept pushing Haneul away. She said it was obvious they liked each other. Junmin wondered what dumb excuse Min-cheol had used to reject her. Minji replied that from what Haneul said, he was just scared they would eventually break up. Junmin paused, then remembered. He confirmed that something did happen. Minji asked what. She didn't know the details since she only became close with Haneul in their second year. Junmin just added that it was a whole thing and things got pretty messy back then. But he didn't think Min-cheol rejected her just because he was scared of things ending. Minji asked what the reason was then. Junmin asked her a question in return. What kind of person did she think Min-cheol was? Minji described him as loud, always bickering with Haneul, selfish and mannerless. Junmin chuckled and said that he was actually the complete opposite. Deep down, he hadn't changed at all. He just got better at hiding it behind a mask as he got older. He explained that Min-cheol gets scared before anything even happens. He's scared people will see the side of him he keeps hidden. And that incident in the past made him shut himself away even more. The narrative flashes back to Min-cheol's earliest memories. He couldn't remember them clearly, but Min-cheol knew Haneul was always there with him, holding his hand. Little Min-cheol looked surprised and asked his mother why he and Haneul weren't a family. His mother tried to explain that it was because they weren't blood-related. He said their teacher called family the most precious thing in the world, and Haneul was precious to him. They spent every day together, so why not? Mother tried to explain that family was a legal thing, and that at the end of the day, everyone goes back to their own home. She said that staying over sometimes wasn't the same as living under the same roof. Min-cheol got upset and exclaimed that then they would just live together from now on. That day, little Min-cheol cried until evening. Sometime later, they were sitting and drawing together. Min-cheol was drawing a sun because it was bright, confident, and warm. It was shining. He liked it, and it reminded him of Haneul. Then he thought that shining suited a star more, but decided it didn't really matter. He added stars to his drawing, saying they were both in the sky anyway. Then he asked if she was tired of hanging out with him every day. Haneul smiled and said no, of course not. Min-cheol decided his mom was wrong. Even if they weren't family, it was okay as long as they were like family. He was happy just being with her. But back then, he had no way of knowing that the thing shining in his eyes would shine just as brightly for other people too. A few years later, Min-cheol saw Haneul with another girl who asked her to go to the stationery store. Min-cheol declined to go with them, saying he'd head out first. Haneul yelled to Min-cheol that she'd come over for dinner later. As they walked away, the friend asked Haneul why she even hung out with him. She called him quiet, no fun, and said he looked like a girl. Haneul immediately defended him, saying he was just a little shy but actually a lot of fun. She called him her best friend. The friend just sighed, saying Haneul was just too nice and got along with everyone. Min-cheol, who had overheard this, felt a sting of hurt. So that's how he looked to other people. He had heard the question, "Why are you two even friends?" more than 10 times. Did they really look that mismatched? Haneul was good at sports, outgoing, and popular. And he had nothing. He wasn't good at anything and thought he was ugly. Maybe the other kids were right. He was scared that one day they would drift apart. At that moment, a strange man approached his friends. He offered them some ice cream, and Min-cheol grew wary. That day, he came home and firmly declared that he wanted to play baseball. His mom was in a panic, yelling at him for coming home so late without calling. He explained that some mister bought him ice cream, took him in a van, and let him play baseball. His mom was terrified, but he assured her he was okay. That man turned out to be a baseball coach. He noticed Min-cheol was ambidextrous, able to use both hands equally well. The coach asked if he wanted to try being a pitcher. He explained that the pitcher is the star of the show, and it would help him become popular at school. He said that a talent like this was a sign from above, and a chance like this doesn't come every day. Min-cheol thought that being a pitcher sounded cool. With a beaming smile, he asked for permission to play baseball. Years passed. 2 schoolgirls walked past a baseball field, wondering how the players could practice in such heat. One of them recognized the guy everyone was talking about, a pro prospect. On his back was the name Kim Min-cheol and the number 27. The girls figured he was probably famous for being good-looking as well as talented. Handsome and talented. One of them watched with envy as he made a powerful pitch. At a table, Haneul stared thoughtfully at Min-cheol as he ate a cookie. She said she was just thinking about elementary school and how cute he was back then. She added with annoyance that he'd turned into such a jerk since he started baseball. Min-cheol teased her, saying she was just sad they were going to different high schools. Haneul was annoyed by his cockiness. She said her school had a baseball team too. Min-cheol explained that high school was different. Practice would start right after the entrance ceremony, so they wouldn't see each other anyway. Haneul slumped onto the table, muttering that her lunch buddy was disappearing. Min-cheol chuckled, saying she was great at making friends, so what was she worried about? She whispered quietly that hanging out with him was the most fun. He asked her how her provincial art competition went. Haneul proudly declared that she won the gold prize. She bragged that her teacher said with her talent and good grades, she'd have no trouble getting into a decent university. Min-cheol agreed with mock seriousness that she was the best. He thought that he had to work harder too, so he wouldn't fall behind, so he could stand proudly by her side. Their photo together sat in a frame on her desk. They had grown up, but their bond remained strong. But high school brought changes. Their paths began to diverge. He was consumed by baseball, she by her studies. They saw each other less and less, and when they did, he was exhausted and covered in scrapes. One day, a friend asked Haneul if her friend's big national tournament was today. Haneul said yes, but the jerk had told her not to come. He'd been bragging about what a huge opportunity it was, that scouts would be there, and he must be nervous. Her friend was surprised, since Haneul always went to cheer for him. Haneul replied that he'd be fine. He always was. Meanwhile, in the locker room, a teammate told Min-cheol with envy that he was a natural talent. Haneul told her friend that Min-cheol wasn't just talented, he put in a ridiculous amount of effort. His entire life outside of school was baseball. She laughed, remembering how she used to cry and complain that he wouldn't play with her because of it. In middle school, he at least attended classes, but now he trained all day long. Her friend asked if it wasn't exhausting. Haneul admitted she used to hate it. It felt like her friend was being taken away from her. But now, she thought it was amazing. She watched him give his all on the field, pushing himself to the limit. Her friend agreed that it was cool. Haneul, however, added that she didn't know what drove him. But she thought his grit was pretty cool. Min-cheol made a fierce dash toward the base. At that moment, the lead of her pencil snapped. Simultaneously, a crack echoed from the field. The pencil broke, and Min-cheol was on the ground, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. He gasped in pain. The scouts in the stands jumped to their feet. It was over. A bad slide dislocated his left shoulder. During rehab, he tore an anterior cruciate ligament. On top of all that, chronic dislocations. It wasn't just an injury, it was a career-ending compound injury. Haneul, seeing him in this state, could only ask if he was okay. More than the grueling rehab, more than the dream of baseball falling apart. The worst part was the pity in Lee Haneul's eyes, who was always there watching over him. It felt awful. Sometime later, he transferred schools. Classmates immediately started whispering that he must have gotten kicked out. The teacher introduced the new student to the class. Min-cheol curtly stated his name. The girls immediately started gossiping about the new kid, noting how handsome he was. But they quickly added that apparently his personality was trash. Haneul, sitting nearby, listened with a stoic expression. She couldn't believe he'd managed to get a bad reputation on his very first day. She told him he should at least try to get along with people, but he snapped back, asking why she even cared. He abruptly stood up and walked out of the classroom, leaving a frustrated Haneul behind. She was immediately swarmed by classmates, bombarding her with questions about the new guy. Haneul was in despair. They were supposed to walk home together. Min-cheol went outside when he noticed some troublemakers behind the school. They recognized him as the new kid who looks like a girl. They offered him a smoke. Haneul was looking for him after school, wondering where the hell he could have gone. And then she saw him. He was staggering, his clothes torn, his face bruised. She ran to him in a panic, asking what happened, if he'd gotten into a fight. She was worried he could have been seriously hurt. He coldly replied, "What did she care if his body got more fucked up? What difference would it make if it got worse?" He yelled with desperation in his voice that he couldn't do anything anymore. Haneul stared at him, stunned by his pain. He flinched for a second, then put his mask of indifference back on. He told her to just leave him alone and walked away. She watched him go, thinking how she could possibly leave him like this. From then on, he avoided her. In the classroom, in the hallways, on the way home. A friend asked Haneul if she liked Min-cheol, since she was following him every day. Haneul denied it, but when asked why she kept chasing him, she replied, "Because someone has to look after him." Her friend laughed, saying Haneul just couldn't admit her feelings. Min-cheol, standing around the corner, heard everything. Haneul caught up to him, yelling at him not to just walk away without saying anything. He stopped, but didn't turn around. She kept calling his name, but he ignored her. In desperation, she hit him on the back with her drawing tube. He spun around with such fury that she recoiled. The tube clattered onto the pavement. He angrily asked what she was doing. Was she his mom? He demanded again to be left alone, but she couldn't understand why he was acting this way. She asked how she was supposed to leave him alone when he was like this. He challenged her. Like what? He leaned in close and asked how he looked to her right now. Then he ordered her not to look at him like that. "Don't pity me," he hissed. In his mind, one thought was screaming, "Don't leave me behind." But his words said something else entirely. He turned and walked away. Haneul suddenly remembered her assignment that was in the fallen tube. She yelled for him to wait and dashed across the street. She reached the tube, relieved that it wasn't wet. But when she looked up, a car was speeding right at her. Min-cheol turned at the sound of screeching tires. Haneul sat on the pavement in shock from the near miss. The driver yelled at her for crossing on a red light. She apologized through tears. Min-cheol froze with a mix of fear and relief. The driver asked if Haneul was okay, and she assured him that she was fine and had only been shaken up. Haneul shouted at Min-cheol not to move from his spot, but after making sure she was okay, he turned around and continued on his way. Haneul desperately tried to get up, but she slipped on the icy stairs. She felt herself losing her balance. Behind her was only a steep staircase. All she could do was helplessly reach out, grasping at empty air. Min-cheol froze. Thoughts raced through his mind. He should have just stood there and waited. He shouldn't have pushed her away. He should have gotten it together. He shouldn't have gotten injured in the first place. Or maybe he shouldn't have played baseball at all. He arrived at the hospital. Haneul, with her head and arm bandaged, waved at him cheerfully. He asked if her wrist was okay. She assured him she was fine. She smiled and told him the surgery went well. It was a clean break, and she was lucky it was her left hand. She explained that if it had been her right hand, recovery would have taken 6 months and there could have been lasting effects. So yeah, she was lucky. She looked at him with a smile. He was silent. She noticed her drawing tube in his hands. He explained that a paramedic gave it to him. She was relieved that her assignment was safe. She told him he should go, but he said he wouldn't leave until her mom got back. She started shooing him away, telling him to go home and rest, and to take an umbrella since it looked like rain. He left the room. As soon as the door closed, her smile vanished. He walked down the hall, thinking that at least she seemed okay. He stopped at a vending machine. He bought a can of soda, deciding to just leave it by her door and go. As he approached the door, he heard Haneul's moans. She was asking her mom for another shot of painkillers. Her mom was soothing her, saying she'd already called the nurse. Haneul was crying and calling for her mom in a pained daze. Min-cheol froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. He heard her say in a panic that she couldn't draw like she used to. She had tried to sketch, but it felt wrong. Her mom tried to calm her, saying it hadn't been long since the surgery. But Haneul was sobbing, cursing that guy, and asking what she was supposed to do now. She asked in terror what would happen if the scar remained. Hearing this, Min-cheol turned and walked away. He stood by a window cursing himself. Idiot. He couldn't understand how she could say she was lucky. What part of this was lucky? Lee Haneul got hurt because of him. She almost lost her dream because of him. And he was supposed to feel relieved? He, who knew exactly what that felt like. Selfish bastard. He collapsed in front of the vending machine, crushed by guilt. Waking up in the middle of the night, Haneul was thirsty. On her bedside table sat a can of soda and her drawing tube. Sometime later, fully recovered, she was getting ready for school. Min-cheol was waiting for her at the door. She was surprised, but he just told her to hurry up and give him her bag. He walked ahead silently, carrying her backpack. She followed, confused. From then on, he was always by her side, silent and distant, but always there. One day, she ran up to him tearfully, asking what was with his sour face. She proudly flashed a V sign, bragging that she'd gotten a top score on her academy evaluation. She was happy, her drawings were going well, her grades were solid. He watched her, a shadow of a smile on his face. That night, he lay in bed, remembering her happy face. What a relief, he thought. He decided that from now on, he would do everything to make sure her path stayed clear, so that her bright, shining self would never cry like that again. He wouldn't create any more problems, wouldn't become a complication. He would be the perfect friend she could always count on, so he could stay by her side for the rest of his life. A few years later, Min-cheol was on the phone. His friend was teasing him, saying he heard he was walking around campus holding a girl's hand. Min-cheol tiredly denied they were dating and hung up. He collapsed onto his bed, annoyed that everyone kept trying to set him up with someone. Suddenly, his mind helpfully brought back a memory of a half-dressed Haneul falling out of the closet onto him. He pressed his eyes hard, trying to convince himself it was just biology. He lay there, thinking maybe he'd ask her to get tteokbokki tomorrow, and fell asleep. Suddenly, he felt he wasn't alone. He opened his eyes to see Haneul above him, in her underwear. He panicked, unable to understand what was happening. Her hand touched his, and he felt his body react against his will. His face flushed. He tried to stop her, but he couldn't. He woke up with a jolt, breathing heavily. What the hell was that? It was the craziest dream of his life. He couldn't understand why he would dream about that. Images flashed through his mind, questions piling up. But the answer wasn't long in coming. He remembered their first kiss. He remembered the dizziness and asking himself, what the fuck did I just do? He remembered looking at her and thinking how beautiful she was. And in that moment, he understood everything. He remembered how his lips moved towards hers again, wanting more. So that was it. He really did like her. Ever since he stopped pretending, she kept showing up in his dreams. But they weren't like that first one. In these dreams, she would just hold him, and then it would end. He woke up sweaty and agitated. This was bad. Why was she in his dreams every single night? He glanced at the clock and realized he was going to be late. But as he walked, he was plagued by doubts. Was he even allowed to like Lee Haneul? Did he deserve that? Every time he tried to take a step forward, guilt and fear pulled him back. What if everything fell apart over something stupid and small? What if he started something and one day, Haneul saw who he actually was? What if the insecure, cowardly part of him he always tried to hide ended up disgusting even her? That's why he kept hesitating. What if part of her still resented him deep down? What if she said she liked him now, but the old wounds came back, and she ended up regretting him? He really didn't think he could survive that. His thoughts were interrupted by Haneul's mom voice. She asked if he was okay. She said he had totally spaced out and scared her. He brushed it off, saying he was still half asleep. Auntie showed him that same photo from the hospital. She reminded him that he was the one who took it, and that he practically lived at the hospital back then, always taking care of Haneul. He tried every ridiculous thing he could think of to make her laugh. And because of him, Haneul was always smiling. Min-cheol, mustering his courage, asked if Haneul had ever resented him. The woman was surprised by the question. She paused for a moment and asked whether Haneul herself had said anything about it. Min-cheol confessed that he had heard her that time outside the door. He heard what Haneul said while she was in pain and figured that of course she'd say that. Haneul's mom realized they had never really talked about what happened back then. She advised him to talk to her about it properly at least once. Instead of making assumptions, they needed to actually face each other. She told him not to be so afraid. Sometimes even the most messed up things can become simple if you just talk it out. And Haneul? She's as straightforward as they come. You know that better than anyone, she finished. Min-cheol looked up at her, a wave of pure determination settling into his eyes. He stared down at the photos, the ones where Haneul was always smiling right at him. Her words, her laugh, her constant presence. It all came rushing back, flooding his mind. And then her confession, I like you. Sitting in the middle of the scattered photos, his mind was finally made up. He decided he had to act right away, so he immediately ran out of the house. He ran like his damn life depended on it. A few hours earlier, Haneul walked out of the movie theater, her face completely covered in tears. Jae-hee teased her, teasingly saying it was his first time seeing someone sob like a baby at a movie. He called her swollen face cute like a little dumpling. He asked if she always cried this easily. She shook her head, sniffling that she didn't. It's just that the movie was heartbreaking. She let it slip that she had cried the last time she watched it too, with Kim Min-cheol, and that even he cried back then. Jae-hee smiled, telling the cashier, 2 orders of swollen dumplings, please. Haneul immediately perked up at the mentioning of food. Jae-hee looked surprised, considering they had just destroyed 2 giant buckets of popcorn. She explained that she has a separate movie stomach and an entirely different stomach for burning calories from crying. They sat on a bench, eating. Jae-hee was surprised that she actually liked plain, unsweetened bread. She explained that she gets sick of sweet stuff really fast, which is why she always used to steal Min-cheol's savory snacks. Jae-hee stopped mid-bite, his gaze suddenly turning serious. He looked her dead in the eye and asked, Do you really like Min-cheol that much? He pointed out that she'd been talking about him all night, making it feel like he was the one on a date with her. Haneul blushed hard, apologizing for rambling. Jae-hee softened, telling her he actually liked listening to her stories and offered her a piece of sweet pastry. She confessed that she doesn't have many people she can be this real with, and that she feels incredibly comfortable around him. Then Jae-hee dropped the heavy question. Even if her feelings remained unrequited, would she keep loving him? He reminded her that she'd said she would wait, even if the answer took forever, maybe even an eternity. Could she really wait that long? Haneul admitted she had never actually thought about it that seriously. She muttered that, yeah, it would be pretty miserable. Jae-hee asked what would make her happy then. She paused, thinking. Lately, she had always been the one chasing after him. She confessed that, even if it sounded childish, she just wanted him to come to her first. Just once. Yeah, she really wanted that. Jae-hee stared at her, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his eyes. He thought about how many different expressions she had, and how every single one of them was meant for the exact same guy. He was jealous. Breaking the silence, he suddenly said he thought he just figured out the theme for the upcoming festival. Haneul blinked in surprise. Just like that? It was that easy for him? Later that evening, they walked across the campus, their hands full of bags packed with supplies. Jae-hee thanked her for helping out. She asked if they really needed to get everything organized tonight, since it was getting pretty late. She argued that it wasn't even 10 yet. But the moment she looked down at her phone, she froze. Her screen was flooded with missed texts, and right then it started vibrating again. The caller ID flashed, "Dumbass." She picked up. A breathless, frantic voice on the other end demanded to know where she was. She replied that she was right outside the art hall entrance. Jae-hee asked if that was Min-cheol. She nodded, genuinely confused as to why the hell he would call out of nowhere. Jae-hee called her name, about to say something, but stopped dead in his tracks. Standing at the top of the stairs, completely out of breath, was Min-cheol. He stared down at them, chest heaving, and pleaded with raw Jae-hee let out a low smirk. Wow, he got here fast. Haneul stood there in absolute shock at his sudden appearance. Min-cheol stammered, his voice shaking. I missed you. Haneul couldn't believe her ears. She stared at him, choked up. What did you just say? Min-cheol told Haneul he had something to say and asked for a minute. Haneul turned back to Min-cheol, asking what he could possibly have to say after ghosting her and then showing up out of thin air. Jae-hee was surprised, but quickly realized he didn't stand a chance right now. Letting out a heavy sigh, He understood he should let those two talk. Haneul tried to protest, saying they still needed to handle the festival prep, but Jae-hee gently stopped her. He flashed a smile and said they could easily push it to next week. He told her to go handle things with her friend and waved goodbye until next week. Turning around, he left them alone and sank into thoughts about his own feelings. Haneul demanded to know what was so important. Min-cheol stood frozen, his mind completely blanking on where to start. She just waited, locking her eyes on him. Inside Min-cheol's head, it was pure chaos. Should he say, "I'm sorry," or "I like you," or try to explain why he pushed her away? He told himself to stop panicking and stop overthinking things that hadn't even happened yet. He just needed to spit it out. He looked at her and couldn't help but think how beautiful she was. The answer had been right in front of him the entire time. He just had to tell her exactly how he felt. Her cheeks were flushed. Was she cold? No, it was practically summer. The thought hit him again. He liked her so damn much. No, focus. Get a grip. She was so cute. Just say it. Tell her you like her. Just say the words. He opened his mouth, but his brain short-circuited. The only word that managed to squeak out was, "Pretty." The second it left his mouth, he knew he screwed up. "I'm dead. It's over." He started aggressively waving his hands around, trying to backpedal, but in Haneul's mind, that one word landed exactly like a confession. She stood there, her face turning bright crimson, thinking this was absolute madness.